If you would like to support the channel, please consider becoming a patron on Patreon. More information in the description below. Lord Kugewara was left without an heir. On the island of Tsushima, there was a war between Heisuke outlaws and the Jito Kugewara, who acted as the steward of the island under order of the shogun on the mainland of Japan. He ultimately won the war against the outlaws and brought order to Tsushima, but the loss of his sons meant he had no heir. During the war, the samurai family called Shimura served Kugewara faithfully. They made his victory possible, so Kugewara had his daughter marry into that family, and when he passed away, the once humble family rose to power. And now, Lord Tokiyasu Shimura became the Jito of Tsushima. Clan Shimura adhered to a strict samurai code of honor, which was admirable as they were spectacular warriors, but it made them unbending, uncompromising as rulers. A daughter of the clan named Chieko married a samurai lord named Kazumasa Sakai, creating a closeness between the families despite the Sakai clan being known for their brutality in combat. Kazumasa was one hell of a samurai, a seemingly unbeatable warrior, and a creative thinker when it came to war. While the Jito's family was a slave to honor, Kazumasa Sakai was not, for better or for worse. It made him a valuable ally to have should a rebellion or military campaign require brutal tactics or imagination. Despite his reputation, Lord and Lady Sakai seemed happy. Kazumasa loved her deeply. He valued her judgment and counsel, and her gentle spirit was a balance in his life. They would go on to have a son whom they would name Jin. This child would be raised in a highly structured, strict household so that he would become a great samurai like his father, or at least that's what the men of the family believed. Lady Sakai was a balance for little Jin, just as she was for her husband. She ensured that Jin learned about music and poetry. She'd take him out with other clan matriarchs and let their children play at lakes. He was given freedom to climb trees, have friends, explore the forests. As his primary caregiver, Lady Sakai instilled a gentleness in Jin that his father lacked. So much so that Kazumasa didn't know how to interact with Jin. He would at times view him as soft, a child more interested in poetry than the art of war. And little Jin never really bonded with his father. They were like two strangers to each other. Lord Tokiyasu Shimura's rise to power over Tsushima created resentment within the head figure of another clan, Tokiyori Yarikawa, a leader beloved by his people. In his desperation for control, he incited a bloody rebellion against Clan Shimura. Lord Yarikawa was a master of a legendary sword technique called the Dance of Wrath, something only taught to one lord every generation, and he used it to kill Tokiyasu Shimura and all his sons, save one. The last surviving heir to Clan Shimura took over as the Jito of Tsushima. Clan Sakai and Adachi came to the aid of their Jito, and the new Lord Shimura smothered the flames of rebellion. Tokiyori Yarikawa was executed, and the rest of Clan Yarikawa was punished by the Shogun of Japan for their attempt to overthrow their Jito. The clan was forced to disband, their name disgraced, and their status lost. But the surviving members of Clan Yarikawa remained on their lands, and the people still observed them as the leaders of the region. Immense resentment was held against this new Lord Shimura. The people would pray to shrines created in honor of Tokiyori Yarikawa, that his spirit would return to bring vengeance upon their enemies. As for the new Jito himself, he was an honorable and just man with a squeaky clean reputation, yet he was also flawed. He had no qualm with questionable behavior should it benefit himself, spreading rumors against enemies, creating circumstances in which people would be indebted to him, dealings with smugglers, truths were flexible, and he could be quite unkind towards anyone who wasn't of the ruling class. Rarely did he seem to consider the well-being of his people when it came to deciding factors. What he deemed to be honorable was of far more importance to him. Despite his flaws, he was a stern ruler who maintained relative peace on the island. He generally had positive relations with many other clans and families, and he was widely respected amongst the warriors of Tsushima. When Jin Sakai was young, his mother became ill. It wasn't a quick death, yet it came far too soon. She knew that she was dying, yet still imparted lessons to her son, showed him gracious kindness, and tried to bring a bond between him and his father, who was distraught by her ailing. Kazumasa would carry her outside to sit with the deer on their lands. He stayed at her side as her time to go drew closer. Little Jin did what he could to make her happy too, like playing her songs on his flute. When she did pass, it devastated them both. Jin was still so young, just a child, and he didn't know how to process that his mother was gone. He turned to denial and believed that his mother was still alive, just wandering in the forest someplace. He ran away to find her and was missing for 3 days. When Kazumasa found him, the child too was on the brink of death. He and the boy's now primary caregiver, Yuriko, sat at Jin's bedside all through the night, terrified that the child wouldn't live. Kazumasa was so beside himself that he held Yuriko's hand, and it made Yuriko so happy, despite the fear and grief that she too felt. Little Jin recovered thanks to Yuriko's treatments. Once the world stopped spinning for Clan Sakai, Kazumasa taught Yuriko how to ride a horse, eventually developing a possibly romantic relationship between them. But nothing eased the sorrow of losing Lady Sakai for Kazumasa or for Jin. Yuriko encouraged the freedom and creativity that his mother had. She was an excellent caregiver for Jin, someone that he adored and cherished as he grew up. Kazumasa was distant from Jin, though. He didn't know how to be a parent. He decided that he wouldn't raise a son, he would raise a samurai. So until Jin came of age to truly start training as a warrior, he would mostly be absent. He threw himself into his responsibilities and spent more time as a samurai than a father. When Jin was in his teens, the Jito of Tsushima, Lord Shimura, ordered Kazumasa Sakai to conquer a nearby island called Iki. It was a lawless place, seen as a haven for bandits, raiders, and criminals. Lord Shimura wanted it brought to heel no matter what it took. Choosing Kazumasa Sakai to head the campaign was a very deliberate one. Kazumasa didn't bind himself to strict codes of honor, and it would take ruthlessness and brutality to conquer Iki. Kazumasa had spent part of his childhood on the island before his own father's death. He had a fortress there that he could utilize. He knew the lands and the people, and Lord Shimura wouldn't have to dirty his hands with it. Kazumasa decided to take some of Clan Adachi and his son with him, to expose him to war and combat, to teach him the only way that he really knew how. The Iki campaign turned out to be a bloodbath. Locals came to the aid of the raiders that lived on the island. They gave them shelter, hid them from the invading samurai army. So Kazumasa ordered that they be killed. A massacre began. Countless innocent lives lost in the name of honor and law. Entire villages were wiped out, families destroyed, even women and children were killed on sight. Jin took his first life here, and while he was sheltered from the worst of the slaughter, he proved himself to be a great fighter. It felt like for the first time, his father was proud of him. He spoke with Jin, talked about the war, taught him battle tactics, gave him his first drink of sake. Jin actually felt like he was his father's son. Yet, the things the young man witnessed greatly troubled him. He saw farmers, merchants, common folk being mercilessly killed. And even when his father told him that they were criminals who were trying to murder the samurai, he had doubts. It felt wrong. Kazumasa Sakai became known as the Butcher of Iki, and eventually, karma found its way to him. A group of raiders, locals, fighters, united to strike at the heart of the samurai army, the Butcher himself. They lured Kazumasa and his men through a gorge out to a beach which isolated Kazumasa from the body of his army. Young Jin was with them. An ambush was sprung. Jin hid in a decrepit shack while the samurai and his father fought. Eventually, only Kazumasa remained. He killed so many of them, he fought like a demon, that somehow he was delivered a hit which broke his leg. Only a few of the Iki raiders remained, but they'd finally cornered their enemy. Kazumasa couldn't fight back. He was beaten. He began to crawl towards where Jin was hidden away and called to his son. He told him to come out and save him. But Jin was so frightened that he stayed hidden. He watched one of the raiders end his father's life. May your death benefit all beings. Jin made it back to the samurai army and Lord Adachi. His father's body was collected from the beach and a retreat was called for. The samurai invasion was over. They had lost. The people of Iki chased them all the way back to the beach, forcing them to haphazardly sail off without some of their equipment. Jin was tormented by the memory of his father's death. His survivor's guilt was relentless. He told himself that he could have done something. He could have saved his father. It was his fault that he had died. And if he couldn't have saved him, then he should have died with his father on that beach. Despite trusted and powerful samurai telling him otherwise, Jin blamed himself. A funeral was held for Kazumasa once they were back on Tsushima. Many prominent clan leaders and samurai attended to honor the fallen Lord Sakai and to offer support to Jin. Amongst them, of course, was his uncle, the Jito, Lord Shimura. In private, Jin told his uncle of his guilt, that he blamed himself for what happened. But Lord Shimura told a different story of his father falling in battle to save his only son, not of a samurai dying while asking his defenseless boy to save his life. Had Jin stepped out, he would have been cut down as well. Lord Shimura's tale was one far easier to digest amongst the clans and the people of Tsushima. Lord Shimura gave to the young Lord Sakai the blade of his family and promised that the spirit of his father would always be with him. But did Jin remember his father as the man that was ashamed of him, as the man who he had his first sake with, or as the butcher of Iki? Lord Shimura privately harbored great sadness. His own family had died some time ago. He never remarried, never tried to start a new family. He had no heir, and so little remained of his bloodline. He took Jin in as his ward. He would train him to be a mighty samurai. He would teach him the honorable aspects of leadership, the social benefits of kindness, the finer sides of negotiation and appeasing. Perhaps one day, this young man would sit as the Jito of Tsushima. He was the grandson of the indomitable Chinggis Khan. It was in his blood to aspire to conquer. Khotun Khan walked his grandfather's footsteps, becoming a renowned Mongol general. He had taken the time to study and learn why Chinggis was so successful as a leader. He knew that military campaigns didn't have to be won purely by a show of force. It was far better to understand the enemy, learn their history, know their culture, speak their language, win as much of the populace over as possible, weaken leadership structures internally. Khotun Khan did not commit himself to arbitrary rules of engagement. When it came to conquest, a leader should play by their own rules and be willing to change when the board demands it. His cousin, Kublai Khan, sat as the Khagan of the Mongol Empire, but his hold over the dynasty was not as strong or stable as that of his grandfathers. Kublai sought expansion, and after his cousin Khotun's success in taking Goryeo, what we would know today as part of Korea, Kublai decided to task him in taking Japan. Khotun aspired to be more than just a general. He wanted to overthrow his cousin, and claiming military forces in Goryeo and Japan for himself would make that a viable endeavor. Khotun learned that Japan was plagued with clan and family clashes which prevented true unity. It was a country that seemed to be fighting with itself, and the samurai were beholden to codes that made them vulnerable to ever-compromising forces like himself. He planned to attack the major outlying island of Tsushima, bring its Jito to heel, resupply his fleets, and then move on to the mainland of Japan. He would overthrow the shogun and replace them with the conquered Jito of Tsushima. Khotun Khan sent spies to the island to learn specifics about their politics, which clans could be turned against one another, which regions were the weakest, how many ships it would take to surround and isolate the island, and what sort of a resistance could be mounted against an invading army. His tactics were spectacular. When Khotun Khan was ready, he gathered a massive fleet and set sail for Tsushima. He chose Komada Beach for his landing. The Jito, Lord Shimura, with his nephew Jin Sakai at his side, gathered as many samurai as they could to meet them, 80 in total, to stand against an army. They knew they'd come to this beach to die, to merely slow an invasion, but tradition and their honor dictated that they must do this for their home. The greatest known swordsman in the land, Lord Harunobu Adachi, was sent to meet the Khan. The samurai believed that Lord Adachi would challenge their greatest warrior to a duel, and that by winning, the spirits of the Mongols would be broken. The Mongols allowed Adachi to walk amongst them to extend his challenge of honorable combat. Khotun Khan himself answered this challenge. He allowed this samurai to give his introduction as the descendant of a legendary warrior to establish his name and his importance. But the Mongols were not here to play by samurai rules. Why would he observe a demand only relevant to samurai honor? Khotun Khan doused Lord Adachi in oil and simply set him on fire. A very clear message was sent to the samurai: your honor will kill you. Khotun Khan decapitated Lord Adachi to end his suffering and addressed the warriors of Tsushima in their own language, only asking if they would surrender. The Jito, Lord Shimura, called for no mercy against the Mongols, and the samurai stormed Komada Beach. It is now that we join Jin Sakai as he faces the end of his world. While outnumbered dozens over, the samurai are nigh lifelong trained combatants. Jin cuts his way through the initial wave of Mongols on horseback, following the order of his uncle to find the leader and take his head. An artillery weapon hits him from afar, killing his horse and knocking Jin senseless. His uncle saves him from being finished by an invader. The samurai have managed to take this strip of the beach, but so many of them have already been killed. Only a handful remain. Shimura continues to proclaim that they must continue on towards the Khan. They have to push forward, even if it costs them their lives. The corpses of foe and ally alike litter the beach, turning stretches of sand into bloody paste. The surviving samurai take more ground up the shoreline, but Mongols are already pushing through into Tsushima. When Khotun Khan is found, it's by only Jin and Lord Shimura. Despite the odds and the open beach, they'll have to run through, the two of them, to finish the Khan. They make it perhaps halfway, before artillery knocks them off their feet. Jin awakens amidst the corpses of his fellow samurai, an arrow lodged in his back. His uncle, the Jito, Lord Shimura, is feet away, being detained by a Mongol soldier. He rises to reclaim his sword and takes a second arrow to the back. He continues to try to get up, then to crawl to his blade, but darkness takes him. This was a decisive victory for the Mongol invaders, as planned by the Khan. He knew how the samurai would respond to their presence. He knew they would throw themselves into oblivion out of honor and tradition. But what is still an unknown is how the Jito of this island will react to defeat. Khotun approaches Lord Shimura with respect, even giving a slight bow before speaking. His introduction is simple, almost modest, gentle. He does not tower over Lord Shimura, rather he drops before the tied-up man and communicates with him eye to eye. Khotun acknowledges the achievements of Lord Shimura. Remember, he knows well the history and politics of this island. He knows of battles the samurai have won, which others would call unwinnable. Yet Khotun explains with painful clarity why they lost. The samurai sharpened their blades to prepare for battle. He studied them. His forces were too great to be defeated, and he knows exactly where to go and what to do to take this island for himself. So, he asks the Jito, will he surrender? Lord Shimura refuses to answer, so using the blunt side of the samurai's own blade, Khotun Khan knocks him cleanly out. The Mongol general has plans for this little Jito. He will be a valuable captive. As for his nephew, Jin Sakai, he didn't die on that beach, but samurai honor did. By the time Jin awakens, half of Tsushima has been conquered by the Mongols. Someone had found him on that beach and saved him. His wounds are mostly healed, even if they hurt like hell. He's alive and in fair condition, all things considered. Whoever saved him is nowhere to be found, and there's distressing noises nearby. He needs to get up and moving. A village, Komada town, is burning, and an unfamiliar language is in the air. The Mongols are here, torching everything. He needs his armor and weapon, neither of which were at his side when he woke. Jin follows footsteps leading from where he woke up into a nearby ransacked house. There's evidence someone was here sharpening a weapon, and his broken armor is here. It's not much, but better than nothing. Beyond the doors of this house, he fully witnesses what the Mongols are doing to the people. It's a slaughter. These are common folk, they're not soldiers. How could they possibly fight back? A woman orders him back into the house, shuts the door, and asks if he's well enough to run. He says yes, but asks where his weapon is. She says it's not here. But a Mongol approaching the house interrupts their meeting. Jin is sent to hide while this woman handles them, using the good old crying woman strategy. Acting truly hysterical, she directs the Mongol towards food in the house and then stabs him to death. Hell yeah, girl. This is Yuna, a career thief and maker of poor decisions, but rescuing Jin, the samurai, was nigh genius. Yuna needs help with something, and the aid of a warrior will help her get it. What better way to get a samurai's cooperation than to save his life? Get him indebted to her. Smart, isn't it? She found Jin on that beach, carted him back here, and kept him alive. She traded his sword to a man in the village for supplies. Chances are the man is either dead or gone now, so they can go and get it back. Yuna didn't know that this was the nephew of the Jito himself. She's able to tell him that they took Lord Shimura east to Castle Kaneda. And Jin's first thought as a faithful samurai is, I could rush in and kill them all and save the Jito and help him drive the Mongols into the sea, which is admirably motivated but is also pants on head ridiculous. Yuna guides Jin through the burning village, confesses to being a career thief and what she did with his priceless weapon. But Jin isn't easily riled, and she assures him that they will find the katana. The man she sold it to is dead outside of his home, another victim of the Mongols. Thankfully, he had hidden the blade well away. Jin finds his treasure and for a moment recalls his training when he was young, after he was taken in by his uncle, when his anger hadn't yet been tempered. After being assaulted and scarred by another, he daydreamed of vengeance against them, which his uncle gently chastised. Without control over his emotions, he would not master his blade. Lord Shimura spent several important years teaching Jin emotional discipline and restraint that his father never could have. Even when young, Jin believed honor meant protecting those who couldn't fight for themselves, and his uncle impressed upon him that the virtues of a good man would never be easy to achieve, that every day would be a struggle, but he must remain true to honor and to himself. Those lessons are as important and empowering as ever. The blade of Clan Sakai is back where it belongs, and Jin will not back down from these invaders. They need horses, which will require killing Mongols, which Yuna wants to do quietly, but Jin will not allow it. It violates the samurai code to strike from the shadows. So he stands up, walks into the field full of Mongols, and issues a very bold "come at me, bro" to everyone within earshot. And while he does come out the victor, it's another pants-on-head ridiculous moment, courtesy of Jin Sakai and his honor code. To Yuna's immense frustration, this man refuses to do anything other than run at his enemies in the open. Yuna wishes to leave this place, which means leaving the inhabitants here to their fate, whereas Jin wants to save as many lives as possible. So, can he find a middle ground in his tactics? Of the people he saves, a man with a baby tells Jin that he heard Golden Temple is a safe place for refugees. It's a place Jin could send people in the future, a place that he too could find respite. There are still parts of Tsushima holding off the Mongols. There is still hope in salvation. Jin explains to Yuna that he's not going to let more of his people die. He's going to save every life he can. He has a good heart and strong convictions. And he's indebted to her. She tells Jin of her brother Taka, who was taken by the Mongols. She wants to save him, but she needs help. And Jin gets it. He knows why she saved him, and she doesn't deny it, but Jin would do anything for his family, so why should he judge her for doing the same? His priority is his uncle, though. Jin promises that he'll help her out, but not until he saves his family. Yuna insists on going with him. This samurai doesn't seem to understand self-preservation, and she needs his ass alive to save her brother. Jin fights through the remaining Mongols at the stable, claims a horse for himself that he names Kage, and they ride east for Castle Kaneda. Though the castle has been taken, fires still burn in its courtyards and the front gates are wide open. The Mongols have no fear of intruders, let alone an opposing army riding in. And Jin again refuses to do anything other than walk in through the front gates to directly challenge all within. His apparent advantage being that he'll be faster than the Mongols. He is very sure of himself, but also he's not wrong. In a standoff, Jin reads his opponent like a book and cuts through them like meat, and each Mongol that follows is cut down with equal swiftness. They move through the castle grounds from yard to yard, taking out patrols and backup that drip in. The Mongols' greatest advantage lies in their numbers and leadership. Their soldiers' training is far less advanced than that of a samurai, and despite this, they don't attack in big groups, making them trivial to handle. However, closer to the castle itself, that begins to change. The danger becomes greater, and Yuna doesn't wish to proceed. Jin tells her to fall back, to keep the path clear. He will continue on alone. Nothing will change his mind. He will face anything if it means saving Lord Shimura. Not many Mongols present to face this seemingly crazed samurai. When he reaches the bridge to the heart of the castle, there's one last group of Mongols to offer resistance, but that's the last of their efforts. The gates forward are closed, and since Jin isn't the type to search for alternate ways through within the shadows, he calls out a direct challenge to the Khan himself, which is answered by the lumbering man. He's calm, unconcerned, and gives an easy smile when Jin proclaims that he is here to avenge his uncle's honor. Khotun Khan is not interested in Jin in terms of future prospects. He's interested in Lord Shimura. He will use Jin as a teaching tool in that regard. He will show the Jito his nephew, broken, humiliated, begging to join the Mongol Empire. This riles the younger man up, of course. Anything to tilt a combatant is worth it when swords are involved. The Khan answers Jin's challenge with his own blade. They have a duel on the bridge in the pouring rain. Khotun Khan's martial prowess is far beyond that of his soldiers. He blocks and meets Jin's attacks with taunts that throw the younger man off his guard. Every lunge the samurai takes is met with an easy counter. Jin is tense and desperate. The Khan is calmly confident in his status. A few hits from his polearm drops the samurai. Jin is once again defeated. But the Khan doesn't kill him. He asks him to surrender, to show his uncle that he can bring about peace. He can save himself. This doesn't have to be the end. Jin responds by striking the Khan's face with his blade, deeply cutting the Mongol, and then all rationality and composure is dropped. Khotun Khan screams and swings in rage at the samurai, unable to even speak through his own emotion. He takes Jin by the neck, pushes him over the bridge, and Jin Sakai falls far into the ocean waters below. Death once again passes by the samurai. He makes it back to land intact, in good health. This failure reminds him of his father's death when he didn't save Kazumasa's life. Now the same thing has happened here with his uncle, his only family left. He speaks to his blade, asks of his father how he can save Lord Shimura now. And as though in response, the wind picks up to direct him on. If he wants to save Tsushima, save his family, then he has to get up and move. For a while, he runs through the forests back towards the main road. The Mongols will start patrolling soon. They'll start searching for him once they've recovered from his attack on the castle. He finds his way back to the horses where Yuna is waiting. He explains his failure on the bridge and accepts that the Mongol invasion has been successful. He couldn't rush in to honorably save his uncle or liberate Tsushima. It just didn't work against this enemy. He swore to defend his home with his life. So what will he do now that the samurai way has failed? Yuna rightly tells him that they have forgotten what it's like to face someone stronger than themselves. When staring down a seemingly unbeatable enemy, one has to do whatever it takes to survive. Jin knows that the Khan is expecting a war against samurai, and he will always be one step ahead of them because he's taken the time to learn. To save his uncle, he will have to change. He'll have to be the antithesis of dogmatic samurai honor. Yuna is unwilling to let him move on until she has her brother back. But his mission scope is much wider than that now. He needs allies to handle these Mongol invaders, like the famed master archer Sadanobu Ishikawa and Lady Masako Adachi. Yuna promises that her brother is the best blacksmith on the island. He too can be of service to his cause and a valuable ally. If Jin can dream it, then Taka can make it. Yuna rides ahead to scout leads on where Taka may be, to give Jin space so that he can get his bearings, decide his priorities, collect any resources he may immediately need, and search for other samurai. He doesn't find any of the latter, unfortunately. Instead, he's confronted with the terrors of war being inflicted on his people. He tracks Yuna down near a tiny fishing village that was being harassed by Mongols, something she put a decisive end to. The folks here are able to give her a lead. Mongols were marching prisoners upriver, and they believed a blacksmith to be amongst them. Jin knows the camp that they're describing. It's not far away. He will help her out, making Yuna the official first of his allies. This video is supported by patrons on Patreon, YouTube members, and Twitch subs. 怖がらないで日本語を話せます。ひどく。これを作るのに何日にもかかりました。文法は簡単ではない。ちょっと待って。patreon.com/tiptothetank。人前で話すのは初めて。本当に難しい。先生が必要です。それない批評家の声が聞こえてくる。あなたのアクセントは悪いです。文法が悪いよ、ティプト。これらの苦しみは私に力を与えて。ちょっと待って。patreon.com/tiptothetank。練習させてくれてありがとう。あなたが笑顔になるために私はベストを尽くす。ご清聴ありがとうございました。ビデオを楽しみください。今日も何度も笑って。This war has only just begun. Mongols are still constructing camps and forts. And this particular camp is a defensible spot, but there are gaps in the walls that they can sneak in through. Yuna warns him that Mongols kill prisoners if intruders are seen. If he runs in guns blazing, so to speak, they'll kill the captives rather than try to round them up and move them. To him, sneaking in is what a thief would do, and Yuna puts his ass in place. What's wrong with that? He monologues about his honor, his father, his code, and she tells him, fine, don't break his vows, but bend them to save lives. He's seen firsthand what came of samurai honor. He was defeated twice over because of it. Against a foe like this, he must be willing to change, to find balance. At night, within the grounds of the Mongol camp, Jin has to decide, is opening a man's throat less honorable than dooming innocent lives? He chooses his people. He chooses the innocent. And for the first time in his life, he sneaks behind a man, plunges his weapon into his neck, repeatedly stabs him, and holds his mouth shut until he dies. He recalls a time when he was newly in the care of his uncle, when his emotions were still explosive. He had a barbarous side to him, fed by his sense of superiority as a noble of Tsushima. His uncle patiently, consistently reminded him that they were not barbarians. They must always act with honor. Even when attacked by a bandit on the road, when Jin's rage towards them came out, Lord Shimura's lessons remained steadfast. Samurai do not act out of anger or fear, even against a criminal who has done them harm. Young Jin was ordered to carry out the execution of that attacker, but to do so with courage, with respect, and to look the man in the eyes. Only cowards strike from the shadows. What would Lord Shimura think of Jin now? They stealth and kill their way through the Mongols, freeing all prisoners as they go, completely avoiding detection. The final prisoner they save is not Taka, though. This man was formerly a Straw Hat Ronin, a group of mercenaries who weren't able to become samurai. They're not the most savory type, but their allegiances can generally be bought. He explains that the Straw Hats have been struggling. He doesn't give a lot of details, but he says that they're losing members because their leader can't keep them fed. He tells Jin where he can find the Straw Hats. Maybe he can add them to his list of allies against the Mongols. As for Taka, he doesn't know of anyone by that name, but the Mongols have been collecting prisoners at a place called Azumo Bay. Yuna is going to move on to track down a friend that could help them get into Azumo Bay while Jin goes about his own affairs. She reminds him that Taka can forge whatever he needs, but once they've paid Jin back, she and Taka will be leaving Tsushima for the mainland. He asks that they remain through the war to help reclaim the island, but her only loyalty is to her brother, not an island or people that she doesn't know. She only wants to keep him safe, and Tsushima is going to become a hellscape. She tells him where she'll be, thanks him for his willingness to compromise, and takes her leave. Jin has a few choices before him: find the Master Archer, the Lady of House Adachi, or rescue the blacksmith. For some time, he rides and lives amongst the people of Tsushima. He's beyond the comforts of a stronghold or a castle. He sees how they live, understands the dire dangers they're facing on the roads. The Lord of Clan Sakai witnesses the suffering of his people and how the failures of tradition and codes have impacted them directly. These are moments, experiences that will define him, help him change, and make easier the choices that will come to him later. He is of the people, not above them. From haiku writing, to following divine messengers to shrines, to climbing mountains, to pay respects and pray, to saving families from invaders, Jin now truly works in service to his homeland. Hard to believe that this is the same person who just about 15 years prior was talking about feeding men to bears because he felt entitled to do so. And who just a few days ago stood up in a field and issued a come at me bro to Mongol forces because sneaking was only for scumlords. Now who's the scumlord, Jin? He decides to first find the Master Archer, Sensei Sadanobu Ishikawa. He is a man who has long lived with regret. He once served a prominent family, Clan Nagao. Ishikawa had taken one of them on as a student, a samurai named Hiyonori, whom the master taught his famed Way of the Bow. But Ishikawa didn't see the darkness within his student. Hiyonori used Ishikawa's teachings against his own family in an attempt to seize control of Clan Nagao for himself. Hiyonori killed many in his clan, but ultimately failed and was killed. Ishikawa himself took blame for giving the would-be usurper such a thorough education, which Ishikawa did not protest against. He blamed himself for not seeing the warning signs, hated that he had helped create a monster. Sadanobu Ishikawa was quietly allowed to leave, and a story was created to cover up Hironori Nagao's deeds. Ishikawa set up his own dojo near his hometown at Hiyoshi Springs, but he did not take on any students. About 10 years ago, Jin had tried to become Ishikawa's student, but the master refused to take him on without giving any reasons as to his decision. Perhaps he saw something within Jin that he didn't trust, that he feared. Ishikawa did not want to train more monsters. But sometime later, a peasant girl named Tomoe went to his dojo, and she refused to leave. She was already a truly spectacular archer. She had a natural talent. Eventually, Ishikawa gave in and trained Tomoe. He came to see her as a daughter, though he was extremely hard on her while training. Before the Mongol invasion had begun, he had hoped to adopt Tomoe so that she could carry on his legacy after he died. But a rift grew between them, one that the master will be unwilling to speak about with Jin. There are signs of foul play at the dojo, things overturned or destroyed, blood, but not enough to kill someone. Footprints lead up to Ishikawa's small house, and inside, the master archer has his weapon pointed straight at the door. Jin's lucky that he's not the type to panic. Ishikawa is very direct, blunt, to the point of perhaps being a bit difficult to tolerate. He recognizes Jin and is surprised to see that he survived at Komoda Beach. He says that he wasn't at the invasion because he was attacked by bandits on his way there, but he offers nothing beyond that. Hearing that Lord Shimura is alive is good news. He too believes that so long as the Jito lives, there is hope for Tsushima. But he can offer no aid to Jin right now. His student is missing, and he will not leave until they are found. So, if Jin wants his aid, he'll have to help Ishikawa first. The sensei tells Jin a bit about Tomoe as they go, and why he chose to take a peasant girl on as a student but not him. They track Tomoe's footprints through the hills directly towards a Mongol fort. The roads are being patrolled by invaders, and there are signs that a small camp just off the road was attacked. They find Tomoe's quiver amongst the things left behind there, and Ishikawa says that she would never leave it behind. It was a gift that she cherished. There are no signs of anyone being killed here, so he suspects that she was captured by the Mongols and taken to a nearby fort. They could be torturing her, interrogating her, or she could already be dead. Ishikawa gives, or rather lends, to Jin one of his bows. It was a gift from his former employer, a perfectly balanced weapon that he expects Jin to be worthy of. Once he is confident that Lord Sakai won't mangle it with clumsy hands, they approach the hills around the fort to scout the area. Ishikawa's tactics are more akin to Yuna's than a traditional samurai's, yet he still observes his own stringent honor codes. They will draw the Mongols out, cold their numbers with fire and their own explosives, and delay their approach by shooting beehives. All they have to do is wait for the perfect time to start shooting. Later in the day, the Mongols open the gates and start moving around the fort. Once a patrol exits and starts moving down the road, they strike. Their arrows create mayhem and confusion amidst the ranks. After all, how are you supposed to fight off a swarm of bees getting into the gaps of your armor, quickly followed up by the grass around you being on fire? Once the Mongols figure out what's happening, the shootout between the two parties gets underway, with the Master Samurai and Lord Sakai taking victory on the field. Now to clean sweep stragglers in the fort and search for Tomoe. There are corpses all over the place, but none of them are the young student. Ishikawa does find something of hers, though, a pendant, which escalates his distress. The Mongols did take Tomoe, but inside the fort itself, they find her kimono in what appears to be her personal quarters. She may have been a captive, but the Mongols freed her. In another building, they find a scroll of archery terms with Mongolian translations next to them. Tomoe was teaching them the way of the bow. She's a traitor. They check the shooting range and find her arrows. Ishikawa recognizes their design, and whoever shot them was an expert. There is a single man alive amongst the captives, but he's not long for this world. He tells them that the Mongols caged them, but a woman amongst them was set free. They gave her armor and weapons, and the woman killed all the captives herself. This man is the last of her victims in this camp. Ishikawa mutters that he should have killed Tomoe. He tells Jin that it wasn't bandits that attacked him on his way to Komoda Beach, it was Tomoe. This all confirms his fears. His prize student is now training Mongols in his way of the bow. Every invader she teaches is a greater threat to their people. Something like this could evolve their tactics, snowball into even more mayhem on the island. She has to be hunted down and killed. If Jin will vow to aid Ishikawa in this, then the Lord Sakai will have his aid in whatever may come. En route to the next lead, the master archer explains a bit about Tomoe and the complexity of the situation. She doesn't feel fear. She kills without hesitation. Jin questions if she can be convinced to return to their side. But Ishikawa is set against even entertaining the idea. He knows Tomoe, her abilities, her psychology, her motivations, how dangerous a person like her is when backed into a corner. Lord Sakai continues to give her the benefit of the doubt, offers excuses for her behavior, despite Ishikawa's insistence otherwise. The master archer tests the younger man as they go. He makes Jin track footsteps, climb difficult terrain, fight Mongol ambushes, and sternly puts Jin in his place when he pushes back against his methods. Jin even comments that Ishikawa's difficult nature and harsh tests are the reason Tomoe turned on him. Hurtful words that Ishikawa just laughs off. Her trail leads them to suffering and death. The Mongols have been using innocent people as target practice. What few they do manage to save speak of a woman leading the Mongols, that she mentioned going to the nearby Hiyoshi Hot Springs. Ishikawa's first student in Clan Nagao turned out to be a murderous monster, and it's happening again with Tomoe. And now he's teaching Jin Sakai, who he has seen fight in ways that are not of the samurai. It makes him quite uncomfortable. Is Jin a guardian or a killer? Ishikawa understands war and brutality. He understands difficult choices, regret, and doing what one must to save others. But he sees something within Jin that troubles him, and he will not train another monster. Jin's assurances that he is not a killer are met with silence and a shift in focus from Ishikawa. They need to get back to Hiyoshi Hot Springs, near his dojo. There's a small town there that couldn't possibly defend themselves against Tomoe and the Mongols. Ishikawa goes on ahead to scout around the hot springs while Jin readies himself for a fight. The archer discovers that travelers have been shot down on the roads around the little town. The Mongols are isolating it. Tomoe has taught them that just a few archers, strategically placed, can control the roads in and out of an entire town. By strategizing where they would post archers, they're able to find and kill the invaders trying to take control over the area. The Mongol leader of this particular operation discloses very personal information about Ishikawa before he dies, that these people will beg for mercy just like the victims of Hironori Nagao did. The public had been told that Hironori Nagao had died fighting bandits, not that he'd tried to violently take over his own clan. Tomoe is playing psychological games against her master now, and Ishikawa refuses to acknowledge his past to Jin. It hurts too much, it's too shameful for him. He told those things to Tomoe, so she would understand how much it meant that he took her on as a student. But Jin drops it. He won't push the master samurai on the topic. The people of Hiyoshi Springs are more important than a troubled past. They may have lessened the dangers on the roads, but Tomoe will not give up Hiyoshi Springs easily. There will be an attack against it. The two of them travel to Ishikawa's dojo to strategize their final defense here. Ishikawa is so tilted by Tomoe's actions that he's willing to let the town fall if it means she lets her guard down, a prospect Jin absolutely will not allow. They will act as a two-man army against the Mongols, not sacrifice innocent lives. A large group of Mongols attack the dojo, but it's clearly not enough to kill them. It's enough to delay them. The attack is already beginning and they've been caught wholly unprepared. They'll just have to wing it. Ishikawa knows that she will strike at the town's weakest defense point, near the waterfalls. Fortunately for them, that will also require the Mongols to approach in the open. From their own vantage point, the two of them are able to kill every Mongol that runs down the road, despite enemy archers taking shots at them. If any get too close, Jin is at the ready to cut them down. They kill dozens, littering the hillside with Mongol corpses, but Tomoe herself isn't amongst them. She's at the dojo, setting the Clan Nagao banner on fire as a mockery to her former master. Ishikawa tells Jin of his first student, of the monster he helped create. It was decades ago, but it still haunts him. Tomoe knew what this all meant to him, and she's using it against him. Jin reminds him that while he cannot undo his past or change Tomoe, he did something great here. He saved an entire town. The hunt for Tomoe will continue, but Ishikawa promises Jin that when it is time to save Lord Shimura from the Mongols at Castle Kaneda, he will be there to help. Lady Masako Adachi is one of Tsushima's greatest warriors. Her husband was killed at Komoda Beach. He was set on fire by the Khan himself. She is sure to seek revenge, and her aid would be invaluable. Clan Adachi were known as the Builders at their founding. They built the Great Golden Temple and the lighthouses all about Tsushima. They were also masterful at destroying structures during wartime, breaking sieges. Their estate is a fair distance to the south, and Jin hits roadblock after roadblock en route to it, so much so that he's completely thrown off course and ends up west of the estate, at the Golden Temple. This place is a rare safe haven for the people of Tsushima pushed out of their homes. Distractions abound, there's no shortage of people who need help, or foxes that need chased, or hot springs that need sat in, or haikus that need written. Before he knows it, Jin is so far southwest, and he starts hearing rumors of the Straw Hat Ronin being in the area. He'd rescued a former member of the mercenary group a while back, and had been told that their services may be bought. A burning Mongol convoy is the first sign he finds of the Ronin. A group of attackers royally thrashed these invaders. Jin follows the trails of blood and corpses up the road and finds one of the Straw Hat Ronin, a familiar face, who knows Jin Sakai on sight, his childhood friend and cohort, Ryuzo. They share a laugh, but there is pain between these two, one that perhaps Jin is oblivious to. Ryuzo was a commoner, Jin was nobility. 3 years ago, they fought one another at a tournament hosted by the Lord of Clan Nagao. It was a chance for Ryuzo to rise above his station in life, win a chance at becoming a samurai. But Jin fought with unnecessary viciousness and defeated Ryuzo in a duel, costing him his dream. Ryuzo became a Ronin, a warrior for hire, and resented Jin for the way that he fought during their duel. The Straw Hats were at Komoda Beach, which Jin was completely oblivious to. Ryuzo witnessed the bloodbath of the Mongol invasion. Many of the Ronin were killed, including their leader. They have been suffering, trying to stabilize ever since, but the group is falling apart. There's no one to hire them, supplies are hard to come by, they have no income, they're constantly fighting Mongols on the road. Ryuzo has taken a leadership position amongst them. He wants to take care of his men, keep them fed. So when Jin asks if they'll aid the samurai in saving Lord Shimura, he's not warm to the idea. The Ronin don't have a lot of love for the Jito. Why would they risk their lives again for a single man? Jin promises that once Tsushima is liberated, the Ronin can have anything they ask for. Ryuzo doesn't promise anything, but he says that his men might be interested. They fight their way through a band of Mongols together, but returning to the Ronin camp without supplies or money doesn't feel like a victory for Ryuzo. A man on the road tells them that Mongols have been robbing travelers and taking supplies to Fort Ohira nearby, which will make life for the Ronin even more difficult. They're being reduced to scavengers. They chat about the Ronin's plight and Ryuzo's wants as they go. Jin, rather cruelly, alludes to Ryuzo being made a samurai if he cooperates, like it's a carrot on a stick or a prize. It seems there are enough Ronin left to make up a small army, and if the Mongols are hoarding food, maybe that could be a down payment on their loyalty. At the Ronin camp, Jin is introduced, and he immediately blurts out a plan to raid Fort Ohira, circumventing Ryuzo's leadership in the group. The Ronin leads Jin through the camp, chastising him for not discussing such a plan with him first, which Jin defends, saying he just wanted to give them hope, that he meant no disrespect. Jin is accustomed to people around him being subservient, to being the ultimate decision-maker due to his status in life. He may be a gentle-voiced and kind man, but it's an aspect of his personality that is a little hard to deal with. Ryuzo gets Jin a set of straw hat armor so he can blend in with the group, and promises that if they can get the food at Fort Ohira, then they'll help Jin out. His foremost concern is his men. It's an easy agreement to make, so long as Jin remembers who is the one leading the Straw Hats. The Ronin will go ahead to scout the fort, and when Jin is ready, he joins them at an old cemetery nearby their target. This fort is awkwardly split into two sections, with one on the high ground near a lighthouse and the other down on the beach, but they can use this to their advantage. If Jin Sneaky McSneaky Pants can take out their emergency signals on the lighthouse, the lower part of the fort will have no idea that the upper part is being attacked. He stealths and kills his way through a section of the camp, creeps up into the lighthouse and destroys the emergency signals, and the Ronin flood in to attack the upper fort. The Mongols haven't even bothered to keep the front gate closed. They just go right in and maul their way through the upper section. But there's no food stored here, and there are hardly any supplies. Paperwork on one of the dead Mongols indicates that their stores had been moved offshore to boats nearby. To Ryuzo, this means that it's beyond their reach, a lost cause. But Jin, ever the man with the plan, is willing to risk it all for the literal biscuits. The duo scout the beach camp and decide that a few well-placed archers could cause one hell of a distraction at the front of the camp, while the two of them take off with one of their little boats near the back. It would keep Ryuzo's men away from real danger, and there won't be any reinforcements to back up the remaining Mongols, which might add to the confusion. Ryuzo and Jin sneak their way down the hillside, and right on cue, the Ronin hiding in the hills start lobbing arrows down onto the Mongols, killing dozens, setting off explosions, burning men alive. Ryuzo and Jin only have to cut their way through a few of them on the shoreline to reach the boat they need. And a big bonus, the chaos on shore has distracted all the Mongols on the boats too. No one notices them creeping in and cutting their way through the ship in search of food. The first one has nothing on it. They'll have to move on to the next ship, which means going out in the open. Each ship is connected via makeshift bridges, but once they're out of the first ship's cargo hold, they're committed to killing every Mongol they find. Jin finds military plans within one of the holds, locations that the Mongols are planning to take, and a page with potential supply lines between them. They do finally find the food stores. It's enough to feed all the Ronin for a long time, but Mongol reinforcements are sailing in, and they would rather burn their ships than let their enemies take them. The two of them barely escape the ships. They've lost the food that Jin said they could have, and Ryuzo knows that his men won't respond well to this. He urges Jin to give him the paperwork and the map that he found. He needs to bring his men something, lest they lose faith in him as a leader. In return for it, Ryuzo promises that when the retaking of Castle Kaneda begins, the Straw Hat Ronin will be there to aid him. Since Jin has ventured so far south, he will see about rescuing the great blacksmith Taka at Azamo Bay. The thief Yuna has gone ahead to find a friend of hers who lives in the area, and Jin hears them long before he sees them, arguing over some past scheme that went sideways. This is Kenji, the most charismatic, brave, and convincing man in Tsushima. These two have known each other for years, and they bicker like it too. Yuna wants him to smuggle them into Azamo Bay, because even if Kenji is a little morally questionable, he's one hell of a swindler. He makes and sells his own sake, and he owes Yuna a favor or three for past deals gone bad. He is going to smuggle them into the extremely fortified Azamo Bay in his cart, whether he likes it or not. Kenji has done so much business with, and his sake is so loved by, the Mongols that they don't even check his carts. They let him right into their camps. As they walk, Kenji says that while he has not seen Taka at Azamo Bay, someone has begun working the forges there. Mongol patrols are much further out on the roads than they were previously. Even Kenji is surprised to see them so quickly. The inhabitants of Azamo Bay that weren't outright killed have been made slaves to the Mongols, and half the town itself has been burned to the ground. Kenji lets them out at a safe space within the walls and promises that he'll do his best to keep the Mongols drunk and distracted. And when they're done, he'll meet them behind the town for another safe transport. Of all the people in Azamo Bay, Kenji is probably the one they need to worry the least about. In fact, Kenji's presence will give them their best chance at succeeding. The Mongols are happy to see him. Their focus is away from patrolling, and what few there are around the roads and houses are easy to avoid or kill in a dark corner. What's frustrating are the executions taking place. They cannot intervene to save them. If the alarm is raised, the Mongols will start killing all the prisoners. They find Taka on the other side of town at the forge, trying to rest, and about 3 seconds away from being killed. He has been worked to the point of exhaustion, but the Mongols allow no rest for their prisoners. Yuna kills the guard before he can strike Taka, and finally the two are reunited. Yuna raised her brother. Their mother was an aggressive drunk who used her children as outlets for her chaotic emotions. When Taka was 6, his mother broke his arm, so Yuna gathered her brother and they ran away. It was the last time they saw their mother. She became fiercely protective of her brother and did everything she could to shield him from the world, but they continually found themselves in dark, desperate places that no children should have to survive in. Taka is terrified of fleeing. What if they're caught? But Yuna introduces Jin as Lord Sakai, and this man seems a savior figure to the traumatized blacksmith. Confident, well-equipped, calm, forceful. Furthermore, this strong man says that he needs Taka's help. This is his chance to be brave, so Taka immediately follows his directions. The three of them move quietly but quickly to the nearest exit, but it's not long until the body of the Mongol that Yuna killed is found. The alarms are raised and their stealthy escape becomes a dash for the door. Thankfully, no one is guarding the back road. They're able to jump the fence, run down the road into cover before Mongol patrols make it back to Azamo Bay. They did it. And good old Kenji arrives right on cue at the crossroads with horses for each of them. Now they just need to put as much distance between themselves and Azamo Bay as possible before sunlight. Kenji leads them north, to a place where they can overlook a settlement called Kamutsu Forge, where the best forge in all of Tsushima is. Kenji, Yuna, and Taka will ride ahead to check the place out, while Jin sees to his own affairs for a while. There were other prisoners at Azamo Bay. He doesn't wish to leave them to suffer. It's one of many places that he will see liberated from the Mongols. With each camp, fort, town, and settlement Jin clears, the island becomes safer and his own reputation grows. Soon, the citizens of Tsushima begin to trade whispered stories about the mysterious man fighting back against the Mongol invaders. With the blacksmith saved and the promised aid of the master archer and the straw hat Ronin, Jin goes back north towards the Adachi estate to seek out Lady Masako Adachi herself. But what a terrible thing to behold. The estate has been attacked. No one responds to Jin's calls. There are arrows impaled everywhere, blood spatters on the ground, and Lady Adachi is nowhere to be found. A group of bandits rush Jin from the guest house. This was not a place where samurai were housed after the events at Komoda Beach. The women, children, and elderly of the clan were here. The women of this clan were known to be trained fighters, and there are signs of violence taking place in the main house. So they did fight back against whatever happened here, and the stables are empty, so maybe they escaped whoever attacked the estate. Jin follows tracks leading up out of the estate, up a road littered with arrows until he finds a dead horse belonging to the Adachi. Masako Adachi is here, and her first instinct is to fire on him, though she withdraws once she recognizes that it's Jin. Lady Adachi was a dear friend of Jin's mother. When he was growing up, the two families would meet up at lakes for the children to play together. She has known Jin all his life, and now she looks hollow, like she hasn't slept in days. She was told no samurai escaped Komoda Beach. Her husband, her two sons, they were there. They never came home, but she received no word of what became of them. Jin tells her that Lord Adachi died a warrior's death defending their home. She does not need to know the terror of how he died or the disrespect of it. Masako asks why he's here, and Jin asks that Clan Adachi aid him in saving the life of Lord Shimura. And she tells him bluntly that Clan Adachi is dead. Her entire family was wiped out in one horrific attack, not by Mongols, but by Japanese. Their own people butchered the clan. She does not want his help. She doesn't intend to end this story with her life and doesn't want to be a part of Jin's death. He insists on helping. He knows what it is to be the last of one's family. And she tentatively agrees and asks Jin to ride with her for a while. She tells him of what happened at the estate while the events at Komoda Beach were underway. A large group came to the estate and started killing everyone. Lady Adachi's sister took the children and fled, but they didn't survive. Lady Adachi fought hard alongside the daughters and wives of the clan, but they were vastly outnumbered, and at the end of it all, she was alone. She has spent several days collecting the bodies of her kin all on her own and burying them each at the family graveyard. There was no mercy, even for the children. Somebody wanted every trace of Clan Adachi erased. These people were builders, fine swordsmen, but not war lovers. Who would do this to a family of samurai protectors? They ride together to the Golden Temple, but she does not wish to go inside. She asks Jin to go instead, to tell a monk named Sogen what has become of her family, and to collect from the armorer a set of Clan Adachi armor that was meant for one of her sons. Now it will go to Jin, and she will meet him on the other side of the temple when he is ready. The monk Sogen tells Jin that he hasn't seen any unsavory sorts come through the temple, and that Lady Adachi is welcome to enter and stay with the other survivors. He seems uneasy about the interaction. The armor that Jin collects is beautiful. He dons it immediately and goes to meet Lady Adachi. When they're back together, Lady Adachi lets Jin in on something. The monk Sogen appeared at her estate at the start of the season, as soon as news of the Mongols arriving got out. She believes that he was someone's scout, and that the war outbreak was used to cover somebody's tracks. She had sent Jin in to speak with Sogen because she knew that it would rile the monk up, freak him out a little bit to hear that Lady Adachi was alive and nearby. She was exactly correct. Not long after Jin's departure, the monk is on the road. They follow him down the road to an abandoned house. Sogen openly speaks with the bandits there about Masako being alive, having the aid of a samurai, and that he wants them to go kill the two. Lady Adachi won't give them the chance to leave this property. She orders the monk be kept alive and for everyone else to be killed. The two of them cut down every single bandit, letting none of them flee their revenge, and Masako corners the monk in the house for questioning. He tries to justify the murder of children with observations of a changing world, that men of vision must rise to face it, and that the old ways must be put to rest. Those were Lady Adachi's grandchildren they slaughtered. Her daughters, sister, her people. Her rage is all-consuming. She kills Sogen before they can pry out of him the name of his master. Jin doesn't chastise or object to her impulsive action. He understands well how it feels to lose your family. The two of them search the property for a potential lead, finding a list of conspirators and a clan symbol that neither of them recognize. They believe it to be a new rival clan. Jin promises that when Lord Shimura hears of this, he will aid Lady Adachi in finding these traitors. Jin, too, will do whatever it takes to see justice served. They meet again at the Golden Temple, where Masako tells him of the conspirator named Sadao, the headman of the Adachi estate. She has discovered that he fled to a place called Kuta the night her family was wiped out. But who knows where he is now? He's almost certainly heard that she is alive, and he's almost certainly gone into hiding. But his brother Hachi is a fool. They could possibly find Sadao through him. He's carting food down a nearby road, completely out in the open, so they follow him. As they run, it becomes more and more apparent that Lady Adachi is falling apart. She's not sleeping, eating, resting. She's obsessed with finding her family's killers. Her decision-making is compromised. They find Hachi and his cart along the road and follow him to a crossroad where bandits greet him. At first, it looks like a potential holdup, but Hachi passes them a note, and the bandits depart without robbing him. These men are more valuable than Hachi right now, so they shift targets and follow the bandits instead. The men talk about Sadao himself and the evil deeds of the man. He is the sort that has no issue stealing, plotting, and killing if it benefits himself. Entire groups, families if he deems it necessary. The bandits lead them to a woodcutter's house, surrounded by men that she recognizes as Sadao's cousins. In her eagerness for revenge, she rushes the field to start killing everyone here. Jin doesn't try to stop her. He quickly follows to aid her in the battle. Lady Adachi doesn't save anyone for questioning, but there's somebody inside the house. Jin asks that she allow him to speak with them first. Masako is just too quick to kill potential information sources. And the person inside the house is Sadao's wife, Hina. Sadao left her orders to take her own life should she be captured, but the woman is terrified, clearly unwilling to do that, and cries that her husband is innocent. It was the Mongols that killed Clan Adachi. They will take her to the Adachi estate for questioning, and Hina knows that Masako wants her dead. Jin promises that no harm will come to her, but how can she trust the promises of a stranger? Once back at the Adachi estate, Hina just wails and cries every time Masako approaches, which is really starting to grind down the lady's patience. Jin tries his hand and gets a bit more than crying, but not by much. They want to know where her husband is, which she claims to not know, but she agrees to think about a place that he might be once Jin promises that he'll do what he can to save her husband's life. Jin knows that Sadao is a dead man walking. Lady Adachi is going to eat this man alive, but he's willing to accept a failure in keeping that promise if it means justice for Lady Adachi. Jin and the lady walk away from the estate to have a private conversation and to give Hina a moment to think. Masako no longer views this place as her home. It's a place where she watched her family die. She's haunted by the memories that it conjures. They sit overlooking the hills, and she talks about times that she spent here with her grandchildren, making songs to celebrate the seasons changing. Those are sounds that she will never get to hear again. Jin plays a melody for her to give her just a few moments of peace with her memories, to make her final moments in this once sacred place a good one. Lady Adachi will not return to these grounds once this is over. There's nothing left for her here. Hina's screams interrupt the conclusion of their conversation. Someone is attacking her. They rush back but find that someone has already butchered her and run off. The two of them follow the tracks into the woods, discussing who could have killed Hina. It had to have been Sadao's men to keep her from talking. Lady Adachi had made sure that other people saw them traveling together on the road. She used Hina as bait to draw out Sadao's men, a cruel tactic that Jin strongly disapproves of. She sacrificed Hina. They find the assassin in the custody of Mongols. How unfortunate for him. They've already cut him deep. They've not got much time left to get information out of him. They run the Mongol forces down and find the assassin to be Hachi, Sadao's brother. He claims that he was trying to free Hina, but she refused to leave, started to make a noise, and so he killed her to shut her up. He didn't go there with the intention of killing her. He dies before he reveals any information about Sadao. On his corpse is a map of routes that he took when delivering supplies. It's a long shot, but Sadao might be hiding out at one of them. While Lady Adachi goes to bury Hina, Jin heads off to a nearby survivors camp to speak with the monk in charge, to ask what he might know of these supply routes. And the monk, Junshin, is a familiar face from Golden Temple. He's also the man responsible for setting up all the camps on the route. This map does show a stop that's not one of his camps, though, Ariake's lighthouse, a place that he knows has been taken over by bandits. The two of them ride together to the lighthouse, and as soon as it is in sight, Masako Adachi runs straight in. Jin clears out the men on the rocks and around the blockades, while she runs straight through to the lighthouse, leaving him to handle the bandits alone. When Jin is done, he bolts for the lighthouse too, and a man, Sadao, and Lady Adachi are screaming at one another. It ends with him wishing she died with her family, and her agreeing with the sentiment. She kills the traitor Sadao before Jin can reach him. Masako Adachi has lost everything that she loved to satisfy the hatreds of another. She's alone in the world, and she doesn't want to be a part of it anymore. Jin relates to that hopelessness. He felt it on Komoda Beach when the samurai were killed. Death was an easier option to what he's doing now, one that he nearly gave into. But he continues because his people need him, and the dead must be avenged. She accepts Jin's part in her life now, his part in her warpath. There are more traitors on her list to find, and Ajito to be saved. She promises that when it's time to retake Castle Kaneda, she will be there to help. But first, she has personal matters to see to. Jin goes about his business for some time, helping the people of Tsushima, but he hears rumor of Lady Adachi traveling northwest towards Komoda Beach, where the invasion began. He hasn't been back there since that terrible day, but it's sure to be a hotbed of Mongol activity. He journeys there as well, to confront his own dark memories and help Lady Adachi in any way that he can. She is cutting her way through a band of Mongols when he finds her. He joins in the fray, collects his fair share of heads, and asks the lady what her business here is. She's already found her husband. She was looking for her sons. It's clear that she's barely able to hold herself together. She wants to find their bodies to get closure, to see them buried properly. And of course, Jin offers to help in the search. As they search up the beach, Jin tells her more about that day, of the bravery of all within Clan Adachi. Not a single one of them fled the field. The banners of the clan guide them in the direction that they move together. They even find banners from her brother-in-law's clan. Jin finds the body of his horse, tells Masako of nearly dying, being saved by his uncle, and she tells him the stories of the Adachi soldiers that she recognizes, their names, why they were here on the beach. They find the body of a man named Ujikage, who was a friend of her son's. She knows that he would have stayed at their sides until the very end. And Lady Adachi does find her boys, not far away, hanging from a tree. The journey back to her family cemetery is far too dangerous to transport them home. She wishes she could bury them with their wives and children, but the war has made that impossible. When her sons were little, they loved to play at the lighthouse here. If she could choose a place to bury them, it would be there. They will have to clear the area of Mongol invaders, but it's a task that they're both willing to undertake. As they journey, Masako speaks of her family, more about her boys. She feels guilty that she is alive and they are not, as though she somehow failed as a mother. As soon as they arrive, she's off her horse and charging headfirst into the Mongols at the tower. There could be 100 of them here, and she would still rush in to face them. They kill every man on that hill, and when reinforcements show up, they slowly cut their way through them too. None of these Mongols will be mourned or buried. But Lady Adachi will see that her boys are. They collect their bodies and bury them side by side next to the lighthouse, overlooking the ocean. They share with each other their feelings of loss, Jin as a son who lost his mother, and Masako as a mother who lost her sons. They give one another perspectives that those on the other side would feel for the ones that they left behind. It won't ease the pain of their loss, but neither of them are alone in their grief. For now, they have to part ways. She would like some time alone with her sons. There was someone that Jin Sakai forgot. How could he possibly move against Castle Kaneda without Kenji? Far to the south, the roguish sake brewer has managed to get himself into trouble. Not unique, but he's causing trouble for locals too. He uses a lot of we language for a farm that isn't his, but he at least seems to be trying to help these people out. Probably. Mongols have been coming to this farm to forcibly take food, and now they have hostages. Since the events at Azamo Bay, the Mongols have connected Kenji to Lord Sakai. His favor with them has gone, as is his cushy trade agreement. He's been trying to find someplace safe to resettle, but, well, nowhere is safe. And the northern regions of Tsushima are cut off from the lower lands. There's not a lot of real estate to hide in. Kenji takes him to the beach, where the farmers have to leave all the food they grow, hunt, and scavenge for the enemy. And he lays out his plan for Jin. He'll smuggle him into the Mongol camp by hiding in a sake barrel. Kenji's great plan is to, once again, hide him inside of something. But if it works, right? Well, of course it works. How dare Jin even question his sage wisdom on such a thing? There are many hostages in this little camp, so Jin just starts assassinating his way through the enemy. The farmers are safe. They no longer have to give all their food to the Mongols, but it turns out that they have a few bones to pick with Kenji over all of this. He's the one that brokered the food deal with the Mongols in the first place, after he tried to cheat them out of a prior trade agreement. He says he wasn't expecting the Mongols to notice that he'd cheated them so quickly. Jin expresses grave disappointment in Kenji's actions, which surprisingly rather hurts Kenji. He seems to want Jin's approval to do something good for Tsushima. He promises that he can. Well, if Kenji is all the way down here, chances are Taka has been hard at work at Kamutsu, forging a new tool for Jin, something that will help him get into Castle Kaneda. It's been a while since he's seen the blacksmith or the thief, so he journeys his way back north towards the Kamutsu forge. He arrives to find it crawling with Mongols. The first person he finds is Yuna. She explains that the survivors of Kamutsu and Taka are in hiding. The Mongols came here and took prisoners, killed anyone who fought back, and are clearing the town for themselves. Yuna wants to flee the town, but Jin believes that they can hold it. The forge is too valuable to give up, and this is an important stretch of land to keep. They help out townsfolk as they make their way to the forge where the other survivors are. And Taka is glad to see Jin again. He's ready to start making the tool that Jin needs to get into the castle, but running the forge will create smoke that the Mongols are sure to see. Jin assures him that they're going to drive them out, so Taka explains what he'll need. First off, he needs his assistant, Yukio, who's somewhere in town looking for his wife. There are a lot of Mongols in the town, but these are just the scouting parties. This town is large enough that it could house a small army if they move in. Jin decides he wants to lure the Mongols to the forge, light it up, let them see the smoke, and pick them off as they trickle in to investigate. He finds Yukio and the other survivors hiding on the upper level of a ransacked house, but he won't go back to the forge without his wife. He believes she and her sister are hiding nearby at the river. Jin guides them down the path, and the sounds of women screaming break the otherwise silence of Komatsu. Yukio's wife and sister have been found, and they're being chased down. Jin kills the Mongols with such ferocity that Yukio's wife says that he fights like an animal, or a demon. They're almost ready to relight that great forge. Yuna departed to collect a family from across the river. She hasn't come back yet, though, so he'll venture out to make sure that things are okay and help guide everyone to safety. Yuna explains to him that the family she's trying to help took Taka in as an apprentice. They're owed a great debt for their kindness, and right now, they're being interrogated by the Mongols, asking where the samurai is. They take out the outer patrols quietly and then rush into the house. These are the last of the survivors to save. With them delivered to the forge, it's time to light it up. As expected, once the smoke starts billowing out, Mongols move in to investigate. Had the invaders gathered and attacked as a single, large unit, these survivors never would have stood a chance. But they arrive in waves. They're loud and ignore cover. Their sloppy tactics cost them dearly, as it only takes a few well-trained fighters to control the choke points around the forge. It takes what feels like hours, but the Komatsu forge is liberated. The commoners that he protected have never seen a samurai fight the way that Jin does. Yuna takes this opportunity to create a rallying folklore. Jin isn't a samurai. He's a vengeful spirit returned from the grave to slaughter the Mongols. And the people stare at him, aghast, amazed. Taka, the foremost amongst them. He stares wide-eyed at Jin and asks, where do they hide next? And Lord Sakai tells him that they won't be hiding. They're going to fight back by keeping the forge lit and making weapons to save their Jito. Jin questions Yuna's choice in calling him a vengeful spirit, but she didn't ask his opinion on it because it wasn't for him. It was for the people here, to give them something to believe in, and they seemed to like the story, so he's stuck with it. News of Jin Sakai's deeds and tactics have reached Khotun, And the man well knows how unbending Lord Shimura's samurai code is, so he starts to use it against the Jito. He tells Lord Shimura that Jin has strayed from the warrior's path and is becoming what the Jito hates. But he can save Jin. All he has to do is surrender to the Mongols and their war path of peace. Lord Shimura has been subjected to these manipulative tactics for weeks now, but he is held strong against it. He's figured out that the Khan wants to use him and what forces are left of Tsushima to overthrow the shogun on the mainland. And he's having none of it. Jin has time to spend while Taka works his magic at the forge. He, of course, ventures out, sees to helping the people of Tsushima, liberates the hell out of Mongol-controlled camps and forts, collects spectacular and gorgeous armor sets, checks in with people to see how they're faring. He eventually lands back at Kamutsu Forge and asks Yuna about the stories she's been spreading about him. She says that people are starting to call him the Ghost, and while he understands that people need something to believe in, he doesn't approve of it and requests that when Lord Shimura is freed, that these stories stop. He'd rather the people believe in the samurai, not ghosts. The blacksmith has a surprise for Jin when he arrives at the forge. He has created a magnificent tool, a roped iron hook, a kagenawa, forged to be so strong that it will hold the full force of Jin's weight. He can use it to climb, swing, pull, and it will never bend or break under the pressure. A man outside the forge starts yelling, calling for Jin by name, and he recognizes that it's Ryuzo. He sounds distraught, perhaps bordering on anger. The Ronin tells him that the Mongols have taken his best fighters, the bulk of his force. The Straw Hats are a pivotal piece of Jin's plan. They have to be saved from the camp that they've been hauled off to. It's located atop a cliff that is heavily fortified, and Ryuzo only has a few men left. As they ride, the Ronin tells the samurai that they were captured trying to get food from one of the camps marked on the map. He is certain that his men are still alive because, well, he heard them singing in the fort the night before. Ryuzo tells Jin what losing their duel 3 years ago cost him. Jin was born a lord. He was not. Jin was so aggressive during their match that he nearly broke Ryuzo's arm, which he defended, saying that if he had gone easy on Ryuzo, then people would have known. But it was his one chance, and his life as a Ronin has been one of struggle ever since. It's also easier to cast blame on someone else than accept a defeat. Some of the Straw Hats have abandoned the group in Ryuzo's absence, something that he takes very personally. These Ronin are his station in life. If they disband, then what will he have left? Every time one of them leaves, it's like a personal rejection. They decide that Jin will scale the cliff at the back of the base with his fancy new iron hook. He'll sneak in, free the Ronin, and then set off alarms to signal Ryuzo and his men to attack the front of the fort. They'll attack the Mongols from both sides, capture them in between, and liberate this fort. There aren't a lot of Mongols near the back. The heaviest resistance will be near the main gate. Jin sneaks in through a wall, kills patrolling Mongols, and starts getting the Ronin out of their cages. Once he's got a few at his side, he abandons a purely stealth approach, and they all start butchering their way through the camp to the other prisoner pens. Once they're all through the back section of the camp, they signal Ryuzo and his men to attack the front, while Jin and the prisoners strike from behind. It's a lot of chaos and screaming, but one Ronin is worth 10 Mongols when it comes to combat. They don't lose a single man while wiping out the invaders. This moment should be happy for Ryuzo, but news from his men troubles him. The Mongols were feeding them good food and treating them well. Why would they do that? Jin says what Ryuzo fears, that the Mongols were expecting something in return. These Ronin are everything to him. What haven't his men told him yet? Well, at least now they're all fed, resupplied, and healthy. They load up and make their exit, while Jin returns to Kamutsu Forge. He must send word to his allies that they are ready to retake Castle Kaneda. The following night, under the cover of darkness, Ishikawa, Yuna, Taka, Lady Adachi, and, of course, Kenji, gather in an abandoned village under the castle walls. But Ryuzo and the Straw Hats are nowhere to be seen. Jin goes from person to person checking in, waiting until the last possible minute for Ryuzo, but he just doesn't appear. They'll have to adapt and carry out their plan without the Straw Hat Ronin. Jin will enter the castle from the side using his iron hook and disable the Mongol alarms. If any of them are sounded, they risk Lord Shimura being executed. Once he's sure that they're unusable, then the rest of them will quietly breach the front gate and join him. They can reach the main hold where Lord Shimura is being held one segment at a time, so long as other groups and patrols aren't made aware of their presence. They'll have to be fast and silent, and then quickly retreat once they have the Jito. The other samurai in the group don't like the tactic of approaching like a thief, but even Ishikawa knows that attacking head-on would be, well, pants-on-head ridiculous. Jin will do anything for his family. He will do anything here to succeed, even if it means acting like the ghost that the people of Tsushima are growing so fond of. Even if it means doing something that he hates. He ever so slowly makes his way through the castle grounds unseen, to the alarm station being guarded by a single Mongol. Jin kills the man, disables the alarms, and gets the rest of his group in through the front. Ishikawa and Kenji will secure the front gate, Yuna will help clear paths from a distance, and Lady Adachi will fight at Jin's side on the ground. Masako Adachi is far more controlled than she was before, making her all the more lethal in melee. She has no issue cutting throats, assassinating, shivving men in the back, or turning Mongol siege engines against her foes. In fact, she's going to stay in one of the towers to operate a Mongol hwacha, a Korean siege weapon that can fire dozens of bolts in rapid succession. Think of it as a 13th century machine gun. Jin meets Yuna at the next section, and the two of them start working their way through the bridge before the main keep. They manage it with relative silence, only a few mishaps of being spotted. But the absence of the Straw Hat Ronin troubles Jin more than anything. He fears that the Ronin turned against Ryuzo because they were starving. There is zero opposition to them when they cross the final bridge. No one is even watching over it from the other side. Jin has to find an alternate path through a sidewall. He gets Yuna in through the front gate, and they start their process of killing. They need to clear this yard as much as possible to get a clear escape route with the Jito. Dozens are taken down in silence before Jin has to step out into the open to directly challenge those that remain. Yuna will remain here to hold the area while he goes into the main hold alone. The Straw Hat Ronin have made it to Castle Kaneda. It's just not in service to Tsushima. Jin and Ryuzo meet at a pond in the quiet isolation of an area unpatrolled. Ryuzo is tense. He tells his childhood playmate that the Khan has put a bounty on the ghost, him, and anyone can claim it, even the people of Tsushima. Jin understands what's happening here, but he does not turn on Ryuzo so easily. He begs him to reconsider, to help him save Lord Shimura instead. But Ryuzo's men are starving, and what have the samurai ever done for them? Even if the Jito did survive, made them all samurai, gave them status, then what? Lord Shimura would just send them all to die in a war against an unbeatable foe. The Ronin were at Komata Beach. They know what will happen to them. These two are to fight in the waters of the castle, their first duel in 3 years, with consequences which will shatter lives. Ryuzo promises that he can at least deliver Jin a quick death, a mercy that the Khan and those that will hunt the ghost will never give. Ryuzo does this for his Ronin, his family, the ones that he cares about, just like Jin fights for his uncle. It's clear that he has no desire to kill the samurai, but neither does he see Jin as a friend. That ended 3 years ago when he nearly broke his arm and denied him a chance to become a samurai, a right that Jin was born into. It was like Jin just forgot about him after that. He never looked for him, was oblivious to Ryuzo's feelings, and now Lord Sakai treats making him into a samurai like a poisoned treat. The Ronin leader has become one hell of a swordsman, but Jin barely takes the victory. He doesn't kill Ryuzo though. He truly doesn't want to. He is beginning to understand what Ryuzo has suffered through, the difficult choices he had to face, and he doesn't want him to die. He still wants the Ronin to side with the people of Tsushima. But Ryuzo does not see any hope in that path. Too many times have the samurai failed to protect them all. Tsushima belongs to the invaders now, and he must protect his Ronin. Ryuzo calls for backup and leaves Jin to face down the Mongols alone. The emotional rejection Jin was just dealt makes this the most taxing stretch of the night. He's fighting alone against swordsmen, then running uphill against archers before he's at the main keep, which is guarded by shield bearers and even more archers now with flaming arrows. Then comes the tower itself, where each level is occupied by Mongols. What is nowhere to be seen, though, is the Khan himself. At the top of the tower, Lord Shimura hears the mayhem Jin is causing well before he sees what's happening, but he is thrilled to hear that it's Jin. Despite what Khotun Khan told him of his nephew, he is proud that Jin has made it here, and he tells him that his father would be too. The Khan has ridden north to take the region called Toyotama, the place where they call home. But Lord Shimura has no intention of letting the Mongols have this castle. The Jito is still one of the best fighters in Tsushima. They will fight their way out and retake Castle Kaneda. By the time they're back in the courtyards, the sun is rising and reinforcements have arrived. Jin may be tired after a long night of travel and fighting, but Lord Shimura has been cooped up for weeks. He is happy to be here. They fight through the mud and mist together, killing every single Mongol that rushes the keep. But the roads back down through the camp are clear. Everyone did their jobs as they were meant to. They all gather at the front gate and share kind and inspirational words. Jin has liberated so many areas from Mongol control. They're taking back the castle. They've saved the Jito. This will renew hope in the people of Tsushima. More Mongol reinforcements try to force their way back into the castle grounds, but it's not nearly enough. They have been soundly defeated. Castle Kaneda has finally been liberated. Two days after the liberation of Castle Kaneda, Khotun stands before the gates of Castle Shimura within Toyotama. They have hostages tied to pyres and the Straw Hat Ronin amongst their ranks. If the people within Castle Shimura's walls do not open the gates for the Mongols, they will burn the hostages alive. The Khan wishes for the Ronin leader Ryuzo to do it. If he wants to feed his men, then he has to earn it. He would do anything for his Ronin, his family, and he's trapped in the heart of an enemy army. Ryuzo does as he's told and lights one of the hostages on fire. When the man's screams finally stop, he must move on to the next pyre, burn another innocent person. Ryuzo screams at those within the castle to just open the gate, and they do. Khotun is able to walk right into the heart of Tsushima and take its seat of power. To the south, those at Castle Kaneda have a few days to breathe and recover. Yuna and Taka were promised a way off the island, safe passage to the mainland, but it hasn't yet been delivered to them, and Yuna is growing impatient with the delay. Jin agrees to speak with his uncle on the matter. The Jito is ready to lead a war against the Mongols, but he is still insistent on doing it the samurai way, according to their code of honor. Jin has experienced so much out in the field, and he adapted to be precisely the warrior he needed to be to combat them. But will Lord Shimura do the same? He chastises Jin's methods as being brutal, impulsive, and without honor. He knows his nephew was doing what he had to do, and that it was directly to Lord Shimura's benefit that he did, but the nephew of the Jito cannot become the antithesis of what the samurai deemed to be honorable. He urges Jin to abandon the path that he's on, to save Tsushima and its people as a samurai. Jin asks about Yuna and her brother having passage to the mainland, and Lord Shimura promises that it will be granted to them as soon as the seas are clear, and only if they help retake Castle Shimura. It's changing the original deal, but Jin wants as many allies as possible as well, so he agrees to the compromise and takes the news to Yuna. She's justifiably irritated over it. They're forcing them to be a part of a fight that she doesn't want them to be a part of. She and Taka both played their part as they agreed to, and now the nobles of Tsushima are demanding more from them. Typical samurai, she says. Lord Shimura and Jin ride north from the castle to the Akashima prefecture. The elder man tells his nephew of the Khan, his opinions on the man's tactics, and what the Khan promised in return for obedience. Lord Shimura has no intention of aiding invaders. That Khotun even tried to sway him makes the Jito want to kill the Mongol. He imparts lessons about being careful with trust, especially towards people like Ryuzo or Yuna. He believes this land needs the order and honor of the samurai, not the chaos of those who thrive outside the law. He urges Jin to return to his home estate in the north, at Omi village, to reclaim the armor of Clan Sakai. Jin never wore it. It sat empty since his father's death. But Lord Shimura gently reminds him that the past cannot hurt him. They smell smoke and bodies as they ride, and emerge from the forest to see the farmlands of Akashima destroyed and burned. The bastards responsible are still here too, patrolling the rice fields, getting cozy in Fort Ito. The two of them run down the patrol, kill the Mongols in the field, and then they ride for the fort. It's a string of confrontations that never seems to end. From road to path to house to shed, the two lords retake Fort Ito themselves. Yuna arrives near the end to offer assistance, which sounds more like help them hurry their asses up. She wants to get off this island sooner than later. Their last task is securing the lighthouse. They will relight it as a symbol of hope for their people and a warning to the Khan that they are drawing close. Lord Shimura wishes to have a private talk with Jin there, so he tells Yuna to speak her mind before departing. And she surprisingly offers to go to Yarikawa to convince the people there to join their cause. Lord Shimura himself put down a violent rebellion there years ago. The people of Yarikawa despise him, but Yuna is from the area and she believes that she can convince them to help. Lord Shimura is a bit of a prick about it, but says that if she can accomplish such a feat, he'll personally see that she and Taka are on the first transport off the island when the seas are clear. Atop the lighthouse, Shimura speaks more of reclaiming Tsushima as honorable samurai and confirms what Jin's tasks in Toyotama will be. Reclaim his family's armor, help recruit the people of Yarikawa, and locate a pirate named Goro. He's one of Lord Shimura's unsavory connections, someone who can smuggle out a petition for aid to the shogun. It's time for them to part ways, and for Jin's solitary journey to continue. A warrior monk wishes to speak with Lord Sakai. He was a Mongol prisoner that was held within this fort. His name is Norio, a monk who serves at Cedar Temple, far, far to the north in the region called Kamiyagata. The warrior monks of the temple rode south to fight the Mongols after news of Kameda Beach reached them. They fought their way all the way here, but they were ambushed, taken as prisoners, and forced to live in a pitch-black covered pit. The Mongols demanded they submit, join them, but the warrior monks refused. They took them out one by one and burned them alive, but still, the warrior monks refused to submit. One of the monks they took was his brother, Enjo. Jin knows that name. Enjo was the temple guardian, a renowned and respected monk. The two of them walk together, and Norio fills Jin in on what's been happening in the northern regions since the invasion began. He's a wealth of knowledge, and the two of them immediately get along. Norio promises that the warrior and healer monks of Tsushima will aid in the fight against the invaders. Their entire force is within a day's ride of here, and if Jin does right by them, they'll sweep the Mongols back into the ocean. As monks, they do it not out of revenge or out of hatred, but for peace. They travel to nearby Akashima to find the healer monks, but Norio is told that Mongols tracked them down and took them as prisoners. Because they went peacefully, the Mongols allowed the village that they were in to remain intact. They track the healer monks through tea fields near the village, and Norio explains that the leader of the healers, Hochi, is averse to any sort of violence and doesn't look kindly upon the warrior monks because of it. They find a few of the monks caught in the middle of a large group of invaders. The terrain they're on makes quite assassinations easy, but the man Hochi isn't amongst them. A different group of Mongols have him, and somehow the Mongols knew of Cedar Temple and knew Hochi by name. They sought him out directly and separated him from the rest. Norio thinks that it's because Hochi likes to argue and he made them angry, not because he's a traitor or anything. Back at the relative peace of Akashima village, the healer monks are able to recover, and Norio ponders where Hochi could have been taken to. Jin tells him about Kameda Beach, the horrible things that he saw and how it changed him, and Norio tells him of their ride south once the monks heard of what happened. They stopped to rest at a farm during a storm, but the sounds of screams woke them. Mongol raiders had arrived. They set the main house on fire, put the monks in chains, marched them south, and tortured them in that dark pit. He lost his brother, his fellow monks, his vision and hopes for his future shattered. Norio quite wishes that he had died fighting. He believes he knows where Hochi may be, and he would like to leave immediately. Jin knows well the sorrow that Norio feels, and the feeling of wanting death. It's important to get up and move forward, even if it's one step at a time, even if you have to crawl. The warrior monk feels the weight of living on for the sake of others, for the sake of his brother and those he lost. Jin will not let his new friend go through this alone. They will move out to find the healer monk together. They ride to the coast where the Mongol camp was set up for transporting prisoners and supplies. They easily devise a plan on how to approach the rescue. Norio is one hell of a fighter, and while he is a big guy, he knows how to sneak his way through obstacles. The monk will create a loud distraction with the alarm rockets, and the samurai will collect Hochi. The healer may not like their tactics or the killing, but he's welcome to raise issue with it once he's safe at Akashima. Norio draws the bulk of the Mongols away when he spots Jin near Hochi, and cuts them down on the outskirts of the camp. Jin can't get the monk to leave with him, though. Hochi insists that he's going to be returned to Cedar Temple, that there are Mongols that need healing too. He refuses to budge, and more Mongols are en route back to the camp. Hochi may hate violence, but he's about to get a front row seat to a bloodbath. While the monk and the samurai go about killing dozens of Mongols, Hochi cowers in the corner of the tent. If he had moved when he was told, this battle would have been avoided, but once it's over, he explains that he gave himself up because he thought it would save lives. He didn't want others to be hurt because of him. But if the Mongols wanted to take him back to Cedar Temple, that may mean that the temple has fallen. There will be retaliation for this from the Mongols. They're certain to attack Akashima village once they've regrouped. The three of them return to the village, and the two monks begin discussing their options. Hochi wants to evacuate everyone here to Castle Kaneda, but Jin doesn't think they'll be able to make it there in time. Hochi is willing to accept that if it means that they don't get blood on their hands, which would be a bold plan to announce to the citizens here. They would turn on Hochi immediately. Jin will plan defenses, Norio will gather the people and explain what is happening. Because there are no fences around the village, it will be impossible to keep the Mongols out. He's just going to have to hunt them through the streets. Incense burners and black powder combined will create smoke to conceal his movements. Jin will clear the village, and Norio will protect the villagers at their temple. At nightfall, the Mongols arrive. The empty village is confusing. They were expecting some sort of populace to be here. Jin goes from group to group, killing from the shadows, dropping in from rooftops. But for as efficient as he is, many still get by him. When he clears Akashima, he runs to the temple to check on Norio. The warrior monk is waist-deep in heavily armored Mongols, and the corpse of Hochi is nearby. The pacifist healer protected Norio from an attack. The warrior monk didn't even know that there was someone behind him until he heard Hochi cry out in pain. He saved his life. That morning, a beautiful and serene one, they give Hochi a funeral and honor his sacrifice. Norio recalls his brother saving his life when they were in that pit, just like Hochi did. When the Mongols tried to take Norio from the pit, his brother, the Guardian, fought to get the Mongols' attention so they would take him instead. This is the second monk to die for Norio. All his brothers from Cedar Temple are gone. He carries guilt that he survived and they didn't. A desire for revenge against the Mongols has been planted deeply within him. Jin asks him to think about the people of Tsushima who depend on them now, because for many, Jin and Norio are the only hope they have left. They're still alive because of these two, and it's for them that they have to carry on. Well, if they are going to protect these lands, then there is another temple they must see to, Kushidera Temple. Norio has gotten reports of trouble there. He's going to go ahead to scout the area. By the time Jin arrives, the fighting is nearly over. Norio is fighting off a dozen or more Mongols alone. There are dead monks all over the temple courtyard. Had Jin been more delayed, Norio might not have survived this. Kushi Temple houses priceless archives of wisdom, and the Mongols were trying to burn it. There was no tactical reason for doing this. It would have been purely to insult the monks and break the hope of the people. The abbot of Cedar Temple traveled here to fight the Mongols and publicly asked his people to pray for their demise. He went missing during the initial attack, and a precious Buddha statue was taken. Norio hopes the abbot was able to flee during all the chaos. The abbot was respected by Norio and his brother, like a father figure, an ingenious teacher who knew just what to do when young men let their tempers flare at each other. The two of them travel the roads near Kushi Temple to search for signs of the abbot, and they come across a farm on fire. It's infested with invaders. The best approach is stealth, from a hillside path, one best taken by Jin alone, as he has the tools to scale the hills quietly. Though Norio dislikes being asked to remain behind, he gives Jin his blessing. He learns from the farmers held captive that the Mongols came here specifically looking for the abbot. They've been targeting very specific monks, but how did they get their names? How do they know about them? The abbot was here with some other monks, but he hasn't been seen since the attack on these farmlands began. When the farm is liberated and Norio brought in, a woman cries out that the monks were hiding in the house that the Mongols burned. Norio is terrified by the sight. His fellow monks burned alive. But the abbot isn't amongst them. There are signs that someone doused a blanket in water and made it through one of the back windows. They pick up his tracks, but the signs along the path aren't good. There are Mongols in the woods, and atop a waterfall they find a large amount of blood. And it looks like whoever was bleeding threw themselves from the waterfall in a desperate attempt to flee. Jin follows suit, dives into the deep pond below, and finds behind the falls a small cave. This is where the abbot of Cedar Temple fell. Norio fears that with the abbot gone, the other monks at Kushi Temple will abandon it. At the abbot's side is a scroll written in blood, his final words. It's encouragement to his monks. They can all be Buddhas, regardless of their status in life. It is not the abbot that makes the temple. They must all stand up to cruelty and remain devoted to their beliefs. Norio delivers the sutra to the monks, and they all vow to remain at Kushi Temple to fight the Mongols and to honor the abbot's final words. There is still the mystery of the missing Buddha statue, though. The Mongols surely took it, but where? One of the monks says that he saw them taking it towards the coast. They doubt that Norio can retrieve it, though, and doubt even more that he could possibly save this temple. His brother, Enjo, the Guardian, was once a savior of Kushi Temple, but now he's dead. Enjo couldn't save Cedar Temple or stop the Mongols. What can Norio do that Enjo couldn't? The monk and the samurai venture out together to hunt for that statue, and Jin can tell that Norio is becoming angry. He doesn't try to talk him out of it, just lets him vent, tell stories about his brother, and that seems to make things a little bit better. They find a dying monk on the road, shot by the Mongols. He had tried to find the Buddha statue, begged the Mongols to give it back, and they used him as target practice. He's able to tell them where they took it before he passes. Norio has moved on from doing what's right for the sake of peace to advocating punishments against the Mongols. He has been facing the horrors of war, and it's starting to show. Jin went through the same thing, is still going through it. The two of them are kindred spirits from very different walks of life, united in fighting a vicious foe so that others don't have to, doing whatever is necessary to save their home, even if it frightens those around them. They are able to get it back, and being able to reclaim the statue for the temple will heighten the spirits of the monks. But Norio asks Jin, how many more people need to die for it? It's priceless, yes, but it's an object, replaceable as an icon. This temple is filled with treasures. It will always be a target for greed. Are they fighting for this temple to save treasures or to save their home? The next morning, when the monks are at the river bathing and doing laundry, a single Mongol walks right into the temple. He delivers a message from the Khan. If the monks surrender, this site will be spared. Refuse, and it will be burned. The refusal is immediate, as is the retaliation. There are monks at the riverside, completely defenseless, just doing chores. Norio is torn over protecting the monks or saving the temple itself, but he can't bring himself to abandon it. His brother was the savior of this place. He has become the caretaker of it in his absence. The burden of leadership is falling to him. He feels responsible for maintaining its legacy. He will stay to protect the temple grounds, which Jin strongly disapproves of. But Norio's mind cannot be changed. Jin leaves to save the monks at the river while the warrior monk stands alone at Kushi Temple. Jin makes it to the riverside moments before the Mongols. Some of the monks aren't even dressed. This would have been a massacre. He gets the attacker's focus, saving the monks from certain death, and fights alone at the riverside. He is able to cut through the staggered groups, but more of them keep coming, Norio amongst them. He has decided that the temple is not worth saving more than the lives of the monks. He abandoned the grounds to come here, to fight with Jin. With this stage of the attack completed, the monk survivors followed their leaders back to the temple grounds to defend and salvage whatever might be left. The fires have not yet begun, thankfully. The courtyard is full of Mongols, but the buildings are intact. This churns into a massive loss for the Mongols. No more of the monks are killed, the temple is saved, and news of this victory will embolden the people and other temples of Tsushima. The Buddha statue they worked so hard to return has been broken. But as it is, it might not be a good statue, but it is a good teacher. Norio must venture back home to the far north, to Cedar Temple. He promises that when Jin needs him, he will be there, and should the samurai's journey take him there, Cedar Temple will welcome him. The master archer, Sadanobu Ishikawa, had told Jin that he would be traveling to this region to continue his search for Tomoe, his student who turned traitor. He has gotten word that the sensei is nearby, and he tracks him down in the forest, of course fighting off a band of Mongols on his own. He got a lead on where Tomoe could be, and didn't want to wait for Jin to show up. And he didn't pick this fight. The Mongols ambushed him. One of them even shouted his name. These men were trained by Tomoe herself. Looks like the two are hunting each other now. And her archers are winning the hunt because Ishikawa is so focused on finding her, it's blinded him to everything else. Jin knows that Ishikawa doesn't make mistakes, but he does with Tomoe. Why is he so tilted? The archer opens up a bit. He tells Jin that Tomoe sold the secrets of her training to common assassins who paid well for it. When he learned of this, he treated her just like he would any other criminal. He attacked with the intention of killing her. It didn't matter that she was his student. He made no exceptions. But Tomoe escaped, was captured by the Mongols, and sided with them to counter his retaliation. They find her handiwork as they go, innocent people used as target practice. Ishikawa recognizes that all the talent he had seen in her, even when she was young, was fueled by bloodlust and a willingness to kill. For years, he refused to acknowledge the darkness within her, and now another monster is on the loose. His second student, a murderer just like the first, and he blames himself for it. Ishikawa's lead takes them to another Mongol archery camp, where a group of invaders are using corpses as target practice. It's a disgusting display of indifference that they promptly see ended, Jin via melee and Ishikawa at range. Tomoe again is not here though. That would be too easy, right? She left a message addressed to the Khan here, written in Japanese, explaining that by the year's end, his men will know as much as she does about killing samurai. There too is a map of her training camps being opened up in the region. They both openly acknowledge that this woman must be killed. Nothing can redeem this. Jin questions if Ishikawa is capable of killing her given how much he's clearly struggled and suffered through this, and he admits that Tomoe was his greatest achievement, but to save Tsushima, he absolutely would destroy her. They will go to these archer camps and continue their hunt, but Ishikawa issues a warning to the young ghost, to never question his integrity again. It will take some snooping to find the other camps. Off the main road, a commoner cries out at Jin's presence and begs him not to harm them. He says that everyone has heard of the ghost and the demon sensei who are attacking caravans. He claims he's even heard them as they ride up the roads. Wartime tactics. Spread misinformation, garner fear against a foe, turn their own people against them. Ishikawa is a lot of things, but diplomatic isn't one. He won't handle this well with the locals. So Jin heads out to find him, and, of course, he's nipples deep in a fight with Mongols. It seems to be one of his favorite pastimes, just casually machine gun launching arrows into their heads. Ishikawa is already aware of the stories being spread about them. He's here because he was stopping a caravan attack. The man beside him was the only one that he could save, but hopefully he will be able to correct some of the stories about them. The two of them will go back to the original ambush site to track the attackers from there. The convoy is a grisly sight. Corpses left on the road next to a burning wagon, full of Japanese and Mongol arrows, even the animals killed, a dead man tied to a pole. A message has been left on him. Words supposedly from Lord Sakai and Sensei Ishikawa. It's a warning, denying anyone within the prefecture safe travel on the roads. While on the trail, a woman's screams guide them to an abandoned Mongol camp. And without questioning what a bound-up, lone, screaming woman is doing here, they rush in to free her. And she begins weeping once she realizes that they're samurai. This was a trap. And Tomoe told this woman that she could live until the samurai came. It's another ambush that they walked right into without a second thought. The poor woman is immediately killed by an archer. After they fend off the attackers, Ishikawa explains that he saw this poor woman a few days ago. He'd heard her talking about a Japanese woman amongst the Mongols, and he had asked her to find out where they were camped. He got an innocent, untrained person involved in the hunt, and it cost her life. He knows that it was an unwise gamble, but Jin's anger towards him is slapped back. He's making mistakes because he's human. Even elders make bad choices, and only a child would expect perfection out of them. For Jin to judge him for making choices between life and death is hypocritical. How many has Jin killed with his own hands? How many have died because of the ghost? Even if Jin doesn't like it, they're all killers. And no honor codes, flowery language, or fancy titles will change that ugly truth. There is another archer camp in a place called Atsuna that they must deal with. When Jin is ready, they will meet there at a farm. Though the farm isn't in ruin, something clearly violent happened to the many people taking refuge. A body is covered outside, people are weeping, there are injured being tended to, the handiwork of Tomoe and her archers. A woman named Ran chanced over the archer camp in the woods and barely escaped with her life. All that were with her were butchered by the Mongols. Ran tells them that Tomoe is well known here, dating back far before the invasion began. Tomoe was a known and violent thief. Even when she was young, she terrorized Atsuna for years. Ishikawa had no idea. He wasn't aware of this part of her past, and it deepens his self-loathing. It's all just becoming a bit too much for the old samurai. He opens up to Jin that before things fell apart, before he knew her to be so devious, he offered to adopt Tomoe as his daughter, make her a samurai, an heir to his name. And when he found out that she was selling lessons to assassins and bandits, he took it all away, and he views her betrayals as his own fault. He failed her somehow. He knows full well that her choice to side with the Mongols was purely her own, but Jin doubts that the fatherly love he once held for Tomoe will allow him to kill her when the time comes. They ride together to the next archer camp. It's much the same as the others that they found. Japanese arrows, corpses used for target practice, and no sign of Tomoe. They kill every Mongol on sight, get back to tracking again, but the woman herself finally appears. This is almost certainly a ploy, but what's her angle here? Another ambush begins, but Ishikawa tells Jin to ride after Tomoe to let him deal with the Mongols. Tomoe veers off the road towards a cliff over the sea and confronts her pursuer. She all but outright tells Jin that Ishikawa is lying about offering her a better life, and she issues him a warning to watch his back around the old samurai. After all, he tried to kill her, so he'll certainly try to kill Jin too. But her mind game doesn't land. Jin is here to pass judgment, which she responds to with a self-pitying, "I have nothing. Gee, why is that, Tomoe?" The betrayer jumps off the cliff to escape Jin, and he takes this news back to Ishikawa. The old man knows what she's doing. She's planting seeds of doubt. And Jin only saw what she wanted him to see. She's desperate. Jin promises that her attempt to drive a wedge between them didn't work, and there's a lesson to be learned here. Jin questioned Ishikawa's ability to do what was needed, yet when he had her cornered, he let her speak. He didn't pursue a kill. Lesson being, hot damn, this woman is good at manipulating people. With her archer camps destroyed, Ishikawa believes that Tomoe will head farther to the north to curry favor with Mongol leadership. The two will meet up again after he's done some searching. For now, there is a certain rebellious village that Jin needs to help recruit. Yuna is not at Yarikawa. She's gone farther west. Jin finds her on the road, beneath a large tree where dozens of corpses are hanging. She says she couldn't go to Yarikawa yet. There's something that needs to be done first. This vile display is the work of a Mongol warlord named Altan. He has been terrorizing this region. His brutality is a mark above his peers. She says an old friend of hers runs an inn nearby, one which is frequented by these Mongols, and she doesn't want to leave her friend at their mercy. This is an easy task for Jin to sign on for. The warlord absolutely needs to be ended. This inn is indeed crawling with Mongols. There are burned bodies at the gate, pools of blood on the ground, and the people outside the building look terrified. When things are clear, they run to a man in the courtyard to ask about the inn owner, Ichi. But the man calls for Mongol guards in clear panic. They end up having to kill every single Mongol in and around the building. But they're not met with gratitude from the owner, Ichi. She is livid, and seeing Yuna makes her more upset. She says that what they've done here will cause her death. She was keeping them drunk and distracted. Now they'll come to burn and kill. They were barely surviving before. Now they're doomed. Yuna argues that Ichi should have fought back, but she retorts that Yuna should have run away like always. So she walks away and Ichi speaks with Jin alone. She warns him to avoid Yuna, and that no one knows where Altan is, not even his own men. But if the samurai really wants to pick a fight with a warlord, then find the Japanese slavers who work for him, and make examples of them. Bring Altan out into the open for retaliation. She doesn't want to talk about the slavers, but tells him that he can ask Yuna about them. She'll remember. He passes the plan on to Yuna, and she knows exactly who Ichi was talking about. The Mamushi brothers. Targeting those sons of bitches would be a good idea even if they weren't affiliated with the Mongols. They run a farm at a nearby river, and when he's ready, they'll meet up at the outskirts to figure out a plan. The Mamushi brothers' supposed farm has high walls all around it and burned bodies before it. It's intentionally kept like a fortress so what's happening inside can't be seen. She knows it's a slave camp because she and Taka were here as children. They were the only ones to ever escape, in fact. The three brothers were filthy, abusive, perverted monsters who caused lifetimes of harm. Yuna very clearly does not want to be back at this place, but she pushes on for the sake of these lands. When they get closer, The sheer number of corpses laid out and the darkening of the skies, it gets to her. Yuna cannot go back in there. This is as far as her heart will allow her right now, and Jin understands. Killing these men should not require her reliving hell on Earth. He will venture in on his own to see the deeds done. She asks him to make them suffer for her sake. Just killing them won't be enough. But he will not torture them. No vengeance is worth becoming a monster. He will kill them quietly to deliver a personal message to the Mongols that no one is beyond the reach of the ghost. Yuna agrees to it. This will suffice. It will terrorize Altan and his men, show them that they're not even safe behind their own walls. There is a certain satisfaction in ridding the world of vile men. The Mongol guards have no idea that he's here, and the Mamushi brothers are each allowed a final moment of absolute terror when Jin enters their tents. To make sure his message to Altan is crystal clear, Jin collects each of their heads. One of them he even kills out in an open field surrounded by prisoners who don't skip a step as Jin kills the slaver. He takes their heads back to where Yuna waits. These men will never take another slave, and all the people of this region will know what happened to them. Yuna carries guilt for knowing what these men were doing here, for never trying to stop them. Jin tells her that she can do something about it now. They put the heads of the slavers on a spike, and Yuna screams to get the attention of the Mongols in the camp. They watch the bastards run out, panic at the sight, and waddle back to the fort yelling at each other. Yuna says that all the slaves the Mamushi brothers had were obtained by a single man, the Black Wolf. He has links to Altan as well. They need to eliminate him. She goes ahead to the coast on her own to track him down in his hunting grounds. A few days later, they meet up at the coast where Yuna has found the Black Wolf's trail. She also found a child's toy covered in blood. He trades in all human life, even children. She wants to be the one who kills him. She had a chance long ago but couldn't do it. She wants to correct that mistake and make him suffer. Jin agrees. He will help her reach the Black Wolf, but this is her own personal struggle to see through. It will end how she wishes for it to end. They attack his camp head-on, so that the Black Wolf and all who guard him know that death is approaching. Jin cuts his way through the lines, while Yuna provides suppressing fire and picks off stragglers. They reach the end of the coast, but their target has retreated to a Mongol ship offshore. If they hurry, they can still catch him, and he won't have anywhere to run. There's only a handful of Mongols defending the ships. The bulk of their forces were killed on the land. There's no place else to hide. The Black Wolf comes out and professes his innocence. Altan has forced him to do everything, but he wasn't expecting one of his child victims to return as an adult. He can't blame a warlord for things that happened over 2 decades ago. He doesn't recognize her, but he recognizes Taka's name because Taka was his favorite. He tries to blame her for what he did to Taka, says that she brought Taka to him, but it fails to stop her. Yuna kills this man who has so clearly done her and her brother grave harm. Jin doesn't ask for details, just asks if she's all right, but she wants to get off this boat. At the shoreline, she does open up, to unburden herself of something that has haunted her all her adult life. When she was young, she met the Black Wolf. He offered her a place to stay. She asked if she could bring Taka, her brother, and when they were alone with him, he got them both drunk and he sexually abused them. Taka says he doesn't remember that night, but she does. She had a chance to kill him, but didn't. They were sold to the Mamushi brothers after. She needs some time on her own to process what has happened here and to settle the demons that she is struggling against. She wants to go back to Ichi's inn to check in on her friend. He will meet them there in the morning. Altan will have certainly gotten news of the slavers' deaths by now. When Jin arrives at Ichi's inn, it's cold and foggy out. There's no sound coming from the inn. The only person here seems to be Ichi, and someone has punched her. She's to give him a message, to meet Altan at his camp near the Kushi border. Both of them promise Ichi that they'll bring Altan to justice, but she anticipates nothing but death because of their actions. Jin may truly believe in what he's doing because he's a samurai, but in her experience, Yuna is a thief whose word means nothing. Goddamn brutal. She doesn't try to argue with or convince Ichi. This is something remedied with action. Undeniable proof of sincerity. They depart to meet this Mongol warlord. As they go, Yuna explains her complex relationship with Ichi. She was a slave at the Mamushi brothers' farm with Taka and Yuna. She looked out for them, shielded them from the worst, and was the reason that they escaped. They all three promised one another that they would get out together, but as they were all running away from the farm, she heard Ichi scream, but she didn't stop. She feels that she abandoned Ichi when she needed help the most. Jin tries to offer excuses for why it was okay to run, but Yuna refuses to accept them. She can't change the past, but she wants to do right by Ichi now. Altan's camp is well defended, requiring them to fight throughout the morning to clear it out. But the warlord himself isn't here. After all his men are dead and his combatants have faced hours of fighting to wear themselves down, a horn sounds in the distance to indicate his arrival. The big, mighty Altan, and he's brought an entourage. The warlord tries to turn the ghost's actions back on him. What gives him the right to pass judgment when he killed the Mamushi brothers and the Black Wolf? Those were his own people. Calling them traitors is just an excuse. Khotun Khan may be charismatic and convincing, but this guy must have missed diplomacy class because he's about as convincing as a toddler trying to explain why baths aren't fair. This will end with a one-on-one duel rather than a free-for-all. As they trade blows, it becomes clear that Altan is not the better fighter between them. He claims to fight for the Great Peace, whilst the ghost fights for himself. But Jin has seen the horrors of these invaders. These are lies for no one but himself. The warlord is killed before his camp, his guards are cut down before they can flee, and this region is liberated from the madness it has suffered for far too long. Ichi meets them at the killing site alone. She acknowledges their success in killing Altan, but tells them that the people that call these lands home now fear that the ghost will come for them next. They've been freed from a tyrant, but gained a boogeyman. Yuna asks Ichi what she thinks, and she simply says she thinks they did what they had to. She gives Yuna a final, firm goodbye. They will not meet again. Jin does stop to question if he has crossed a line here, but she says that if they have, then they're on the right side of it. Since he's in the region, he needs to find Umugi Cove. It's where his uncle had said that smuggler friend of his would be, Goro. The town is said to be a bit of a wretched hive of scum and villainy. Weird that his upstanding, honorable uncle would have ties there. One might say, convenient. But he finds Lady Adachi outside the cove, and she looks ragged. She's here looking for a man named Omura. It's one of the names on her list. 20 years ago, he was a supplier for the Adachi clan, but turned dishonest in his dealings and was caught. All these years later, he supplied weapons to the killers. Jin is always down as a ride or die, and Omura is believed to be headed for Umugi Cove soon. So the two of them chill together on a hillside overlooking the road and see if anyone suspicious shows up. A few hours pass, and two men walk down the road that look just like Omura did 20 years ago. They must be his sons. The brothers split up, so Masako and Jin do the same. The man he follows talks aloud to himself about being rich soon. He stops at a grave, that of his father, to tell him that Clan Adachi is dead. They finally got their revenge. So, this family fell on bad times after his father was caught scamming Clan Adachi, and they blamed the samurai family for it. His sons helped kill women and children for misguided revenge, for money. In the cove itself, the brother isn't well received. He has a reputation for thieving. He's not wanted here. He passes through Umugi Cove to meet with whoever hired him to collect payment. Jin and Masako meet back up, share their findings, and continue stalking the two brothers from the shadows. They're meeting their employer just beyond the village. One of them seems to have a bit of a conscience. He doesn't like what they did to Clan Adachi and acknowledges that their father was always a scheming drunkard, but his moral objection to the plot wasn't enough to keep them from being involved. They meet not a single person, but a group. It's clearly a trap, and these two idiots are walking into it. One of the brothers identifies himself as Omura and is immediately killed. Lady Adachi wanted to kill the bastard, and some random thug stole it from her. She rushes headfirst into the group, intent on killing every single one of them. Common bandits are no issue for them, but the loss of the brothers means there's no one to interrogate. One of the thugs has a letter on his person, though, a note directing him to kill the one named Omura. The parchment bears the same unknown clan emblem as the one on the conspirator list. That the clan lord behind this is killing conspirators makes them believe that he's trying to cover his tracks and he doesn't have a lot of money to pay people off. So they're either from a weak clan or not from any clan at all. Could they be trying to steal the wealth of Clan Adachi for themselves? That's a damned bold plot. Who would possibly have the nerve to go through with that? It's not a question that Lady Adachi can answer yet, but it will help them narrow the search. She is going to ride ahead to Omi Temple near his home village to chase another lead involving a man named Kajiwara. While she attends to that, and since he's in the area, Jin needs to find that smuggler. After a night of rest, he gets to his search, expecting the smuggler Goro to be a difficult man to find. Surprise though, he's extremely easy to find. He's drinking his morning away in the center of a Mugi Cove, just living his best life. Goro thought that all the samurai had died at Komeda Beach, which meant that he was freed from his debts to Lord Shimura. Lord Sakai showing up with demands was the last thing that he expected. But if doing this job for Lord Shimura will absolve him of his debts, then sure, he'll do it. The Mongol blockades will be an issue though. He can't just sail out into open water with all those ships around Tsushima. Goro will travel to Lord Shimura's camp on the east coast near Akashima. When all three of them are gathered, they'll figure out how to get past the blockade. Getting a message to the shogun will take time. Better to address this issue quickly before going north. Jin and Goro hightail it back to the east coast to meet Lord Shimura and figure out how they're going to get Goro out to sea. Lord Shimura is thrilled with the promptness of their arrival. His messengers are ready to depart, and he has been itching for some action. The samurai all get some rest so they can be ready to work under the cover of night. When it's finally time, as they ride to Goro's camp, Shimura explains a bit of how he got Goro indebted to him. He caught him doing something very illegal. He burned his inventory, gave him a legal pass in exchange for some favors later. Admittedly, a good idea, but not very honor code friendly. But rules for thee, not for me, right? The exchange between the smuggler and the Jito is surprisingly honest. Goro tells him up front that he's not going to make it off the island unless something is done about the Mongols off this part of the coast. Lord Shimura has a bit of an unexpected idea. He and Jin will storm a nearby fort, make a whole lot of hell, retake the entire fort as a two-man murder squad, and create such a massive distraction that Goro's ship can get through the blockade. At their initial surveillance of the fort, Jin offers that they can avoid the Mongol patrols leaving the fort, maybe sneak in quietly. But Lord Shimura wants to rush in head first. He Leroy Jenkins his way up the road to the fort with Jin not far behind, killing the Mongol patrol, all the men outside the fort, and then getting in through the front gate before backup can block it off. And once inside, they just start cutting through everything. And because they kill so quickly, reinforcements aren't able to surround or overwhelm them. As soon as one group is dead, they rush to the next to catch them as off guard as possible. Lord Shimura is absolutely delighted with Jin's swordplay and sings his praises throughout the fighting. A hwacha is turned on them, a weapon of war that can fire several arrows at once. But while it's effective against large groups, it's nigh impossible for the operator to hit two bolting samurai in the confines of the fort. The two of them rush the tower, kill the Mongol operators, and seize control of the hwacha. Goro's ship is getting ready to sail, and Mongol sea forces are drawing in on the base, which will put them right in Goro's way. Jin advises that they use the hwacha against the Mongols, which Lord Shimura objects to. But Goro's ship is of great importance to the Jito. It must reach the shogun, so he concedes that it is the correct move. And Jin lights up all the Mongol ships within reach of the hwacha, clearing a path for Goro to sail right through. Not only have they retaken an entire fort, but now the shogun will know of what is happening on Tsushima, and aid can be sent to fight the Mongols. This is truly a good day for all of Tsushima. At the end of their long fight, as the sun starts to rise, Lord Shimura again praises his nephew for his deeds. Over and over, he has single-handedly proven that the Mongols are not unstoppable, and he is proud of the man and warrior that he has become. With the message being smuggled to the shogun is also an announcement that Lord Shimura intends to formally adopt Jin as a son, an heir to his legacy. He lost his own family long ago and has always seen Jin as the future of his house. When the war is over, it will be made official. One day, Jin will be the Jito of Tsushima. Reinforcements from the shogun will take time to reach the island. In the meantime, Lord Shimura bids Jin get back into the field to complete whatever tasks remain before him. And when he's done, he is to go to Kubara, where their staging camp will be established. Home calls to Jin Sakai. His uncle told him to return there, to claim his family's armor, so he rides a bit north through Toyotama to visit his childhood home. The war hasn't yet touched Omi Village. Its serene in every way, an almost surreal color palette makes it feel like a painting. The grounds of his family's estate are quiet. Once this place was full of life, but it's sat almost empty for years, and the armor he seeks isn't where it is supposed to be. Still here, ever faithfully maintaining the grounds and home of the Sakai family, is Jin's once caretaker, Yuriko. After his mother died, she practically raised him and became very close to his father in private. Jin absolutely adored her when he was little and honors her as a mother figure still. She was so afraid Jin died at Kaneda Beach. To see him alive and here is almost overwhelming. Yuriko took the family armor and safely hid it away so that it could never be stolen. It's been waiting for him to return, just like her. As he walks with Yuriko, she tells him about making poisons to keep vermin out of the food stores, and he tells her a bit about what has happened since Kaneda Beach. She's happy to hear that he's recruited companions and saved Lord Shimura. He doesn't regale her with the more grisly details of the war. Yuriko has grown to be quite old, and he wouldn't want to upset her in any way. He leaves her side for a brief while to pay his respects to his parents' grave while she fetches the armor. It is a gorgeous final resting place, set under a scarlet tree overlooking the waters. There are so many memories dancing about this place from his childhood and youth, some sacred and beautiful, others heartbreaking. He takes a quiet moment to reflect on his memories of his father, construct poetry as he did so often with his mother, and take in the peace of his home. He doesn't tarry for too long, though. There are things to be done, and while he has missed his home, he can't stay. When he is returned to the main house, the armor is ready, sitting in its proper place. His father wore this at Iki, at his death. It is a horrible memory, still so clear to Jin. It's been 15 years since that horrific invasion, but the guilt never faded, for what the samurai did to the people of the island, and for watching his father die as he pleaded for Jin to help him. It may still haunt him, but it won't hold him back. He claims his family's armor as his own, and goes out to greet Yuriko. He seems to remind her a bit of his father. It's a striking look, to be sure. There could be a smile behind that mask, but it would be impossible to tell. It is conveniently timed that now the war has come to Omi Village. 3 Straw Hat Ronin are here, easy to cut down in quick succession, but their appearance is a bad omen. More will come. Yuriko asks if they're Yarikawa rebels, causing trouble again, but that was over 20 years ago. Her memory is confusing the past with what's going on now. To calm sweet Yuriko, Jin takes her to her favorite tree beside the lake, a place that his mother, and then Yuriko, often took him to play when he was little. As they go, he asks her about the poisons she makes to kill vermin in the food pantry. He asks if she can make them strong enough to kill a man, but she says that no one deserves that. In large doses, what it would do to a man, it would be ugly. She's taken aback when he says good. She asks him to sit with her beside the tree, and presses about the poison crafting. Such things have never been the Sakai way, and she can see as he speaks that the Mongols have changed him. And he doesn't deny it, but adds that the world too has changed. She knows of plants that both heal and kill, and he can inject the poisons into the Mongols via darts and a blowgun if she can make what he needs. Yuriko clearly doesn't wish to do this, but she will do it for his sake. She just asks that he remains a good man. He can collect a reed from the lake to act as a blowgun, and Yuriko speaks of a memory that it inspires, of little Jin and his friend Ryuzo, when they'd make little boats by the water and reenact battles. Yuriko tells Jin to be careful before he goes. She's been seeing fires beyond the lake at night. He doesn't press it or speculate, not in front of Yuriko. She has enough to worry over, but strange fires at night can't be good. He lets her sit peacefully beneath the tree and ventures out on his own to investigate. At a nearby abandoned fisherman's house, he finds a group of bandits. He's already cleared Mongol camps nearby. At least they haven't moved in closer. But it is bold of bandits to be this close to a samurai lord's home estate. When Jin returns to Yuriko, she's weeping, whispering to herself about his father, Kazumasa, and Jin being alone in the world. She admits it when he says her name, that she was remembering the fallen Lord Sakai, and that he did love Jin in his own way. But he still can't speak of it, or confront those complex emotions that he has for his father. Instead, he focuses on the weapon and those poisons. Though Yuriko is old and seemingly frail, she can ride like hell. After Jin's mother died, Kazumasa taught Yuriko how to ride a horse. It was something they bonded over, one of the avenues that brought them closer together. She regales him with stories that she recalls from his childhood, like when he rode a pony for the first time and sat so tall and straight in his little saddle, or the time he nearly killed his uncle, the good Lord Shimura. Impressively, he was a toddler when he did that. His uncle was trying to show him how to hold a wooden kadachi, but Jin wanted to chase butterflies instead and ended up hitting Lord Shimura so hard in the face that it took weeks to heal. But that was back when Kazumasa still laughed freely, back when Lady Sakai was alive and well. She takes him to a little camp that she has out in the forest where she works to create healing ointments and vermin poison. She sits to rest as he goes about to collect the flowers that she'll need. They're called wolfsbane, and the seeds are very poisonous. She shows him how to safely extract the seeds, crush them, make a paste, and dip the needles. And a testing opportunity immediately presents itself. More Straw Hat Ronin, who knew that there was a camp in the area that an old woman frequented. Jin hits one of them with a dart from a respectable distance, and the man starts projectile vomiting, choking, seizing, and squirting blood from every orifice in his face. It's a truly graphic and terrible way to kill a man. It's suffering to its victim, and it's terror for those who witness it. The other Ronin who were with him run away in fear, but it doesn't bother Jin in the least. He speaks with complete ease. In fact, he asks if he can make any other kinds of poisons. She says she can. She can make one that causes confusion and rage, but she can't remember the ingredients right away. Jin gives her the day here to rest and work while he sees to upgrading his armor and restocking for his next journey. By sunset, she's remembered that she needs flowers that she had planted at one of the Sakai family cemeteries. He remembers hauling buckets of water up from the lake to wash the gravestones when he was young, and he remembers seeing spider lilies. But which cemetery was it? There are several cemetery plots around Omi village. The Sakai clan has been here for 7 generations. Yuriko says that she remembers, though. She'll lead the way. They ride together as the sun sets, and Jin remembers this part of the forest. He became lost here when he was young, after his mother died. He'd vanished into these woods to search for her, and wasn't found for 3 days. He was nearly dead by the time his father found him, and he remembered Kazumasa looking furious. But Yuriko explains that he wasn't angry at Jin, he was angry at himself. No battle had caused Kazumasa as much fear and worry as the nights he spent looking for his only son. She wonders what his father would think of the ghost, and Jin thinks that he would disapprove, but Yuriko doesn't agree. Kazumasa and Shimura argued a lot about his uncle being too rigid. He has a lot more in common with his father than he realizes. It's a sorry sight to see the Mongols have arrived. They've set up a camp within a Sakai family cemetery, a dire disrespect to the dead that rest here. Jin kills the invaders, knowing that more of them won't be far behind if they haven't already arrived. Yuriko shows no fear or reservation towards his actions this time, but oh wait, she just remembered this wasn't where she planted the spider lilies. They're in his great-aunt's family cemetery. Looks like they have to ride together a bit more. Jin, of course, does not question or chastise or even show the slightest bit of negative emotion. They both mount back up and ride together to the next cemetery. Talking of the past with him makes Yuriko happy, so she tells more stories of his father and his samurai. Jin remembers having a nightmare of a demon on these roads, but Yuriko tells him that it was no nightmare. Ronin attacked the Sakai family and their samurai on the road, and Kazumasa fought like a demon to protect his home from the Ronin, even frightening his own men. He hunted them on foot through the night, and the screams of the Ronin echoed throughout the woods. When Kazumasa returned that morning, he was covered in blood. The threat was ended with absolution. They ride past the lake again, on the other side of it now, where she would take Jin to meditate long ago. And she wants to stop here to rest, just like they used to. Yuriko came here with his mother often when she was pregnant with Jin. She's been here to attend to his needs since before he was even born. But he doesn't engage with it. He says they need to get moving. Perhaps it's a bit too much for him to bear right now. He says they can meditate together once the war has ended. This is punctuated upon their arrival at the cemetery. Gravestones have been destroyed and the grounds defaced. It's a sad sight to so callously topple family markers like this, but it can be rebuilt and restored. Yuriko looks over the cemetery while Jin collects the spider lilies. It's nightfall by the time he's collected them, but Yuriko says that she doesn't want her time to end with him. She asks if they can go to the Shimura family cemetery together too, and of course Jin agrees to spend more time with sweet Yuriko. But as they go, she calls him Kazumasa. He corrects her, and she laughs it off by saying that he rides with his father's grace. He was the one that taught her how to ride. Jin doesn't ask for anything beyond that, though. They shortly after reach the Shimura family cemetery, and an entire Mongol camp is resting on it. Dozens of them on his homeland. Yuriko doesn't hesitate in creating her poison. She's seen what these strangers bring with them, and she wants to help as much as she can. But were these Mongols or bandits? This poison will cause its sufferer to violently hallucinate, send them into a rage where they'll attack anyone around them before dying. He remembers lessons from his uncle when he uses it for the first time, teaching Jin to be an example to his people by being true to the samurai code. He tells himself that after the war he won't need it anymore. Does he really believe himself when he says that, though? This poison is spectacular and vile. The Mongol he injects it with turns against another guard, kills him, and then searches for more victims. Test successful. Yuriko asks that they continue on to the Shimura cemetery to check on it together. She mentions this being the best day that she's had since their time at Lake Omi together, but Jin doesn't know what she's talking about, and he asks if she's sure that it's him that she's remembering. She covers her memory lapse and says that it was so long ago, he must have forgotten. The Shimura family cemetery has thus far been untouched by the war. Such a relief. Yuriko brought Jin here when he was young to meditate and write poetry. She asks if they can do that again, and though it is late and he has a war to fight, he sits at her side for a while longer. He makes up and shares a haiku with her, which she adoringly listens to and compliments at its end. He tells her that they should return to Omi now, but she says that she is content staying here on her own for a while. She knows that he has to go and won't ask him to stay any longer. She imparts on him a bit more wisdom, though. Shares that his father disapproved of Lord Shimura's concern over the grand castle at the heart of Tsushima, a place now held by Khotun Khan. It is huge, unmovable as a mountain, just as the samurai and their leaders are told to be. Yet, she asks him to look at the waterfall around it. For as great as that mountain may be, it yields to the ever-flowing and changing waters. She tells him that when he's ready to come back, there is one more place she would like to go with him. But until that day, she'll be waiting. Lord Sakai has received news that Lady Masako Adachi has found a lead at the Omi Monastery, quite nearby his current location. She's looking for a monk, and she doesn't have a good record when it comes to talking to monks. Understandable since her family was directly betrayed by one. Probably best to meet up with her before she breaks all the bones in his hands. And it turns out the monk is Junshin, the same monk from the Golden Temple, who also helped them find Sadao at the Ariake Lighthouse. He keeps popping up in her search, but he has been a by-chance helper. And, as expected, they're having a slightly heated disagreement about a man named Kajiwara. Jin's arrival stops their exchange. He's a much-needed buffer between the lady and the monk. She tells him that Kajiwara was one of the conspirators, the one who recruited the assassins which killed her family. He lives in this prefecture. Junshin seems to know everyone everywhere, but he won't tell her where Kajiwara is for some reason. Jin offers to try his hand with the monk. It's completely understandable that Lady Adachi is on edge and ready to bite at anyone who gets in her way. But it's also a bit frightening, especially to people who are nigh strangers to her. The monk was unwilling to tell this nearly unhinged woman about Kajiwara because he's known the man to be of good character, and he didn't want to help Lady Adachi kill somebody. Jin is a bit more approachable, communicates the situation calmly, and tells Junshin that he personally just wants to talk to Kajiwara. The monk does not like this situation, but he tells Lord Sakai where he can find the supposed fisherman. Lady Adachi is a bit obtuse as to why people would be afraid of her. She's been hunting killers for so long that intimidating is a good trait to have. She explains that this Kajiwara was a retainer for Clan Adachi until she caught him beating his wife and child. He was thrown out, and she tried to get the women to stay with her on the estate, but within a day they were gone, returned to the abuser, perhaps in hopes that he would change. Masako's biggest concern right now is keeping the trader's wife and daughter safe. There are Mongols all around the fishing hut Junshin said Kajiwara would be at. The invaders have never really played an active part in the Adachi assassination scheme, so their presence here is bad news for Kajiwara. Some or all of them may already be dead. It's not in Lady Adachi's nature to stealth into a group of enemies, so they rush in, cut down the Mongols, and start their search for the snake Kajiwara. Within the house are rolls of fine silk, the cost of which would be far beyond what a supposed fisherman could afford, and the corpses of his wife and daughter are in the corner. Their deaths were bloody affairs, and close by, a fisherman's knife covered in their blood. The Mongols didn't kill them. Kajiwara did. There are footsteps leading out of the hut towards some rocks at the coastline, and there the coward is hiding from the Mongols. He says that they attacked, and his wife and daughter begged him to kill them before the Mongols did, so he obliged out of love, and then saved his own worthless skin. Kajiwara only says of his employer that the man understood what it was to be ruined by her, just like he did. Just like Sadao and the Omura brothers before, he blames her for the consequences of their own actions, blames her for his self-ruin. Lady Adachi cuts him down out of disgust, a befitting end for an abusive, terrible man. Lady Adachi has one more lead to follow in this region. It takes him to the Kashimizu farmstead, a land recently freed from Mongol control. She gets there before Jin, and to no one's surprise, she's arguing with a monk, and it's Junshin again. This man is just on the move, isn't he? Except whatever she's asking this time, he doesn't have an answer to. While Jin exchanges pleasantries with the monk, she moves on to some of the farmhands here to ask her questions, and they are able to give her a lead. She tells Jin they directed her towards one of the conspirators on that list, but this one is highly sensitive. She could use his help, but she needs his discretion. Her target is a woman named Mai, who was being escorted out of the farmlands by armed men. She's a thief who stole valuables from the Adachi clan after the attacks, a one servant who was caught stealing and nearly flogged for her deception 3 years ago. Masako was clearly fond of this woman and was able to convince her husband to just let Mai go in peace. They track her down at a bridge in the company of 4 Straw Hat Ronin that are pressuring her to hand over the heirlooms she stole so their employer can sell them. Mai is trying to convince them to let her have them, that she'll sell them herself, and she'll pay them if they let her do it, but no luck. They want the merchandise, so she starts walking them towards the stash. The 2 samurai follow the group through the field, careful to not be seen by the Straw Hats. When one lags a little bit behind, Jin springs in to quietly kill them. None of the Ronin bother to look behind themselves as they walk. Instead, they listen to Mai tell a story. Eventually, only one of the Ronin remain, and when Mai stops at a well to retrieve what the Ronin wants, Lady Adachi runs into the field. More Straw Hat are nearby. They were watching Mai, but they focus on the crazed samurai charging at them instead of the woman. When it's cleared, Masako requests a word alone with the thief. Mai's actions 3 years ago was an immense betrayal of trust, yet she insists on blaming Lady Adachi for it and her punishment of being cast out. There's a serious lack of self-awareness amongst all these conspirators, an unwillingness to take responsibility for their actions. Lady Adachi lays out that her husband wanted Mai flogged for being a thief, that she saved her ass by just having her cast out. Yet Mai insists that if she really did care about her, then Masako should have left with her. These two were romantically linked 3 years ago. The affair ended when Mai was found out. Her expectations of and grudge against Lady Adachi is impossibly selfish, to the point of being delusional. When Masako doesn't bend or give in, Mai gives her puppy dog eyes, says she still loves her, but all Masako wants from her is to know who she serves. She promises that she won't let whoever it is hurt Mai if she does what's right. Mai still has the Adachi heirlooms stashed away nearby. She'll give them back. As they go, Mai says that she never met her employer. He only ever communicated via notes. And the mysterious man was highly manipulative of Mai, saying that they too knew what it was like to love Lady Adachi, and they understood Mai's pain, and he was extremely possessive in his note, quite concerned about the heirlooms being kept safe. But the things he wants aren't worth that much. Their value is sentimental. Why would the man behind the killings want them? At the stash site, Jin collects the heirlooms, gives the two a moment of privacy. Masako is going to let Mai go in peace, but this is the last time they will see each other. Mai tries to apologize for stealing the heirlooms. She wanted to give them back when she heard that Lady Adachi was alive. Their farewell isn't a drawn-out or affectionate one. Mai will return home, the only of the conspirators able to do so thus far. Lady Adachi tries to explain her affair to Jin, but he says she doesn't need to do that. She's been through enough and he's not going to judge her. That the man they hunt apparently has complicated feelings for Masako is a lead, but it's also confusing. She's had no other romances, no other admirers. She has no idea who he could be. She's going to continue hunting down leads while Jin attends to other matters. The Yarikawa rebellion 2 decades ago fractured relations between two once powerful clans. The Shimura clan rising to power was resented by the Yarikawa clan, and the ensuing conflict nearly decimated both of the families. As punishment for their failed rebellion, the Yarikawa clan was stripped of all power and formally disbanded, though the family retained unofficial power over the region. The people of the Yarikawa territory supported them, and still, extreme resentment towards Lord Shimura reigns. This will not be an easy task for any of them. Taka and Yuna are both from this area, though they left it behind when they were still quite young. They'll do what they can to help Jin foster a positive relation with whoever is running the show here now. But there is a huge problem right off the bat. The Mongols have surrounded the village of Yarikawa, the heart of this territory. Yuna says that this is also an opportunity. You see, the people here need help, and if Jin saved them from the Mongols, they might agree to help the war effort. They know of a hidden cave that will get them into the village, assuming that all these years later it still exists. Reaching it will require sneaking through the Mongol camp, but it's their only real option. Taka was already pretty not on board with sneaking through a massive Mongol camp, but after they scout it, he's even more against the idea. Jin asks for his trust on the matter, though in Taka's defense, sneaking through a huge Mongol camp in hopes that a secret entrance through a cave they used as children to play in is still there? That's a pretty big risk, but he gathers his courage and follows them into the camp. While they creep along, Taka and Yuna chat a bit about their memories of this place and what an apparent dump it was. Taka has fonder memories of it than Yuna, but he was also a bit younger and didn't know any better. Pretty bold of them to do this during daylight, and they have to walk out in the open sometimes, but they actually manage to make it to the water's edge where Mongol patrols aren't watching. And the secret cave into the village is still there. In fact, the people of Yarikawa have been using it to sneak in and store supplies. Guards at the secret entrance are freaked out by the people just suddenly emerging from the ground, but they're clearly not Mongols, and they weren't followed in. One of them looks like he stole samurai armor, though. That 2 of them are from Yarikawa and the other claims to be the ghost himself, it's enough to settle them down. The 3 of them are to be escorted to the town's leader, Ujimasa Yarikawa. Right on cue, though, the Mongol general leading these forces approaches the gates to directly speak with the people of Yarikawa. He tells them, in their own tongue, that if they open the gates for the Mongols, they will be shown mercy. If they refuse, misery will be brought upon them. As much as Jin wants Yarikawa to join forces with his uncle, he more so does not want these people to suffer at the hands of the Mongols. He may not be able to redeem his uncle's name here, but he can approach them as Lord Sakai, as the ghost. Ujimasa Yarikawa is surprised that Jin Sakai, nephew of the Jito, is the man behind the ghost. He warns Jin to be careful, or Lord Shimura will punish him for falling out of line, just like he did the Yarikawa clan. Jin tries to argue with him over it, but Yuna steps in to deliver a very stern knock it off, and fearlessly snaps back at Ujimasa when he asks her if she's a servant. Jin offers to break the Mongol siege outside of town if Ujimasa will promise to aid Lord Shimura in the war, which is scoffed at. He believes that Yarikawa can hold out against the Mongols, that eventually they'll lose interest, and that they'll turn their aggressions towards Lord Shimura and the mainland. Yarikawa will survive. He entertains nothing of their offer of aid. He is a special level of stupid. Taka has been visiting the blacksmith shop that he frequented when he was little. The blacksmith at the time was very kind to him, let him play with a small hammer, instilled a love for the trade into him. The blacksmith has since passed away, but his son told Taka that the best archers in the village left some time ago against Ujimasa's orders to hunt and kill Mongols. They haven't come back yet. They're Yarikawa warriors that might aid them in breaking the siege if Ujimasa himself won't help. And coming back with the support of the mighty band of archers might win the people of Yarikawa over to their side. They start their search for the archers at the ruins of old Yarikawa, but Jin had asked Taka to remain behind. He was really skittish when they crept into Yarikawa, and he could easily get hurt in a fight. But Taka says he wants to be here to help, to prove that he can be brave. Jin admires his tenacity and gives a quick okay so long as he listens to directions. Locals have seen the band of archers moving through the area. They're able to pick up their tracks leading out of the ruins. They encountered a Mongol patrol, killed them, and carefully reclaimed their arrows from the corpses. They follow the trail to a house that a very grouchy black bear has taken up residence in, where the archers also clearly held up for a while. In fact, a fire pit outside is still warm, so they're nearby. They've been busy bees, too. They've been stealing explosive barrels from the Mongols. They spot some of the archers at the next hill over, sneaking up to the top of it, so they follow, being very careful to not appear as enemies in the process. The leader of this group is named Daikoku, and he welcomes them onto the hillside after acquaintances are made. He doesn't really care who Lord Jin Sakai is, so long as he's not Shimura. He says that some of his men were taken as prisoners when they were caught raiding a Mongol camp for supplies. This group of Mongols is headed toward the Yarikawa ruins. They could all get there, set up an ambush, they could use explosives to take out the bulk of them, shoot from rooftops, fight on the ground if need be. If they plan carefully, they can wipe out this group and save Daikoku's men. By the time the Mongols are moving again, a series of traps within the ruins of Yarikawa have been laid. Yuna tells Taka to hide someplace, but he insists that he wants to help, he wants to fight, he wants to learn, which she absolutely opposes. Her life has revolved around raising and keeping Taka safe, shielding him from the world as much as possible. But he doesn't want to be held back. He's coming to idolize the ghost and wants to be a part of saving Tsushima. Jin thinks that Taka should decide for himself what he wants to do. It's like there are 3 siblings now instead of 2, and Yuna has lost this round. So she says fine, then Jin can watch out for Taka. He's clearly a little afraid of what's coming up the road. Yuna always kept them out of trouble, or fought when was needed. He never got trained on how to use a weapon. Jin tells him that it's okay because everyone is afraid sometimes, even if they don't look like it, even Yuna. When the Mongols appear on the road, he panics a little bit, but stays in position, ready to play his part. Their ambush sets most of the invaders on fire right at the start, and makes clearing the field a simple matter. The archers are saved, not a single ally is lost on the field, and Taka has proven his own courage to himself. He goes ahead with the archers back to Yarikawa, and Yuna digs into Jin for letting Taka be a part of the fight. She saw him fall down. He could have been killed. Jin takes an opposing view, that he's fine and that by protecting him, she's holding him back. He could become a fighter in his own right. Their bickering ends with Yuna telling him to stay out of their family business. She may be one to encourage change in others, but not when it comes to Taka. Except her brother is a grown man who's been told what to do all his life by his sister. Jin is becoming a big brother figure, someone he looks up to and wants to emulate, which Yuna is very against. Will the usually docile Taka prove to have a rebellious streak? Back at Yarikawa, the return of the archers is indeed heartening to the people. They immediately get to training and preparing for a Mongol attack at the front gates. There's clear restlessness amongst the invaders, agitation at the attack on one of their groups. Taka wonders if they'll attack in the night, and Jin thinks that they'll attack the following morning. Either way, there's trouble inbound. Yuna wanted to talk with Jin before the fight, at the top of the Steward's Keep. Up there is a clear view of the monsters at the door and all the signs of war off in the distance. Burning lands, destroyed homes. She laments that these Mongols killed the samurai, so what chance do some archers and a bunch of farmers have against them? Jin doesn't really have an answer for that beyond, we have to try. The 2 of them sit and chat, sharing a profuse amount of sake through the evening, talking of family, of their pasts, even funny stories of adventures and life experiences. They're spat from earlier forgotten and forgiven. She tells Jin more about why she's so protective of Taka. Their mother was a violent drinker who mistreated them terribly to the point of breaking Taka's arm when he was 6. It's why she took her brother away from Yarikawa in the first place. Not long after they ran away, their mother was found face down in the street. He extends understanding of her choices as a child, that sometimes it's hard to walk away from everything you know. But she did right by Taka. Yuna, you're one cool bean lady. The sounds of war wake Jin from his slumber. It's still night and the Mongols are attacking. He'd better sober the hell up. The people of Yarikawa gather in fear but take heart when the ghost runs through the town towards the gates. The archers and all who can fight are with him to stand against whoever breaks through. Once the battle begins, their advantage against the numbers of the Mongols lie in the broken gates, their choke points to keep the flood from coming through. They quickly and decisively kill every Mongol that comes through the gate with striking speed. Even when they breach a second gate, the fighters of Yarikawa are able to hold back the tide of men trying to push into the village. After a few minutes of fighting, the Mongols withdraw, as though in defeat. But this was far too quick and simple. The bulk of the army is still outside the village. They start using siege weapons against this small town. From the hillside, trebuchets are launching molten projectiles. The chaos on the field can be used to Jin's advantage. Hard to keep an eye on a single man amidst an army. He runs and cuts his way through the camp towards the hillside, while the fighters of Yarikawa continue to fight within the village square and fortress courtyard. He cuts the ropes on the siege engines, making the hulking structures completely useless. He kills every Mongol on the hill to prevent any chance at recovering use of the trebuchets. He can see Mongols running into the village. The fighters are losing ground and about to be overrun. He ignores Mongols outside the village. Instead, he bolts back to the interior of Yarikawa to join the defenses. They reclaim the village square, and Jin is notified that the general of the army is here, in the courtyard before the steward's keep. Killing him would end this all quickly. As the people and archers of Yarikawa fight for their lives around him, he challenges the general to a duel. And the ghost quickly delivers to him a humiliating defeat and a truly brutal death. But Jin hasn't done this to punish the general. It's to put the fear of hell into his men, to make an example of him. The ghost continues his killing spree through the ranks of terrified Mongols, yelling taunts, ordering them to look at the corpse of their leader, stabbing men in the back as they run. There's no mercy, and it sends a very clear message. This is what the ghost will do to you. The fighters and people of Yarikawa join in the chase, cutting down Mongols that fall behind, running the rest out of the village into the forest beyond their walls. With this outstanding, odds-defying victory, now is the time to besiege the people of Yarikawa to continue the fight against the Mongols, to aid Lord Shimura in saving Tsushima. Someone calls to him that they're not soldiers, but who, he asks, killed these Mongols? Who stood against their siege and saved this place? Taka and Yuna join. These people did, and they can't just wait for the Mongols to try again. The ghost tells them that they're not soldiers, but they are warriors, and they can defeat the invaders if they unite as a people. The people will not forget their grudge against the Jido, but they will fight alongside the ghost. When the time comes, they will lend their aid to Lord Shimura for the sake of Tsushima. It is nearly time to retake Castle Shimura. His uncle should have completed preparations by now, and all Jin's efforts in this region should pay off very soon. There is still one more task to see to, though, Lady Adachi. She's found another lead. Jin finds her near Kushi on the road, outright threatening a monk and terrorizing the people with him. She's demanding to know where Junshin is, the monk that has been helping rebuild temples, create survivor camps, that's been giving Masako and Jin bits of information. She's absolutely livid about something, but walks away to give Jin space with the monk. The terrified man says that Junshin was at the Red Leaf Temple, helping survivors there until the Mongols raided it. They don't know what became of him after that. Masako outright accuses Junshin of conspiring against her. Someone left him a note at the temple, identical to the ones they've been finding on the other conspirators. It promised supplies for the camps he's been establishing in exchange for information about Lady Adachi's movements. This doesn't prove that Junshin accepted the offer, but Masako has run herself so ragged that she's not thinking clearly. She's seeing everyone around her as a potential threat, even Jin, should he defy her. She is hunting Junshin down with the intention of killing him, but he asks that instead they investigate her claim. Question Junshin first. She gives her word that they'll speak with the monk, but something about her assurance isn't very reassuring. They ride for Red Leaf Temple, and Masako speaks of talking to Junshin with her sword, like what her family's killers did. They argue over not hurting Junshin, and she reminds Jin that when his father died, Lord Shimura hunted down his killers and got revenge, at least he claimed to. She wants that for her own family, and Jin doesn't get to insert objections or stand in her way. He got his vengeance, and she wants hers. The Mongol attack on Red Leaf Temple is still underway. They're running down people on the roads. Only a few Mongols are on the temple grounds. The rest are out butchering in the hillsides. They cut through them quickly, and Jin finds Junshin within the temple itself, not looking so great. The Mongols were interrogating him, but he is well enough to make it out on foot. They need to be quick, as a horn has sounded for reinforcements at the temple. Lady Adachi does not honor their agreement. She takes a shot at Jin and Junshin both, cutting the monk's face deeply, missing Jin by mere inches. She's tried to kill them. Jin orders the monk to flee, and he faces his attacker head-on, first with words. If they turn on each other, the Mongols win. But to her, they've already won. She draws her weapon and moves against her once ally. It is hard to hold her turmoil against her with the weight of grief and rage she's been forced to carry. Even with the alliance of Jin Sakai and those under the Ghost's banner, she buried her husband, her children, her grandchildren, her entire family line, and she did it completely alone. And Jin seems to understand this, that the woman he's fighting under the setting sun isn't holding Lady Adachi's true heart. She's exhausted, half-starved, and wild with indignation at the betrayal met out to her. He bests her in this duel, but he does not kill the Lady Adachi. Their real enemies are en route. Instead, he gives her back her weapon. She accepts his mercy, and they turn their blades against the Mongol reinforcements. This does not mean Jin Sakai isn't angry with Masako. Once they have space to speak, he confronts her backtracking against her word to not kill Junshin. She admits that seeing the monk, regardless of his guilt, just made her think of her grandchildren, and seeing Jin protecting Junshin made her incensed. But she actually tried to kill him. There's no justification for that. He tells her she hasn't lost everything, she is sacrificing everything for the sake of revenge. She evokes the memory of Ryuzo's betrayal, the pain that brought Jin, but he asks that anger not consume her or blind her to who her friends truly are. He extends to her another chance, perhaps not immediate trust, but forgiveness, and he warns her to never make an attempt on his life again. Junshin made it a fair ways into the forest before stopping. At their appearance, he asks them to please not kill him. Junshin freely offers that he was offered supplies in exchange for information, yes, but he did not take it. He wouldn't betray Masako like that. The offer came from somebody named Lady Hana, which riles Lady Adachi again. Lady Hana is her sister. She doesn't believe Junshin. Her sister died at the massacre, but he describes her garb, her perfume, things people wouldn't commonly know, least of all a monk. And Lady Adachi has to confront that her own sister, she was the one behind the killing of her family, the one who ordered and participated in the deaths of her grandbabies. Jin tells Junshin to get out of here. He doesn't know how Masako is going to react to this. She has no idea why her own sister would want Clan Adachi wiped out. But she's sure as hell going to track her down and find out. Lady Hana's home is far to the north, in the Kamiyagata region. Once Castle Shimura is taken, she and Jin both will venture there to continue the hunt. Preparations are complete. It's time to retake the seat of power over Tsushima. If Castle Shimura is reclaimed, it will push the Mongol invaders farther north, decisively turning the advantage to Lord Shimura's forces. It will put the Mongols on the losing side of this war. They must succeed here at any cost. Lord Shimura is awaiting his nephew's return at a staging camp where a ragtag army is fully assembled. Soldiers, warriors, and common folk who have come to honor their word to the ghost. His uncle recognizes his efforts and claims his army as his own, a force that will do his bidding. He also recognizes that Yuna has upheld her side of the deal, and he has arranged for her and Taka's transport to the mainland. Soon, reinforcements from the shogun will be here as well, but there is a dilemma he wishes solved before then. Conveniently, orders from Khotun Khan to the traitor Ryuzo were intercepted. The Straw Hat Ronin are nearby, at Fort Koyasan, and are to attack Shimura's army from their flank. And as one who knows Jin well might expect, he steps forward to handle his once friend for his uncle. He decides to invite Yuna to join his venture. She may want to get out of this suffocating camp for a bit, and he could use a helping hand. But she and Taka are already preparing to leave the island. Their ship leaves at dawn. He asks if she can help him with Ryuzo, but Yuna has spent her life working for this journey, and nothing is going to compromise it, not even the friends that she has made here. She values Taka's future and safety more than anything. She's done her part. This is Jin's battle, and she doesn't want to play any more parts in this war. He honors her decision and bids them a good journey, with a hope that they find peace in their new lives. Alone, he departs that evening to Fort Koyasan and waits for the night to fall before approaching from the shadows. On a hill overlooking the fort, he scopes out what's awaiting him within, and there's far more than just Ronin. It's crawling with Mongols too. And the hillside is crawling with Taka. He rides up to the sneaking ghost, calls out to him from the road, and runs up to tell Jin that he's not letting him do this alone. He's damn lucky he didn't give them both away to the Mongols. Jin opposes his presence solely because he's not trained for something like this, but Taka reminds him of his words at Yarikawa. If they all stand together, they can save their home. He offers to create a distraction, to draw some within the fort away, and though Jin doesn't want to put him in danger, he agrees, with the stipulation that as soon as they start chasing him, he rides as fast as possible back to the safety of the camp. Taka openly rides next to the fort, starts yelling insults at the Mongols inside, tells them that he's going to tattle on them to Lord Shimura and the samurai, and takes off for the camp. Taka might not be trained to fight, but he's a damned good rider, and his distraction ploy seems to work. Most of the fort empties to chase after him. Jin could stealth his way through the fort, kill from the shadows, but he instead chooses to openly challenge all who remain here, turn this place into a bloodbath, send a message to his enemies. His goal is Ryuzo in the upper courtyard. He kills his way up the road, walks straight in through the gates, and greets his old friend. Ryuzo knows why Jin is here. After all, he made sure that Jin would know where to find him. Lord Shimura's men intercepting those orders from the Mongols was no accident. The Khan wants to meet with him. Jin will not comply, rejects Ryuzo's reasoning that giving in to the Khan will save Tsushima, and earns himself one hell of a hit to the back of the head. Jin is going to speak with the Khan, whether he likes it or not. It is Taka's voice that wakes him. He's tied to a log, as is he, but what the hell is Taka doing here? He says that Jin was gone for so long that he knew he was in trouble, so he came back to help him, and he got captured. They have to get out of here. Taka can absolutely be used against Jin. His presence is a complication to an already dire situation. They both try to wriggle free from their bonds, but someone has been watching them. Khotun Khan. He approaches the ghost, offers him a drink, and when he refuses, the Khan does not ignore the other man who's clearly not a lord of this land. Khotun offers him a drink as well, and shows no disappointment when his offer isn't accepted. The Khan has heard all about the ghost. In fact, he's been studying Jin's campaign, and he's impressed. He knows that the ghost holds far more loyalty and sway over the people of Tsushima than the Jito does, and Jin can convince them to join the Mongols. When he is refused, the Khan speaks to a more base need for recognition. He too has lived in the shadow of his family. Why should they settle for scraps when others benefit from their labors? But Jin is loyal to a fault. These tactics won't work on the ghost. He recognizes that the Khan is a master at dividing his enemies from within to make them easier to conquer, and Jin is confident that it will not work on him, his companions, or his family. So, the Khan goes to Taka, tells him that their legend, the ghost, doesn't care about them, and if Taka kills him, then he's free to go. Simple as that. Jin knows that Taka too is loyal to his very core, that he will not hurt Jin, that he wants to be brave like the ghost, and he begs Taka to just run. He refuses. Taka churns the blade on the Khan, but the seasoned warrior easily kicks down and disarms the untrained blacksmith. The Khan's ploy to turn this common man against the ghost failed. The supposed legend has rejected his offers just as Lord Shimura did, and the Khan is a man with an explosive temper when slighted. He takes Jin's sword and without a word raises it over Taka. The man's final words are "Tell Yuna." Family is more than blood, and he lost another one. Yuna's world is gone with the single swing of a blade. The greatest blacksmith in Tsushima has been killed by a Mongol invader. The Khan ruthlessly displays the head of his victim before the ghost, tells him that this man died for him, and that this will repeat until one of Jin's allies chooses to kill the ghost. He's not able to free himself for several hours. The sky is dark, rain is pouring, but as soon as he is free, he seeks his sword. Once he has it, once he's re-geared, all he thinks is kill them all. And he does. He kills his way through the camp with a violent rage that could match his father's. He once approached these fights with quiet focus, but now he yells threats and insults. Even when men fall back in fear, he chases them down and runs them through. He's not killing because he has to, he's killing for revenge. There's no gentle calm or reflection to it. What happened today has impacted Jin Sakai, but will it fundamentally change him as a man? Before he leaves the fort, Yuna arrives looking for her brother. She spotted the Khan and Ryuzo on the road. She knows Taka came here because of him. Jin doesn't have the words to say that he's dead, but she gets the message. She told him not to come here. Why didn't he listen? He wasn't supposed to be here. Every step of her life was taken with and for Taka. Half of herself died here. He wanted so much to be like the ghost, and though she wants to hold this against Jin, she also knows that Taka's heart compelled him to be a helper. He never would have left Jin behind. And she will not leave Taka here. She demands they kill reinforcements descending on the fort so she can take her brother back where he belongs. Dozens of Ronin and Mongols alike flood through the gates, and each one is systematically cut down. The Mongols are poor fighters, the Ronin lack a leader, they're easy to isolate and pick apart. These are the last of the Straw Hats. They gathered here with Ryuzo and the Khan, their leaders, who threw them at the ghost, knowing full well what he was capable of. Yuna places her rage against Ryuzo and the Khan. She knows that Jin did not ask Taka to be here, and that he would have done anything to save Taka's life. It wasn't Jin that swung the blade. Yuna chooses a spot on the cliffs, overlooking the sea for Taka to be laid to rest. She blames herself for all of this. She thinks she didn't protect Taka. But Jin reminds her of who their enemies truly are, and asks that she help avenge Taka. For her, there's no reason to leave anymore. The only thing she has left is revenge. So she will stay and kill every Mongol bastard she can find. She asks if Taka was brave in his final moments, and Jin reminds her that Taka was always brave. The Shogun's men have arrived at the staging camp and are ready for battle. A fresh, small army of highly trained samurai from Clan Oga to bolster their numbers. The order has been issued for the army to rally for departure. Lady Masako Adachi, Master Archer Ishikawa, the warrior monk Norio, and the smuggler Kenji are all here, doing what they can to contribute. Kenji's pretty torn up over Taka's passing. He vows to do everything he can to not let Taka down. Norio sits with Jin for some time to meditate together before the battle to find peace. He checks in with Yuna too. She hasn't slept since Taka's death, but she has found peace. She reminds him that the people he gathered here are risking their lives for the ghost, and he says that he would give his life for the people of Tsushima, and she is included in that as well. She still has a place in all of this, and 100 living, breathing reasons walking around this camp to remind her of the lives that she is saving by being here. The leader of Clan Oga, the Shogun's reinforcements, would like to ride with Jin Sakai to the staging area of the battle, where Lord Shimura is waiting. He seems a reasonable, tempered man who is pleased that the people of Yarikawa are here to fight at their sides. That they're not samurai doesn't bother him, nor does he look down upon them. But he asks about the stories he's heard about the ghost, and Jin tells him that it was created to give the people of Tsushima something to believe in after the samurai were defeated. But Lord Oga echoes Lord Shimura and says that since the samurai have returned, it's time for the ghost stories to be stopped, for the Shogun's law to be reestablished. Jin counters that it's time they save the island and its people. Lord Shimura has been waiting for him, but did not know of Jin's capture. News of what happened there shocks him. Had he known his nephew was in danger, he would have dropped everything to be there for him. He vows that the Khan will pay not only for Taka's death, but for Jin's suffering as well. Before they ride for Castle Shimura, he informs his nephew that the Shogun has supported his decision to adopt Jin. When this is all over, when Castle Shimura is theirs and the Mongols driven off Tsushima, they will celebrate as father and son. The forces of the Jido meet the Mongols in the fields before Castle Shimura as the day draws to a close. Only a small unit of Mongols intercept them outside the walls, but even those lesser numbers are enough to match what Lord Shimura has on his front line. This army of Tsushima is vastly outnumbered by the invaders. Their equalizing factors are the samurai. their superior combat training, and the Ghost, who is dangerously unpredictable. They quickly cut through this round of Mongols and bust the doors to the castle courtyard down with a battering ram, straight into Mongol archers and shieldmen. The forces of Tsushima make it into the gates, but men on the front line are lost. The samurai enter combat by bravely and honorably rushing in head first to display their strength to the enemy, even if it causes casualties. The losses aren't enough to stop the Jito's army. They clear the first courtyard and repeat the process in the next. Ram down the door, men get shot by archers, rush into the shieldmen, start fighting, kill all the Mongols. At the next yard, there's far more area to cover, and the losses are heavier. At the next gate, Lord Shimura orders Jin to scout ahead so they don't run headfirst into a massacre. Doing as ordered, Jin gets a higher look, sees a valuable target in the front of the gate, a Mongol general, and doing as he's done countless times before, he dwindles their numbers with poison from afar. When the general turns to see his men choking to death on their own blood, Jin drops in and kills him from behind as his uncle opens the gate behind him. Lord Shimura probably believed that Jin entering the courtyard meant it was appropriate to breach, and seeing his nephew take off a man's head from behind in what he deems a dishonorable way repulses him. Jin worsens it by picking up the Mongol's head and throwing it at the fleeing invaders. Lord Shimura loudly chastises this method, saying to never kill like this, to face them with honor. Jin is using terror as a weapon, arguing that they're monsters and it's all they understand. Lord Shimura taught him long ago that monstrous men should not make them animals, but Jin is defying those old lessons. A hwacha starts raining down arrows into the field, and Lord Shimura calls on Jin. This is his chance to destroy that weapon with honor. He charges up the path with Yuna at his back through the lines of Mongols to reach the tower with the hwacha, which he turns against the invaders to clear a line up the roads for the Tsushima fighters. After, Yuna outright tells Jin that he was right to use terror tactics against the Mongols, that his uncle was wrong about it, that everyone here who's not a samurai is here for the Ghost, not Shimura. He's caught between two nigh complete opposite outlooks on war conduct, and he's starting to lean towards favoring horror and fear over the samurai code. Lord Shimura's army has succeeded in pushing the Mongols back to the main castle grounds, which lies beyond what will be their best physical protection, a bridge. The samurai chase the Mongols across the bridge directly up to the main gate, but overlooking the site, Jin knows that something is wrong here. On the other side of that gate, the Mongols have loaded horse-drawn carts with explosives. And before the samurai can process the dangers of being caught on this bridge, the Mongols throw open the gates, light the wagons on fire, and send them down the line. Lord Shimura, Jin, and Yuna start lobbing arrows at the horses to stop their charge, keep those barrels out of their army center. The chain explosions kill several samurai and take out the bridge center entirely. Their army was nearly annihilated in a matter of moments. Yuna says that these men were needlessly sent to die, casting blame for something that happened so quickly. Lord Shimura is stunned at the tactic and all the dead on the bridge. He says they will repair the bridge and attack at dawn. But Jin lets his anger broil. That's weird looking. In an uncharacteristic, accusatory tone, says that if Shimura had listened to him, this wouldn't have happened. But in the last 2 minutes leading up to this, Jin didn't once say they shouldn't cross that bridge. He was slaughtering Mongols, yelling, "Kill them all," helping push the advance, and when he was called up to offer suppressing fire over the bridge, he did so quickly. Lord Shimura shuts him down. If Jin wants to do this another way, then that is not a discussion he will have in front of others, namely Yuna. In the privacy of a nearby building, Lord Shimura states his plan to end the war tomorrow. He sounds a bit shaken, and Jin again accuses his uncle of sending their men to die. And the Jito doesn't argue. He's clearly troubled by what's happened. Jin offers to sneak in past the gate. He will poison the army under the cover of night. But this is another act of terror that he's advocating for, and his uncle absolutely refuses to allow it. The older man stands beside unbending codes of honor, and the younger wishes to wield suffering like a weapon. Neither is willing to compromise. Lord Shimura tries to tell him that doing this makes him no better than the Mongols, but Jin's own rigid desire to inflict agony on his foe wounds the Jito's heart. The Ghost presses the issue, says that he sacrificed everything he knew to save his people, that he gave them hope while Shimura did nothing. The backhand Jin receives stops the emotional outburst. Lord Shimura regrets striking his nephew immediately, tries to approach him in apology, and Jin lets his anger reign again. He rejects his uncle's gesture and storms out. Lord Sakai speaks with his companions in the courtyard. All of them survived, even Kenji, who's trying to comfort and help as best as he can. Lady Adachi is tending to the men who are soon to pass, to be with them as she couldn't be with her own sons. Jin relays his uncle's plans and says that there may be another way to defeat the Khan without more death. She doesn't ask what, but encourages him to do what he must. Sensei Ishikawa says that Shimura's plan is bold, probably unexpected, and that a quick recovery could mean fewer casualties for them in the long run. And as for another way to go about it, Ishikawa also doesn't ask for details but warns Jin to tread carefully here. He would be openly defying his uncle. Norio is praying over those who died on the bridge, honoring their sacrifices. Jin does not disturb him with talks of more fighting, but promises that they'll all get proper burials once they retake the castle. And then he speaks with Yuna. They are in agreement that repairing the bridge and charging is a bad idea. The Mongols almost certainly have another trap waiting for them on the other side of that gate. He is going to go ahead with his poisoning tactic, asking her how much wolfsbane can be collected within the next hour. He is going to use what sweet Yuriko taught him against the enemies in a mass death attack. She had asked him to stay the good man she knew him to be. What would she think of him using her poison like this? And Jin is fully aware that his uncle is going to know what he did. Before she leaves to collect the wolfsbane, she gives Jin something that Taka was making. A new set of specialized armor, art set into metal. Jin sets aside the armor of Clan Sakai and dons that of the ghost. By nightfall, he has the poisonous seeds that he needs. Now to find a vehicle to place it into. If he can get them into whatever the Mongols are drinking, it will kill all who consume it. On a tower within the castle courtyard, he scouts potential paths that he can take to get around, and spies a feast being prepared. If he can get to where the food is, he can poison the feast beverage, kill most of the army, and then pick off the survivors. Ryuzo is here too, because of course he would be. The Ronin's betrayal has gone so deep that he cannot be afforded the chance to leave the castle. And to further complicate things, there are explosives all around the entryway to the courtyard. If the Tsushima army tries to storm the castle through that gate, they will be completely obliterated. Jin could turn back, take this news to his uncle, warn them of the traps laid out, advocate for another way, but he chooses to remain, to go ahead with his own plan of poisoning. He only kills guards when he absolutely has to, where their deaths will go unnoticed. If he's detected or a corpse is found, it could blow his entire plan. Wouldn't want anything to interrupt that feast, after all. After the death of his father, Jin came here to live with his uncle. He knows this place like the back of his hand. The sheer number of Mongols make it hard going, but he reaches the feast site and slips the wolfsbane into the drink bags. Every single one. And Jin Sakai watches as each of these men get their drink, enjoy their evening, and then start choking to death on their own blood. There's confusion as it starts. There's no attacker. Just moments ago, these men were fine. Eventually, it's realized that the beverages so many of them have been consuming is poisoned, and there's nothing they can do about it. Dozens of men, suffering terrible deaths, fall in the courtyard. Their death sounds and wailing keep Jin company as he walks through the castle itself. Ryuzo is there, and this war will not end without Khotun dead. Ryuzo is waiting, fully aware of what has happened outside. He has nowhere left to run, no men to back him up, no tricks or traps to fall back on. He must face Jin. The Khan rode north and made him stay here to collect the ghost's head, he says, but it's clearly another tactic to break down an enemy. The Khan has turned a childhood friend against Jin with promises of safety and aid that a holier-than-thou samurai would never give the Ronin, continually brought the ghost and the Straw Hats into conflict, and now if the Lord Sakai wishes to pursue his vendetta against the Khan, he'll have to deliver a death sentence to his once friend. Khotun knows full well what this conflict will mean for the ghost. He's masterful at weaponizing emotions. Ryuzo tries to ask Jin to give him a pass, to tell the Jito that Ryuzo was helping him as a spy. He says that he was trying to help Jin by convincing the Khan to speak with him rather than just outright kill him, that Taka's death was a penance for the ghost slaughtering the Ronin. Layers of guilt, casting blame and stubbornness between them. They have both lost everything because of necessary choice. But, Ryuzo says, they can defeat the Mongols together if Jin would just give him another chance. The people will believe the ghost. But after all Ryuzo has done, the horrors of war he's participated in, the deaths that he's caused, it's too much. He asks the Ronin to surrender, to answer for his crimes. They both know the Jito and the Shogun will have him killed as a traitor. Ryuzo declines. He would rather take his chances against Jin. This will be their last fight. Ryuzo will not allow his fate to be decided by Lord Shimura, to be locked away in a cell awaiting an undignified death. His loyalty to and fondness for Jin started to fade long ago, even if the samurai was oblivious to it. When Ryuzo disappeared 3 years ago to live and fight alongside the Ronin, Jin did not seek his longtime friend out. He remained in a castle amongst lords and samurai, being catered to and specially trained, while Ryuzo found camaraderie and meaning with the Straw Hats. He was at Komata Beach just like Jin was. He fought to protect and save his men, his family, just like Jin did. He betrayed old trusts and allegiances to keep them safe, just like Jin has. The difference between them is the master they serve and the weight of innocent lives. Who stood to protect the people of Tsushima? Ryuzo's greatest sin wasn't betraying a Jito, lords, samurai, or even Jin. Those were people that didn't give a damn about the Ronin until they needed something. His greatest sin was turning traitor against the people of his homeland. That is the defining difference between them in the end. Ryuzo loses this final fight. Be it mercy to save him the indignity of capture or to carry out what he deems justice, Jin kneels before his childhood friend, bids him a final, emotionless goodbye, and ends Ryuzo's life quickly. The army of Lord Shimura has moved through the castle gates into the courtyards where many Mongols are still choking to death on their own blood. Yuna faces what she played a part in creating, the suffering of it, but after Taka's murder, this doesn't seem to trouble her. Jin relays that Ryuzo is dead and she simply says, good. But his uncle, Lord Shimura, sees this courtyard as a blasphemy to honor and a direct disobedience carried out by his own nephew. The Jito, too, has bent the rules when it comes to honor, made deals with criminals, made self-serving choices to his own benefit, but this, how does one justify an act of terror like this? The Jito knows that it is not his own judgments that will decide Jin's fate. It's the shogun's, and there is an entire clan of samurai here that directly serve that shogun. Lord Shimura could never cover this up. And the Lord of Clan Oga will send word of this back to the mainland. His revulsion is clear, but Jin openly argues against it, saying that he did this for all of them. He's just a few steps from outright blaming the Jito for his own choices. Shimura knows that the shogun will demand someone's head for this, so he begs Jin to cast the blame on Yuna, to say that she drove him to do this, that she put the idea of it into his head. He sees Jin as his heir, his son, his future, and in his panic to preserve Jin's honor, he himself resorts to an extreme wrong. Jin idolizes his uncle. When his parents died, Shimura became his world, his teacher, his parent, his protector. For him to beg this of Jin is significant. The weight of it settles, but Jin knows he must honestly take responsibility for this, to keep safe all others who may have played a part or encouraged it. The people of Tsushima, most of this army, is loyal to the ghost. And if he rebels, fights the samurai, creates a martyr in Yuna, then it could cause a civil war. That means denying his uncle's desperate plea, refusing to be his son, denouncing his name and accepting that he is the ghost. Lord Shimura cannot protect him. The samurai of Clan Oga move in to arrest the ghost, which Jin will not contest. He gives his sword to Yuna, tells her to continue pursuing the Khan, and submits himself to the custody of the samurai. And Lord Shimura accepts that his dream has crumbled. His nephew has become something unrecognizable, has turned his back on family, rejected him as a father. He drops the shogun's approval for the adoption into flames. For days, the ghost of Tsushima is imprisoned. There's little question as to what Jin's fate will be, and now Lord Shimura's own fate is in limbo. Jin's actions have brought disgrace upon him, and his initial losses and inability to end this war make him look weak. One night, the smuggler Kenji shows up outside Jin's cell. He has dropped off some sake barrels and tells the guard that Lord Shimura has asked him to bring all the samurai sake as an extra reward for retaking Castle Shimura. And if the guard wants some, he better hurry up and get it before his buddies drink it all. Works like a charm, and Kenji doesn't waste a second of the time that he's bought. He opens the cell door and tells the ghost that orders have come through for him to be shipped to the mainland for judgment. Jin wants to regain his uncle's trust, mend what has happened between them, but right now, the people need the ghost. Yuna needs help in the north, and his uncle cannot defy the will of the shogun. He must escape and resume his fight against the Mongols for the sake of Tsushima. Kenji will track down Lady Adachi, the warrior monk Norio, and Sensei Ishikawa, get them to Omi village, his homeland, in hopes that they too can journey north to aid the effort once they open the pass for them. The smuggler tells him where Yuna is, where he can find an exit, and promises to distract the guards for as long as possible. Kenji has turned out to be a real bro. While he sneaks through the courtyards, he overhears samurai, fighters, and servants speaking of him, the war, and Lord Shimura. Some see the ghost as an inhuman animal, others as necessary. His uncle has accomplished much with very little, but Jin's behavior tarnishes the honor of it. And if the Jito fails to end this war soon, then the Lord of Clan Oga may step in to take over the effort. There are a few common folks that spot Jin as he goes, but none of them betray his presence to the samurai. Instead, they encourage and guide him. When he reaches the stables where his horse Kage is being kept, his absence is finally found out. He can't leave and travel the frozen north on foot. He has no armor, no weapons. He's walking around in sandals. He needs his horse, who has been a stalwart companion during all his struggles through Tsushima. Patrols are being set up on the roads, guards are moving towards the exits, and an active hunt is about to begin within the courtyards. The clock is ticking quickly. As soon as Jin makes it to Kage, as soon as his head pops out of the stable, they're spotted by archers and they instantly open fire on Kage. The poor creature takes 4 arrows deep into his side, but he doesn't fall, he doesn't stop running. Kage runs through the night, through the pain, carrying Jin away from samurai territory, until he can't anymore. The rich forests of the southern Kamiyagata region have been burned. There's no safe place to stop, and Kage has done all he can for Jin. They both fall to the road, and Jin sits with Kage as his life fades. Once he's gone, the least Jin can do for his faithful friend is give him a proper burial. The ghost has to make it on his own now, to a village called Kin, where help should be awaiting him. But that's not what Jin finds. The Mongols are here. They have devastated Kin, burned the great sacred tree at the heart of it, killed its inhabitants. Yuna is a survivor, though. There is a chance that she made it out. Without any weapons, he has to slowly sneak his way through the ruined village. Nothing was spared during the attack. This is the worst act carried out by the Mongols so far. These weren't samurai or fighters that died here. They were innocent people, made all the worse by an act of terror. Jin finds bodies within the sacred tree, people who were rounded up, who weren't killed by blade or flame, yet there's blood all over their faces, some of them gripping at their own throats. He follows the trail of bodies and finds that the Mongols learned from him. They're using his wolfsbane poison. He is about to get a first-hand demonstration of what that poison does to a person. He is spotted outside the burning village and takes a poisoned arrow to the back. It's not so deep as to puncture organs or break bones, but the effects of the wolfsbane start after just a few moments. His jog is turned into a stumble. He vomits and gags, starts puking up blood, and then goes down on a bridge. Thank goodness Yuna was watching the village from afar, expecting his arrival. Before the Mongols are able to get to him, she rides in and hauls him out of there, away from the burning village. How he survives wolfsbane poisoning is a mystery. If the Mongols aren't effectively mixing it, creating weaker doses than Yuriko taught him, then there may be hope for other survivors. Yuna has been keeping an eye on him, but there wasn't really anything she could do to help him. It is truly a relief that he is recovering, though. What happened at the village called Kin must have just been a test run. The Khan has taken his army to the coast farther up north. They need to find some place to prepare a staging camp so they can regather allies and fighters. He decides that a spot in the mountains would be ideal. They'd have the cover of forest, good defenses, and the benefit of high terrain. There is a complex nearby, the Jogaku Temple, which is highly isolated. There are Mongols there, but if they can clear the temple grounds, there's very little chance that the Mongols would move to retake it. Jin won't have to reach the pagoda on foot. For a while, an old steed will adventure with him, who we'll call Donkey, and we love Donkey because Donkey is handsome and Donkey does his best. As they ride, Jin tells Yuna and Donkey about why he chose to surrender to his uncle. He's had a good long while to think all about it. He knew that further rebellion would have incited infighting, that would have doomed them all, and he recognizes that Lord Shimura was backed into a corner by the actions of everyone around him, including Jin. He didn't betray Jin, he was desperate. His dream of having Jin as a son was destroyed, and as the Jido, he didn't have a choice. Yuna argues that Lord Shimura is a fool for not siding with Jin, but while they may feel that their choices were right, that doesn't mean they made things better. She asks if the Jido would forgive him after the Khan is defeated, and he says that he hopes so. When he was younger, Shimura was his world. He knows that forgiveness can't and won't change who he is or what he has to do, but he has to hope that this wound can be healed. At a fishing hamlet before the temple, they spy Mongols with prisoners. The cover of those buildings would make approaching the temple easier, and they can't just leave innocent people to freeze to death. There are signal cannons set up around the buildings for the Mongols to communicate trouble. They kill all the invaders without giving them a chance to raise the alarm and find a group of people that were being held in one of the buildings. The Mongols were using them for labor, literally working them to death. The next step for taking the temple are the lower shrines outside the temple walls. They're covered in Mongols who haven't yet noticed something amiss at the fishing hamlet. They can't spare the time to go all the way around the lake, and running over the ice would make them vulnerable. But the Mongols have made a mistake. They're keeping explosive barrels out on the ice, so they'll bait the Mongols by setting off their own signal cannons, and when they run out over the ice, they'll blow them to high hell with their own explosives. By the time the Mongols notice that they've been lured into a death trap of their own making, it's far too late for a retreat. An entire party of them wiped out with a few arrows in moments. Now, for the final hurdle, the main temple grounds. There may still be monks in there being held prisoner, so they approach from the side, climb a frozen waterfall to get onto the walls, spot that there are prisoners, and Jin calls out to get the Mongols' attention. It pulls them away from the monks and gives him space to maul them all down. This temple will be a meeting ground for the forces of the Ghost. It's within striking distance of the Khan and far from the reach of the samurai still to the south. Now they need to get their people, Lady Adachi, Norio, and the monks, the sensei Ishikawa. They have all ventured to Omi village to gather and prepare, but they'll have to travel through a Mongol fort to reach the north. Yuna will go to Omi to guide the group up from the south, and Jin will meet with a group that Yuna used to run with to attack the fort from the north. Turns out this group is a gaggle of bandits that Yuna used to run with, though their leader Takashi calls them hunters, and they are the best group of archers in the prefecture. Strangely, he's fine with Jin being there. He actually welcomes him in without knowing that he's the ghost. He is surprised but glad to hear that Yuna is alive, isn't terribly shocked or moved by Jin's request to help them open Omi Pass, but says that if he wants the help of the best archers in the prefecture, then he should give them a reason to. So, Jin offers them the fort that the Mongols are controlling right now. Good walls, warm buildings, supplies. They wouldn't have to spend a cold winter outside hunting squirrels. Well, if they can stay there until spring, then that's good enough for them. Takashi helps him scout the fort and the terrain. They make a plan together for how they'll attack from their side. They travel in separate groups through the forest to the outskirts of the fort and regroup at the wall to decide what points are most advantageous to take. Sensei Ishikawa taught him that just a few archers could control an entire road if placed properly, and with Takashi's men, they'll be able to take and hold every vital archery point needed to dominate the paths. Dozens of Mongols will mean nothing here. Jin leaps in on the ground to garner their attention, and Takashi's men volley arrows into them. It's more like target practice than an actual battle. By that evening, the fort belongs to Takashi and his hunters. But across the mountain bridge is a massive keep, still controlled by the Mongols, which will block the southern group from coming through. Jin creeps into the back of the compound, commandeers a hwacha, and starts decimating the invaders. Takeshi's men are able to storm in through the back of the keep courtyard, join Jin in clearing out whoever remains, and Takashi loudly exclaims halfway through that he's figured it out. Jin is the ghost, except he's not 10 feet tall. The two groups finally meet near the front gate, completely trapping the Mongols between them. They mop them up, give them no mercy, and claim this entire mountain pass for Tsushima. It's one less hold the Mongols will have over the north. Takashi and his men will hold the fort until spring, allow safe passage for all fleeing the war from the south, and Jin's companions can set up shop at Jogaku Temple. Masako, Norio, and Ishikawa all have personal affairs to see to in this region, though. As the Ghost's army gathers, they will see to their own business. Lady Masako Adachi does not move on to the temple grounds immediately. She stays at the fort to pray for a bit to her ancestors, to ask their forgiveness for what she is about to do. Her sister, Lady Hana, came to live in this region once she was married. Her husband wasn't a clan lord, but a retainer for Clan Kikuchi, who too died at Komeda Beach. Masako thought her sister had died during the Adachi massacre. She's going to hunt her down at Clan Kikuchi's fort. The great winter lords of Kamiagata were stubborn, hardy, and isolated. Their conquering of the frozen lands made Clan Kikuchi a powerful house. When the Mongols arrived, the winter warriors did not hesitate to travel south to Komeda Beach to defend Tsushima. But like so many others, that clan didn't survive that terrible night. Lord Sakai will accompany her on this final stretch. Despite her missteps and rage, Lady Adachi has been a powerful supporter and a champion in combat. Now more than ever, she needs aid, and Jin will gladly do what he can to help her. Masako knew that her sister always wanted her own holdings, and thinks that maybe Hana is trying to seize the estate and the power of Clan Kikuchi for herself, under a new name, since Clan Adachi wasn't completely wiped out in her plot. Jin asks why Masako, the younger sister, married a samurai lord while her older sister married a retainer for one. And she explains that when she was younger, bandits attacked her family's estate. And while Hana hid, Masako got a sword and started skewering them. She single-handedly wiped out the entire bandit group, and when a samurai group arrived to help, their leader, a young Lord Adachi, became smitten with Masako. Hana wanted to marry him out of ambition, but Lord Adachi only had eyes for Masako. She went on to live as the lady of a clan and thought that Hana was just heartbroken over the marriage, so Masako used her connections to help set up a marriage to the Clan Kikuchi retainer. He was a widower and a man that was spoken well of. She didn't realize the hate and jealousy that Hana harbored over it. It makes Jin wonder what sort of man her husband really was behind closed doors. The entrance to the Kikuchi estate is being guarded by samurai who attack Lady Adachi on sight. This place is supposed to be a haven for survivors. Why are they attacking Masako specifically? Within, there are survivors and refugees being taken care of who flee at the sight of them before more samurai appear to intercept them. Lady Hana knew her sister would be appearing eventually. Hana may be blood to Masako, but in her eyes, her family died long ago. Hana is just a murderer. Her older sister is in the clan home, high above the rest of the estate, and she's not surprised to see Masako. She doesn't hide anything or lie about what she did. She almost seems proud of it, in fact. In her eyes, taking Masako's daughters and grandchildren wasn't nearly enough. She returns to the house while her samurai again descend. Jin handles them so that Masako can move ahead to handle Hana. These are unnecessary deaths, warriors who could be helping in fighting against the Mongols, not other clans. This sort of infighting benefits the enemy, but for someone hell-bent on seizing power, who doesn't care about the long-term threat of the Mongols, it is admittedly a good opportunity to destroy a foe. When Jin makes it into the house, Masako is confronting Hana. The elder sister's hatred is inhuman. Her life in the north was torment. Her husband was an abuser, a monster. She had no family ties. She was isolated. She had no power of her own, and she blames Masako for it. In her eyes, her little sister stole the life that she deserved to have. Killing her children and grandchildren was justified. Lady Hana will only observe suffering if she's the one experiencing it, and that selfish rage has destroyed so many lives. She tries to blame Masako for all of it, but Lady Adachi says that she can't end Hana's suffering. Only she can do that. Masako gives her older sister one of her blades. Hana taunts that now she has nothing, and she takes her own life. Masako Adachi burns her sister's body in the courtyard. and finally is able to speak of what has haunted her for so long. She was never able to mourn her family. She stopped often to pray and think of them, but thoughts of their murderer denied her peace in that. Hana's face will now plague once happy memories of her life before all of this. Jin tries to console her, remind her that she got justice, she's honored her family. But Lady Adachi doesn't believe that the path she walks will lead to peace. She doesn't know where it will go, she'll only find out by walking it, and she must do that alone. Though she promises that when Jin needs her, she will be there. Sensei Ishikawa has settled in at Jogaku Temple, but is ready to take the final steps in his journey as well. He's been waiting for Jin. He speaks with him of the past, of being a great archer, but now in his old age, he regrets so deeply never making time for a family. His once student Tomoe was a potential daughter that he so longed to have, but that dream is dead now, much like Lord Shimura's dream of having Jin as a son. The ghost gets to see the other side of that pain in Ishikawa, the pain of losing an heir. He tells Jin that though his life was remarkable, family is more important. And he warns Jin not to become like him. Do not let the ghost consume him. Tomoe is in this region, trying to rally Mongols so she can restore her reputation amongst them. They separately travel east to where she was last spotted to see about picking up her trail in the forests. The first thing Jin spots is a Mongol convoy that was ambushed. They were all shot in the back, the wagon burned, Japanese arrows were used. A woman sneaks up behind him, apologizes for startling him, says that she thought he was the man who killed these Mongols, describes Ishikawa, and that the master archer said he would be back in a few days to rest at her house. She introduces herself as Matsu, and says that Jin is welcome to go back to the house with her if they can check on her hunting traps along the way. Matsu seems approachable and sociable, a friendly face out in these ravaged lands, nigh untouched by the war, actually. After a few pleasantries, she asks Jin what it's like to hold the power of life and death in your hands. He says it's a heavy responsibility, but she asks if he secretly enjoys it. Kind of a weird thing to say, Matsu, but you let that freak flag fly, girl. She doesn't have much luck with her traps, but maintains good spirits. She is a very casual, likable person and asks a lot of questions, gives him a chance to talk about himself. The last trap does have a catch, which means dinner. And for a little while, she stands on the ocean shore and tells Jin that she dreams of going to the mainland, to Kyoto, to open a fancy inn. She's such an innocent, kind personality. No wonder Ishikawa promised to come back after a few days. But a winter storm is picking up, so they need to get back to the shelter quickly. Past corpses, burning homes, a destroyed village. They even encounter a patrol of Mongols on the road. Matsu has made a large trapper's house her own, and inside they talk a bit more. Matsu says she wasn't expecting the ghost to be so kind, despite the brutal way he kills Mongols. He claims he does it for Tsushima, but she thinks that they're both survivors with darkness within them. There's no sense in carrying on this game. Jin knows that this is Tomoe, and she admits that she underestimated him, something Ishikawa said she always did. She admits that the Mongols have turned against her, claims that training them was a mistake that she's been trying to fix. She wants to kill her archers, but needs help doing it. Jin isn't fooled by her request for cooperation. They don't need her to kill Mongols. She said that she wanted to fix a mistake. Now she admits that she wants revenge against the Mongols. She is truly a delightfully manipulative personality. He says he'll talk with Ishikawa about it. She offers that he can spend the night, which he very wisely turns down. He gets out of that house and rides for Jogaku Temple, where he'll safely await Ishikawa. The master archer didn't have any luck in his search, but hearing that Jin spoke with Tomoe doesn't spark a lot of joy. He asks why she is still alive. That she is means her manipulations absolutely worked to some degree. Ishikawa warns that trusting Tomoe has never brought him reward. He'll go along with Jin's request for now, but he will not extend any form of trust to her. Plans are established for the three of them to meet back south, at Umugi Cove, that small town of bandits and pirates where Jin recruited the smuggler Goro for his uncle. The sensei and the ghost agree that if they're not riding into an ambush, that they'll cooperate in killing her Mongol archers, and then they will deal with Tomoe directly. They creep up on the gambler's den where they agreed to meet to approach Tomoe undetected in case this is a trap. but she is fully aware of their presence and calls out for them to just get over here. Ishikawa doesn't have a lot to say to her, but they're civil to one another. Her Mongol archers are going to attack Umugi Cove. They don't have a lot of time to argue over the situation. An attack horn bellows from outside the den. Did Mongols track her down here, follow them, or did Tomoe set up an ambush? They all three fight the Mongols equally, but at the battle's end, Ishikawa isn't convinced. His paranoia is starting to cloud his judgment. He can't see Tomoe as anything other than a pure foe, even if their interests do align. And her headstrong insistence that she could kill him anytime she wants to doesn't help. Jin has to be a referee between them, reminding them that Umugi Cove could be under attack right now. They don't have time for this. As they run for the cove, Tomoe says the Mongols forced her to teach them, that she killed her own people as a mercy to the alternative they would suffer. All she's guilty of is trying to survive. And after a while, she lost control of the archers. They started ignoring her orders, and she was no longer in charge of them. She tried to convince them to spare lives, not take them. It's hard to gauge if they should believe her, especially knowing what they do now about her past. She personally has caused immense damage. Was she really a victim of circumstance? A survivor trying to do good behind enemy lines? Or a tool that was used, discarded, and is now angry about it? The closer they get to the cove, the more Mongols there are. Tomoe knows that they're hunting her, a little nugget of information she apparently forgot to share. That will make reaching Umugi Cove even harder, since the Mongols know she's nearby. But if they're out here, it means they haven't attacked the town yet. The three of them wait until night falls to use darkness to their advantage. They're able to quietly take down small groups in the fields, but once they get to the bog, there's way too many of them to handle quietly. They kill outskirt guards, swim through the muck, and crouch through flower patches to avoid being seen. They find Tomoe's archers, out of position, but preparing to attack Umugi Cove, and they have a direct line into town should they detect an ambush. Tomoe insists that she get closer to them atop a rock formation to shoot one of their explosive barrels with a lit-up arrow. She says she wants to make up for the damage she's done, so they let her. Tomoe gets into position and blows the core of her archers to high hell. The three of them quickly work together to shoot and cut down those that weren't caught in the blast. It's not a long fight, but it is a tense one, and at its end, Tomoe is gone. Ishikawa saw her near the entrance to the cove. Maybe she's chasing down stragglers. He almost sounds hopeful that she's on the other side, doing the right thing, so they catch her trail and run after her. Ishikawa questions if there's anything within Umugi Cove that Tomoe would want, but it's just a den of cutthroats, thieves, and smugglers. She's trying to get off Tsushima. The sensei believes that she wanted to get off the island, she was being hunted, so she set all of this up to force the two to aid her. They practically handed her a way out. Sure enough, at the shoreline, they see her boldly upon a smuggler's boat, going out into the darkness and mist. Ishikawa takes aim at her, but before he looses the arrow, Jin points to her bow, her mask, and a letter left on the shoreline. Sensei Ishikawa, we have judged each other harshly, but the Buddha tells us that our greatest enemies can be our best teachers.
I am grateful for your teaching, and for the chance to fight by your side. A final time, I have been your student. I would have become your daughter, but the way of the bow is behind me now. What lies ahead? I am like an arrow shot from a bow. Who knows where the wind will take me?
Ishikawa once vowed to end Tomoe, even if it meant chasing her beyond the horizon. But now he says that it's over. He has no more lessons to give in this life. But he makes Jin promise him that he will not repeat the mistakes that he has made. This venture is over, but when the ghost needs him, Sadanobu Ishikawa will be there. During his travel through the frozen north, Jin finds a monk on the road with a crowd around him, loudly singing the praises of some nearby Mongol soldiers. Jin, of course, kills all of the invaders and then turns his ire on the monk. What the hell is he doing? But the man says that the Mongols are forcing the monks to do this. If they don't, they die. But there is hope. The Guardian's brother is going to lead them to victory. Norio, the mighty warrior monk, is nearby, and this poor man will lead Jin to him. He explains that Norio told them to cooperate with the Mongols until Cedar Temple was taken back, so they didn't suspect the monks plotting against them. Norio is a great fighter, but not a clandestine planner. This doesn't sound like something he would do. But the monk tells the ghost that Norio has been inspired by him. Norio and his monks are hiding in an abandoned farmhouse. They're in the middle of planning how they're going to take back Cedar Temple. Norio tells him of how they've been training hard, planning for this. They are ready. He was able to recruit the monks of Akashima, but monks from Kushi Temple did not respond to his request. As they look over Cedar Temple in the distance, Jin asks if Norio thinks his men can really do this. The two of them could storm the temple together. But Norio wants the monks to be a part of this. Each of them can be a beacon of hope to Tsushima. It's a message that the two of them shouldn't carry alone. This is good and gracious thinking, inspiring words from a natural leader. Jin will help the monks retake the Great Cedar Temple. They all ride at dawn together. Norio admits that he has doubts and very much wishes that his brother Enjo, the once guardian of Tsushima, was here with them. Supporters lining the road lift his spirits, people who pray for their success and cheer them as they ride. Norio knows that the Mongols have no prisoners or hostages. His order to cooperate with the Mongols was to prevent that, so that during their attack they wouldn't have to worry about risking more lives. Good fortune greets them at the base of the temple path. Warrior monks from Kushi Temple have arrived to join in the fight. Norio will direct and guide the monks, and the ghost can approach however he sees fit. He decides that he will be at the front of the attack, leading the charge in melee. The Mongols are spread about the temple grounds, making them easy targets. The monks mercilessly kill through the ponds and snow, up the grand walkways, around the beautiful forest trees. Some of the monks do fall in battle, but the Mongols are decimated. They succeed in retaking Cedar Temple for Tsushima. It will be a powerful symbol of hope for the people. The warrior monk and the ghost travel together to the main hall to make sure no damage was done to it, but a monk stops them outside and tells them to not go in the main hall. Norio tells him to get a hold of himself. Whatever was destroyed can be rebuilt. The building itself looks fine. The monk wasn't trying to warn him about the hall, though. Rather, what the Mongols left behind in it. The Mongols didn't kill his brother Enjo after he was lifted from the pit. They took the guardian prisoner, tortured him for information, cut off his legs and hands. They said if he didn't, they would find and kill Norio too. Enjo told them about the abbot, Hochi, Kushi Temple, even about Akashima. But Norio expresses nothing but care for his brother. None of that matters now. The Mongols have been driven out of the temples. Enjo held on so that he could see Norio one more time, but he doesn't want to live like this. Without saying the words, he asks Norio to help him leave this broken body. This is to be an event between two brothers. Norio asks Jin to leave them so that he can say goodbye and do what he must. The Mongol that did this to Enjo is named Karchu. While the Guardian may be remembered as a hero, Norio believes that he didn't get to die as one. He wants to find the man that did this to his brother, and he asks Jin to help him do it. The ghost knows the weight of revenge, but also the indignity of not having justice. He agrees to help his friend. A few days later, after the snow has let up a bit, Jin returns to the temple. Norio is alone at a nearby cemetery, placing his brother's urn under an open sky, where he knows that Enjo would want to be. He's ready to get moving. The Mongol Karchu is nearby. Jin does question him, reminds him that revenge isn't the first duty of a monk, that Cedar Temple will need his leadership. In Norio's heart, though, he was a brother first, then a monk. As they ride for the fort where the Mongol Karchu is, Jin asks Norio to instead let him handle this, but he'll hear nothing of it. He will not be denied revenge, even if it violates what he's been taught most of his life. Jin doesn't want him to change, doesn't want him to become like him and so many others who have been damaged by the war, except it's too late for that. Nothing can undo what Norio saw done to his brother. The monk set up a campsite overseeing the Mongol fort, which has been invaded by a few bandits trying to find warmth and shelter. Norio chases them off with menace as though he'd run them through if he caught them. Jin has never known Norio to be this impulsive or aggressive, perhaps even outright violent. They rest at the campsite through the evening and do some talking. Norio is fixated on making Karchu suffer. His brother, the temples, the Mongols, they're all he talks about. Jin offers that maybe he should get some rest, that they're going to retake the fort the next day. He'll need his strength for what they're going to do together. But partway through the night, something wakes Jin. It's not immediately clear what. All that's amiss is that Norio is gone until he looks over the hillside, down onto the fort, and sees it on fire. He runs through the fields towards the flame. The front gates are wide open, and at first it looks like bodies are at the bridge, but they're monks who were held prisoner here. One of them explains that they felt relief when they saw Norio, but it quickly turned to terror. Jin bids them to return to Cedar Temple. He will go in and see what has become of the warrior monk. Survivors trying to get back to the temple tell Jin that Norio did all of this, that he's lost his mind. There are Mongol bodies everywhere, men and buildings that are on fire. There are screams in the wind. He finds Norio and the Mongol Karchu at the heart of the fort, before a large bonfire. Norio sets the man on fire and screams at him to die as he burns to death in his armor. Jin speaks calmly to Norio, reminds him that he swore to never use his weapon out of hatred, but Norio asks, isn't this something that the ghost would do? He will not return to Cedar Temple to be a leader for the monks. He doesn't know where he will go, but he does not see himself as a monk any longer. He knows that what he did here was monstrous, but it filled him with joy to watch these men burn alive, and he would do it again. Jin asks him to not try being the man he was before the war began. He asks him to keep his faith, to remain a warrior monk, the last warrior monk of Cedar Temple, and to keep moving forward. Norio will, at least for now, return to the temple. And when Jin needs him, when they finally move to end this war, he will be there to aid the fight. The army of the ghost has been rallied. Jin needs to scout Port Izumi, where the Khan's stronghold is, and finalize a plan of attack. Yuna guides him through the hills to an overlook, and then down to the port lighthouse so they can get a better look at what they're up against. Jin knows that the Khan intends to leave Tsushima. His prize is the mainland, not this island. He's going to restock his fleet and move on, attack Japan with a rested army and plenty of supplies. Port Izumi is going to be their last chance to stop the Khan. This hillside is full of wolfsbane, the poison that Jin used on the Mongols, and they've clearly been harvesting it. Yuna questions if they really did the right thing using it against them. They may have saved thousands of lives on Tsushima, but what if it costs thousands more elsewhere? And Jin can admit that it was a mistake, an emotionally fueled miscalculation. There are dozens of barrels filled with wolfsbane in the lighthouse. The only way they can fix that mistake is by killing the Khan and every single Mongol on Tsushima. Atop the lighthouse, there are signs of a storm quickly approaching. They can use that to their advantage. The Mongols won't be able to set sail until it's passed. Until then, the Khan and his forces will be sheltered in the bay. The outskirts of it have been left empty. They're too open to be defended, which would give the fighters of Tsushima plenty of places to hide and stage an ambush. Their smaller army could distract the Mongol soldiers while the ghost finds and kills the Khan. For the next few days, preparations are made for the attack. Kenji tracks down some Hwachas that Yuna will see to obtaining, but Jin wants more fighters. There's something missing from all of this: his uncle, the Jito. Shimura wants the Khan dead as much as he does, and Norio taught him a lesson on the importance of inclusion, sharing in a cause, and what it does to populace morale. Jin has caused his uncle a great deal of heartache, trouble with the shogun, and the samurai are being doubted. He needs this victory to save his reputation and theirs. He will write his uncle a letter, ask him to bring the samurai here to join the fight, and face the consequences for being the ghost once the war has ended. Yuna has gotten him a new horse. Donkey is an old man, he's tired, and his adventuring days are far behind him. A good horse is a friend, company on the road, a savior when speed is needed, and your long road transportation. Losing Kage after everything they had been through was a gut punch. And now, Sora will be his travel companion, light from the heavens. The two of them will ride together back south to Castle Shimura to deliver this message to the Jito. Clad in black under the cover of night, Jin approaches his once home from the north, up a nearly sheer rock face which isn't as patrolled as the main gates. He absolutely will not attack any of the samurai doing patrols. It would prove him to be a monster. Common folk that see him don't raise any alarms. The people of Tsushima are loyal to the ghost. It's the samurai that he has to worry about. Though he does overhear merchants talking about the ghost's poison, common criminals are starting to use it on each other and on innocent people. It's even harder to justify its use against the Mongols now. The ghost may be a legend and honored amongst his people, but this too will be a part of that legacy. In the castle courtyard, Lord Shimura is giving a morale-boosting speech to some of the samurai. They are going to ride north to face the Khan to save their people and remind them of who their real protectors are. And he's not being insincere. For all his faults and mistakes, Shimura truly wants to save his homeland, just as Jin does. But they will not do it using terror tactics or poisons. For as harsh as his words against the ghost are, he curses Jin for not being here at his side. They should be doing this together. He orders his samurai to not even speak Jin's name in his presence. It's too painful. Because of Jin, the people are being poisoned by Mongols and thugs. It's a new, terrible reality for Tsushima that will haunt the lands long after the Mongols are gone. The shogun has officially demanded that the ghost be stopped, but Shimura tells his men that they will first deal with the Mongols, then worry about the ghost. The Khan is their priority, not Jin. But scouts sent north haven't returned. They still don't know where the Khan is hiding out. Jin's letter details all that they will need to know. Even if the Jito doesn't want to ally himself with the ghost, at least Jin can help his uncle from a distance. He leaves his message at the top of the castle, in Shimura's private quarters, where he will clearly see it. But he doesn't remain to see his reaction. The Jito will be obligated to raise the alarm. Jin's letter is a gentle one, almost apologetic in tone. He details where the Khan is, but also explicitly what his plan of attack is going to be, with a genuine request that Shimura be there, and a hope that they can meet again, if not as father and son, then as warriors who walked different paths. It ends with a promise that no matter how Lord Shimura may feel about the ghost, Jin will always be his family. Imagine the relief and conflict that would raise in the heart of the honor-bound Jito. When the storm is nearly upon the northern coast of Tsushima, the army of the ghost gathers and prepares. The day before the attack on Port Izumi, Jin goes about the camp to speak with his allies. Each are calm, prepared, and a few eager. Despite the way he sees himself, Norio sits as the de facto head of Cedar Temple. Ishikawa is his usual stubborn self and has no outward fear of what's to come. Kenji is ready to play his part, to be heroic for Taka. Lady Adachi craves vengeance for her husband and sons. And as for Yuna, he gives her thanks for all she has done to make this possible. She saved him at Kameda Beach, something that they can laugh about now. But this journey, this war, cost her Taka, who was her whole world. In Jin, she's found more family, and she doesn't want to lose that. She'd planned to sail away from all of this with Taka, and she asks Jin if he would do it instead. Grab a boat, don't stay to stop the Khan, abandon the samurai and the ghost here. They could leave Tsushima behind. But he asks if that's really something she would want. And she admits no, she doesn't really want that. He lightens the exchange with an opposing request that if he dies, she keeps fighting in his place. It eases the mood, reaffirms their bond. The two of them sit for a while to just have some peace and quiet before the inevitable chaos of the morrow. The following morning, the army of the ghost moves out. The snow flurries of the storm have provided extra cover at the port. Watches have been moved into position, explosives have been planted, archers on rooftops, fighters hiding in buildings. Yuna has been watching for signs of Lord Shimura, but they still haven't shown themselves. The storm won't allow them any more time to wait. They will proceed without the samurai. They launch their attack with a volley of burning arrows into a Mongol ship, igniting the deck and making its destruction inevitable. The Mongols respond by immediately leaving their shelters to attack whoever is at the port. Their front lines are taken out in a chain of explosive traps laid for them, while the rest that make it through are attacked from above by archers and below by seasoned warriors. Norio leads his monks and the rest of their forces up the hill to stand ready for the next phase of the attack. As soon as this initial wave of the Mongol army is defeated, they quickly regroup to meet Norio. They are now at the heart of their plan. All save the ghost will attack the fort to divert attention away from the port. Jin will infiltrate it alone, find the Khan, and kill him. Without the Jito samurai, they'll almost certainly be overwhelmed eventually, but this is their last chance. It's a risk they'll have to take. Jin acknowledges their bravery, tells them that he hopes to see them again, and leaves his allies to their fate. He runs when he can, doesn't engage patrols, and rushes for the center of the port to scout for the Khan. The quicker he ends this, the greater chance his army has for survival. At a watchtower, he finds the Khan, surrounded by dozens of Mongols, and still well out of his reach. The bellowing of a horn in the distance calls his eyes away. This could be external Mongol groups gathering to aid the base, but no. The Jito and his samurai answered the call. Wearing the colors of clans Shimura and Oga, their numbers will topple the scales in favor of Tsushima. Mongol defeat is now imminent. The Ghost continues his way through the port towards the Khan, killing as many as he can while the Khan's men run towards the front lines to face the samurai. Within the manor courtyard of Port Izumi, he stands alone. The appearance of Jin Sakai is no surprise. He knew the Ghost would come. He shamelessly goes on about this war being the fault of Sakai and Shimura. If they had just surrendered, this war would have never happened. They made the Mongols kill all their people. They made the Mongols burn their lands. If only they had listened to the Khan and chosen peace instead. How selfish they are. And now the mainland will suffer too. The Khan wears armor, unlike his men, with a weapon that reaches far beyond that of the Ghosts, and he will use any tactic necessary to win, even if, or rather, especially if, it defies a samurai's sense of honor. Like Jin, he was raised to know combat, but he too was raised in a warlike society full of power struggles. It has taken weeks of struggle, hardship, suffering to get on the Khan's level, but Jin is there. They fight as equals now, so different from their first exchange at Castle Kaneda long ago. This time, after being beat down each time before, Jin takes combat victory over Khotun Khan. The Khan doesn't observe the preservation of honor, though. He throws a powder into Jin's face that temporarily blinds and sends him back. This is not a fight he wishes to continue. The Khan leaves for his ship, sending his guards to hold back the Ghost. His ship burns, a storm is still rampaging, but better to leave this damned place and risk the seas than die to an army of farmers and dogmatic warriors. The Ghost makes it down the path to the massive Mongol ship and runs headfirst into a fray of soldiers who move to protect their Khan. His soldiers are killed one by one. He has to watch as his defenses further crumble around him. A single man who fights like he is death itself is approaching. Tired and bloodied, with no other options before him, the Khan too steps into fight. Though he is exhausted, he's still dangerous as hell. Mongol backups that arrive step in to attempt overwhelming the Ghost, but it's not enough. They're too staggered to make an impact, and soon the deck is littered with Mongol corpses, and the only one left is the Khan. He can barely stand, barely use his shield. He knows the death blow is soon to come, and he says that if Jin kills him, another will come in his place. This does nothing to halt the Ghost's attack. Khotun Khan is run through with such force that Jin's blade punctures the ship mast. His final words are to himself that they, the Mongols, they will be remembered, and the final words he hears are from the Ghost, promising that they will be forgotten. Khotun Khan's head is removed from his body. This war is finally over, and Jin is on a ship being consumed by flame. He throws himself over the side before he's captured in it, and somehow manages to get himself to shore. The fighting on land is over, the Mongols have been defeated, and his companions have been looking for him. It is Yuna that finds him on the shore. She gives him back his mask, a now iconic symbol of the Ghost, and helps him get back to his allies. The army of the Ghost gathers back at Jogaku Temple. En route, Jin speaks with Yuna about what's to come next. There are still Mongol forces on the island that have to be driven out to sea. A lot of work remains, and Jin has heard rumor of trouble near Akashima, something which he must investigate soon. Yuna admits that with everything that's happened with Taka gone, she's not really sure who she even is. But Jin reminds her that she's a great warrior, a loyal friend, and what she becomes is her own choice. Before they enter the temple grounds, she tells him that a messenger was sent to them, who said that Lord Shimura wishes to meet with his nephew by the still waters under the red-leafed tree. He knows precisely what that means. And Yuna offers to tag along, but this is going to be a tense family affair that Jin must do alone. The mention of family does make her stop for a moment, and she admits that the memory of Taka still hurts something fierce. She feels alone without him, but Jin reminds her that she still has him. She's certainly not alone in the world, but he is the Ghost of Tsushima. They may be like family, but she reminds him the ghost belongs to everyone. Jin rides for Omi village at first light to meet his uncle beside the lake under the red-leafed tree where they would spar together when he was young. He rests at the dock, removes his bulky armor, plays music, and waits for his uncle to arrive. When Lord Shimura shows himself, there's no hostility or anger. His nephew starts in quickly about working together to drive off the remaining Mongols, but he doesn't wish to pursue that. It's not why he's here. He tells Jin that it's not his duty, and that the shogun has disbanded Clan Sakai. Jin is no longer a samurai. Omi village is no longer his home. His estate will be passed to another clan of the shogun's choosing. Jin had hoped for reconciliation with his uncle, but always accepted that it could be impossible. He makes it clear that he would do it all again, though, to save Tsushima. He does not regret the ghost. New samurai clans will be arriving soon to replace the many lost during the war. Jin must say goodbye to everything here. He can never return to these grounds. His uncle asks that he ride with him. The day is truly beautiful. These lands are pristine. As they go, Shimura tells him that he will remain the Jito. In fact, the shogun wants him to train all the samurai on how to fight the Mongols. He will spend the rest of his life ensuring that the Mongols never take Japan. It was something that he'd hope he could do with Jin. His nephew offers that he could still remarry, start a new family, but that's not something Shimura really wants to talk about right now. They both stop to help a man at Omi village whose wagon is stuck in a patch of mud. He tells them that he's taking everything in this wagon up north to Jogaku to help the ghost. He's heard that the ghost is creating an army up there, creating a force that he will sail to the Mongol steppes and he will burn their homes to the ground. Which is news to Jin. He wasn't aware that he had a personal army. After the fight at Port Izumi, for the most part, everyone went their own ways. Lord Shimura doesn't seem upset with the man's words. He says that they better get him on his way then. They help him get the cart out, and the Jito tells him to be careful on the journey north. Jin tries to tell his uncle that he has no idea what the man was talking about, but Shimura says he doesn't want to talk here. They continue their ride and resume the conversation. Lord Shimura tells Jin that people have been flocking to the ghost's cause, which has the shogun and himself concerned. He wonders when the new samurai clans arrive, will the people that they're sworn to protect bow to them or betray them in the name of the ghost? Jin says that he won't let them do that, but he has already openly defied the Jito, his own family. The ghost is a symbol of rebellion that is bigger than himself. The man with the cart just proved that. Jin has no control over what people say about the ghost. How exactly is he going to control it or command obedience after everything that he's done? Their ride ends at the Sakai family cemetery, where his parents were laid to rest alongside 7 generations of his family. They are going to pay their respects and discuss what must come next. They both admit that they will miss this, be it this place or each other isn't said. But now comes the hard part. Lord Shimura tells his nephew that the shogun has declared him a traitor and that he has been ordered to kill the ghost. He rebelled against his superiors, used terror and poison, taught their enemies how to wield it as though it were a gift, and though Jin did it to save others, he abandoned honor, and those that judge him are slaves to it. Shimura knows these things, but what choice does he have? Defy the shogun? Like Jin defied him? Spark more war, more conflict? There was no covering up what Jin did, the man that he viewed as a son. He openly weeps as he speaks of continuing his line without Jin, that taking his life isn't the cost for his own future, it's the punishment for it. This is their final day together, and it is beautiful. He hands Jin a parchment and tells him to write the last words of Clan Sakai, while he writes the last words of Clan Shimura. They put space between themselves and contemplate what they will say. Lord Shimura holds back sobs, struggling to come to terms with this loss. He will either kill the last of his family, a man he loves dearly, or he will die at his hand. To him, there are no other ways this could possibly end. And Jin sets out his parchment, to contemplate the final words of his family. They sit in silence until the sun begins to set, reflecting upon loss. Jin writes, "Strength in every step. Destiny divides our souls. This is where we part." After his parents died, he and his uncle spoke here. Back then, it was Jin who wept. His uncle vowed to train him to become the strongest warrior Clan Sakai had ever known, and he would raise him as his own son. He asked Jin if he was ready, and now he answers that he is ready. His uncle's tears have stopped. They're both prepared for whatever comes next. Though Jin may have abandoned it, they will go about this with honor, not as the Jito and the Ghost, but as family. Two who could have been father and son, who were torn apart by the horrors of war, by tradition, by duty. When their strikes begin, Jin begs that he doesn't want to hurt Shimura, but his uncle tells him that the wounds he dealt his spirit will never heal. Still, Jin asks to let him go in peace. Killing Jin will only make those wounds worse. Neither of them hold back. These two are the finest fighters in Tsushima. A single mistake against their foe would be their defeat. Shimura's refusal to back down makes Jin question if he's doing this for revenge, but Shimura repeats that this is his own punishment. Their fight before the setting sun is beautiful mastery on display, only ended when Lord Shimura is cut so deeply that he cannot continue. This wound may not kill him, but it is defeat. He asks Jin to honor him with a warrior's death, so he must choose his uncle's fate and decide his own. What sort of man is Jin Sakai now? What is honor to the Ghost? Jin once vowed that no matter how his uncle felt about him, he would always be his family. He's seen all around him lose their loved ones, their families. He's grieved his own kin for years. If the Ghost is a man without honor, if honor truly died on that beach long ago, then he will listen to the wants of his heart. Jin will not take Lord Shimura's life, not to defy honor, but out of love. His uncle seems almost proud, though emotion is clearly surging within him. He tells Jin that the Ghost will be haunted for the rest of his days, and he gently replies that he knows. Despite it all, there is profound respect between them. Life will force them to walk different roads, but they are family. Lord Shimura seems to have words he wishes to say, but he holds them back. Jin Sakai steps away, dons the mask of the Ghost, walks slowly away and doesn't look back, as Shimura nearly smiles. The Ghost chooses a decrepit old house as his new hideaway, west of Castle Shimura, well hidden. He keeps banners of the old clans around to remind him of the people he lost, of the stories of those who still live. Lady Adachi inspires him to keep going, despite the sadness he may harbor. He keeps a set of Shimura armor near, a piece of his uncle, which is never too far away. The Clan Sakai symbols ensure that his family won't fade from memory. He has Taka's experiments before crafting his iron hook, a handmade basket with a singing cricket in it from Yuna. Kenji gave him some of his best sake, which he hopes they'll get to share soon. He found Ryuzo's straw hat, brought it here, and still wishes that his friend was alive. Not far from that is Kage's saddle, another faithful friend and one that he misses. A scroll sits on the dresser, which decrees that Jin Sakai is an official student of Sensei Ishikawa. Even if it is dry as hell, the old man sure has a sharp sense of humor. A beautiful conch shell is sitting on the shelf. A gift from Norio. One day he'll teach Jin how to use it so they can signal each other from across the island. You know, like two boys in their tree houses. There are flowers on the table which remind him that sweet Yuriko is still waiting for him outside Omi village. He had promised to return to her, and it's a promise he intends to keep. The Shogun's samurai will be moving into the estate eventually, but he still has time to go see her. On his way out, Yuna drops in to visit, to check out his very fancy home, which definitely isn't missing half its roof. She's about to head out, to continue the fight against the Mongols and find what sort of a life she wants. It's certainly not a permanent goodbye, more of a see you later. And hell, maybe once the Mongols are truly driven out, they'll be able to get drunk again and trade stories. But it's time. Jin gets on the road to visit Yuriko. When he arrives, it's another beautiful day, and he is wearing his Sunday best for Yuriko. Except the sky seems to darken when he approaches her. She's coughing loudly, but blames it on the cold weather. She's clearly not well, but refuses Jin's offer to go to the healers of Akashima. No, there's someplace special she wants to go with him. He agrees, but only after she promises that they'll go to the healers if she gets any worse. Though she's sick, she can still ride like hell. Jin's father, Kazumasa, taught Yuriko how to ride a horse after Lady Sakai passed away. This woman is like a second mother to Jin. She was taking care of him before he was even born. Thankfully, she doesn't seem to know what took place during the war, the disbanding of Clan Sakai, or that Jin has been deemed a traitor. She still calls him Lord Sakai, and dotes on him just as before, without a trace of anything being amiss. She leads him up a hill to an onsen, which confuses Jin. Why are they here? And Yuriko immediately asks if he's upset, if it was wrong of them to come here. She knows that he is in pain from the loss of Lady Sakai and the sadness of the little one. Yuriko doesn't think she's talking to Jin. She thinks she's speaking with Kazumasa, his father, and Jin doesn't want to upset her, so he instead focuses on her health. When was the last time she ate? He'll go get her some food, perhaps that'll help. He steps away for just a few minutes to kill wild game for them to cook up, but when he's back, Yuriko is missing. She left on her horse up the hillside, but atop it, she started to travel by foot. Jin runs down her tracks through a passage of bamboo and finds poor Yuriko not far away. She's fallen. She's confused, but thankfully she's not hurt. He kneels at her side and rain begins to fall. What began as a bright, clear day has turned ever darker with this. Yuriko says she's fine. She just got lost. She saw her mother waving at her, walking up the path. He wants to take Yuriko home, but she pleads not to. She needs to go make an offering to her mother. He says she does not, but she pleads. For all the times she has done as he asked, please do this for her. Once she's on her feet, she seems a bit more stable, able to ride at least. They go a bit slower now, take things easy, and she tells Jin about how her mother used to take her on long walks through these hills. They seem to be happy memories. She leads him to a quite missable path set between stone and shows Jin her family's cemetery. It's set on the edge of a bluff with a clear view all the way to Castle Kaneda. They sit, and Yuriko begins to speak what's been on her heart for so long. The rain seems to fade, the sun pokes out, and a beautiful sunset begins. Yuriko speaks not to Jin, but to Kazumasa, and he fulfills that role for her sake. She too loved Lady Sakai. Her passing was devastating to all the house. Kazumasa and Yuriko bonded over their loss and their love for little Jin. They found some measure of peace with each other, perhaps even happiness. She admits that the night they found Jin in the forest after his mother died, when he was so near to death, Kazumasa held her hand, and despite it all, it made her so happy. She asks him now, did that make her a bad person? Which Jin, to her Kazumasa, says no, it didn't. Another happy memory comes to her. After Jin recovered and Kazumasa taught her to ride, they went to that onsen together. They watched the sunset. She closes her eyes and takes in that beautiful time again. She tells him that that was the best day of her life. The world is growing dark for her. She asks Kazumasa what he sees below, and Jin tells her that he sees Yarikawa, that good people remain there despite the war. He tells her that he sees Castle Kaneda, and she says that she wishes he wasn't there so often. Despite his responsibilities, she is grateful for the time they share, but she always wanted more. He tells her that he sees the temple in Kushi, which she happily remembers that she would go to every New Year to pray for him, little Jin, and her family. The last words she hears are, "Jin is lucky you took such good care of him." After a moment, he asks Yuriko what she sees, but her eyes have closed. It was her time. She waited for Jin, for Kazumasa to come back, so they could come here and remember those glorious, happy times. Jin lays her to rest here, in her family's cemetery where she belongs. The last of his ties to Clan Sakai are gone. he says goodbye to Yuriko and leaves his once home behind. Rumor of something horrific happening near Akashima village has reached the ghost. A shaken man stands at its entrance and tells him that he heard Mongol drums, chanting and then screams coming from Drowned Man's shore. He found the source, but it was their own people, driven mad by something. He begs Jin to go there, to do something about this. Their screams, it was like they were trapped in nightmares. Well, he too hears the cries of distress before he sees his people. At this small settlement, wails of fear are all he can hear. Jin tries to speak with a man standing outside, but it's like he can't even see Jin. He's frightened of something coming in through the windows. He's consumed by terror. No one here acknowledges him. They stumble about, waving their arms at some unseen attacker. Near the waterline, there's a Mongol yurt, a ship, purple fabric strewn about the trees. A woman is dead, a torturous restraint on her neck, dead from biting off her own tongue and bleeding to death. The rich fabric is unlike any other tribe color he's seen, and outside, upon a pile of rocks, there's what appears to be an altar. A Mongol calls to him, clad in purple, wielding a staff, acting as though he's casting a spell. He says that the eagle calls to him, and a large group rushes the settlement to take him down. He kills them all except one, a Mongol wearing purple. He wants answers. The dying man says that these people heard the call of the eagle, their leader, and she will bring her tribe to these shores. All of Iki Island will sail at her back. Iki is where his father was killed, where memories that have haunted Jin for years hail from. He remembers his father broken and nearly defeated, calling to his young son to come out from hiding to help him. But Jin didn't. Something held him back. Was it fear that froze him, an unwillingness to die beside his father? Or could he have actually saved Kazumasa's life that night? Jin sends word to Yuna of what has happened here. These people need help, and no matter how troubled his past may be, he needs to get to Iki to stop this eagle. He did not tell Sensei Ishikawa where he was going. Norio is far to the north. Who knows where Lady Adachi is now, and Kenji... Well, Kenji is Kenji. Yuna will tend to these poor people. He tells her what he knows of the eagle, their plans to attack Tsushima, and the prospect of something like this happening to more people here is absolutely terrifying to her too. Yuna's not really one to panic, but this makes her panic. A boat is ready to smuggle him off the island. Well, him and Sora, of course. With Khotun defeated and the Mongols weakened, it'll be easier to get out to sea. The boatman does warn him that storms have been fierce around the island as of late. But that won't stop them. It can't. Jin, well, first he thinks better of his samurai garb. He gets changed, he preps Sora, and they depart for the island called Iki. Sailing is smooth, the ocean is calm. But at sunset, right before they reach Iki, a storm begins to rage, and it happens so quickly. The ship is toppled off the coastline, the boatman cast into the waters, Sora barely able to keep his head above the waves. Jin loses Sora in the chaos, and at daybreak hauls himself onto the wreck-riddled shores of Iki. How many times now has Jin Sakai been thrown, dropped, concussed, nearly drowned, poisoned, shot? I mean, we could go on for a while. All things considered, this wasn't the worst of his brushes with death. He's able to walk and jog once he's on land, but what of the boatman? And of Sora? Where is his horse? He cannot lose another one. When the heart of the island comes into view, the chaos brought by the Mongols is clear. Smoke is billowing from his father's fort, Fort Sakai, in the distance. Bodies are hanging from crosses in the water, and he can already hear the suffering of others on the beach. His first concern is finding Sora and the boatman. Hopeful that the boat made it to shore, he runs amongst the wreckage and whalebone-strewn sands. He first finds a man trapped in his own mind, poisoned like back at Akashima, then Mongols on the shore that are rounding up and caging the monkeys of Iki. Jin has a bond with and special fondness for animals. On the day of his birth, his mother saw a fox nearby their home being mischievous and proclaimed that they would be his guardian. Monkeys, wild felines, horses, deer, foxes, Jin adores and honors them all. Here on Iki, the wildlife like to hang around meditation spots, and every chance he gets, Jin sits to play them songs, to reflect on his mother, the sweet ways she treated him, the lessons she taught him about life, the songs they played for each other. They are truly heartwarming and breaking moments of peace that he doesn't have to face alone because, well, the animals of Iki respond to his good heart, his songs, and his words. And if I talk too much about it, then I'll become weepy. So the search for Sora and the boatman continues. He finds their broken ship and the body of the captain nearby. The poor man didn't make it. Jin Sakai gives the boatman a proper burial, gives him kind words, and honors his deeds before his death. But what of Sora? There are horse tracks near the boat, which indicates that a horse emerged from the ocean. Its gait is firm, even, so the horse is in good health. He follows the tracks up a hill, finds evidence that Sora fell or rolled but got back up and started running. Then he finds a man who exclaims that a horse saved his life. It trampled a snake that the man didn't see approaching him, and then it ran at a group of Mongols further up the trail. Sora's a goddamn war hero. Jin finds his horse at a crossroads, surrounded by Mongols. Sora needs his help, or that's what he thinks. Sora charges through the Mongols, takes like 5 of them out. He's clearly pissed about these Mongols, but doesn't stray too far from the road. Jin clears them out and approaches his quite upset friend. He didn't know that Sora had that in him, to charge like a bull through a group of men. They'll have to use that tactic again when the Mongols are stupid enough to be lined up on the road. Now, his father's fort. He needs to reclaim territory and start hunting for the eagle. Fort Sakai was built to last, to be easily defended. Trying to retake it right away might not be a great idea, but the samurai come-at-me-bro side of Jin Sakai is still alive and well. He goes to the fort, clears out the first yard quickly, and then rushes into the second, challenges his foes to an honorable standoff, and gets 3 flash bombs directly to the face. Jin Sakai is knocked stupid and then knocked out. He is unceremoniously hauled into the tent of one of the most dangerous people on Tsushima or Iki. Jin begins taunting them. He killed their scouts. He killed their Khan. 1,000 samurai will be at Iki tomorrow. This woman is completely unmoved by his words. She is Onksar Khotun, a woman of otherworldly power, and her calm sincerity rivals Khotun Khan himself. She offers him a drink from her cauldron, which he refuses, but, he mistook it as a request. She was trying to be kind to him. He is going to drink this. One of her soldiers holds back his head to force it down his throat. He has been given a gift, the eagle's sacred medicine. She sees that this man, his spirit, was broken long ago, and she is going to understand how by sending him through hell. She suggests to him that what is to come is the judgment of his ancestors, and why wouldn't he believe her? What she says shall so be. He dreams of his pain, the death of his father. This is who he will be judged by. This is what broke him long ago. When he awakens, he sees before him someone that he would wish to see, someone who would save him, someone who knows that he's here, Yuna. He tells her that this tribe's leader fed him a poison, so she's going to get him to a healer. He gathers his gear. Yuna says she cleared the fort by setting a fire, and they freely run through the grounds. As they go, he tells her everything. His father, the butcher, Kazumasa Sakai, built this fort, that he doesn't know of any resistance fighters on the island. He has no allies here. She asks when the other samurai will be here, and he says that no one else knows he's here, not even Ishikawa. He tells her exactly where his father was killed, that he was there, he saw it, that it was unbearably painful. She asks him to look down into a ravine, to tell her what he sees, and it's corpses, with his father standing atop them, asking why Jin let him die. He realizes that something is wrong here. The deceit of the eagle is revealed. He has told her everything, and she is imprinted upon his poisoned mind how her potion will affect him. This is just the beginning. It must run its course. There is no cure for this, and if his mind can't contend with the terror and pain he's about to experience, then it will break. But she can guide him, she can help him through it, purge the guilt, just like she did with her shamans. Then they'll finish what his father started and tame Iki together. He has sense enough even now to reject this. Jin rolls off the bridge down into the ravine where he sees himself lying on the pile of bodies. In his fevered dreams, he is a young man again, right after the death of his father. His own thoughts control every aspect of this, but the imprinted voice of the eagle is telling him that because he failed his father, his soul is lost. As he runs through the dark canyons, she puts to words all the things that he thinks of himself. His younger self speaks of wishing that he had drowned, and he hears his father calling him soft, clumsy. The eagle tells him that his father didn't want him here, that everything he does tarnishes the Sakai name. He sees the bodies of people that the samurai killed during the Iki invasion. Every foul memory and thought that he has had of himself is brought to the surface, nearly all at once. This is the eagle's gift. This is how she breaks and creates her shamans. It's not outright lethal, but it can trap the mind in horror. This first delve into the poison ends with those terrible words. May your death benefit all beings. When Jin snaps out of it, a strange Japanese man is standing in front of him. He saved him from one of the eagle's soldiers, and he asks Jin if he's all right. The eagle is close. They need to move. He knows of someplace safe that they can go. Jin's sleep is a restful one. No more nightmares or visions. When he awakens, that man is nearby, seemingly guarding him, even though Jin is clearly a samurai, and samurai really aren't welcome in these parts. And to make it worse, this samurai is also a bit of an asshole. No, thanks for saving my onsen-soaked biscuits. Just demands for information. This man is Tenzo, and he tells the samurai that his attitude isn't gonna fly here. Jin isn't sure that this guy is even real, so he tests him with a history question that only a local would know. A bit of a trick question that he aces. Now, it's his turn. Tenzo asks what a samurai is doing on Iki. So Jin tells him that the eagle sent a scouting party to Tsushima. He's seen what she's capable of, and so he came here to stop her. Not only has he seen the effects of the poison, but he's been made to drink it, which surprises Tenzo. He's never seen someone drink her sacred medicine and be able to hold a conversation after. But, I mean, let's be honest. Again, Jin Sakai has been poisoned, drowned, concussed, poisoned again, almost drowned again, and body checked so many times. He probably needs a higher dose than what the eagle gave him to really put him down. The Mongols have only been here a few weeks, but it was long enough to kill most of the people that lived here. His crew are the last holdouts against them. Tenzo is surprised that a samurai would want to work with raiders, but if it means driving out the Mongols and stopping the eagle, then he's down for it. The samurai introduces himself as Jin from Yarikawa, and Tenzo says that he'll think about his offer for help. For now, he needs to go see about finding other survivors. This Jin from Yarikawa needs to go clear his head and get his shit together. They can meet up whenever Jin is ready at a farmhouse on the west coast. Though this island is occupied by raiders, criminals, scoundrels, it too is home to just people. People trying to live their lives, have families, be happy. And they need help just like the people on Tsushima did. His father came here to dominate and kill. Jin is here to liberate and save. Parts of his past rest here. There are places that bring sweet memories of his mother to the surface, as well as spots that he remembers from the Iki invasion when he was young. The more he remembers, confronts, questions, the easier it is to push back against the poison in his mind. There are times when it even brings goodness, like the words of sweet Yuriko. He can keep his hold on reality, remember who he really is and where he came from. Tenzo told him to get his head straight, and it was a good order to give. After a few days of journey, Jin Sakai is ready to head west where Tenzo is waiting. He helps him bury victims of the Mongols that he wasn't able to save, and the two of them get to chatting. With better manners this time, the samurai asks the raider to take him to his crew so they can get to work. Tenzo is a bit hesitant, but okay, sure. They could use the help, and this is an intriguing development. As they ride, they do their talking. Tenzo doesn't know that this is the son of the butcher, so he pretty freely talks about the Sakai invasion, as the locals call it, and how they perceive the samurai coming to their home. It's the perspective of a man who doesn't fear or respect the samurai, who's not going to blow smoke up Jin's ass. He best not expect a warm welcome here, least of all from his crew and their leader. Mongols have set up a camp outside the entrance to his people's hideout. The raiders blew the entrance to prevent them from getting in. Jin does the heavy lifting, clears out the camp, and Tenzo takes him the long way down the cliffside. Jin gets to show off his Taka-approved iron hook, his super sick climbing skills, and they have some bro banter. Tenzo is giving Jin a chance, which most others here wouldn't do, so hopefully Jin doesn't dick it up. Their conversation is broken up by the sinking of an Iki ship right off the coast by a Mongol warship. This island is on a crash course to hell, and at this rate, it won't last another 2 weeks. At the entrance of the hideout, the voice of the eagle once again echoes the words he didn't know he was thinking. These people killed Kazumasa and now he's aiding them. They're going to find him out. They're going to kill him. Tenzo seems to notice Jin's struggle, but he doesn't press him on the issue. One hand on the blade, though, just in case. Like Tenzo, the other raiders here aren't afraid of this samurai. They don't respect him. They don't really want him here, but if Tenzo brought him in, then sure. They'll let him through to talk to their leader, Fune. Tenzo warns Jin to mind his manners here. He has the tenor of a Disney prince, so he best treat their leader like he's one too, and keep the sass to a minimum. Tenzo actually has a home here, or had one. He's given it to the keepers here, who are taking care of people that have been poisoned by the eagle. He wants to help these people, so his interest in Jin is twofold. They could use the samurai's help, and maybe from Jin, he can figure out how to help other people who were deeply poisoned and trapped in their minds. This hideout leader, Fune, is a no-nonsense woman who's not very happy that Tenzo brought a goddamn samurai here. She wanted people who would fight for Iki, not against it, which Jin is sassy about because of course he can't help himself. She is surprisingly amused by it though. Doesn't give Jin an inch of ground between them, makes him explain why he'd be useful to them. He puts the attitude away, gets his diplomacy pants on, and better advocates that he wants to stop the Mongols just like they do. Tenzo says he'd either be a good aid in battle or another dead samurai. Either way, they win. Fune will humor Jin's presence for now. He needs to prove himself, though. The warship off the coast needs to be destroyed. It's effectively keeping the raiders here trapped in the bay. Their plan is to sail out, to fight it on sea, but Jin offers that if they can get him onto it, he'll sink it. It sounds like a ridiculous ego-fueled plan, but Tenzo steps in and says that they can commandeer a Mongol supply ship, use it to get closer to the main warship, and then they all could sink it. Fune trusts Tenzo, but not the samurai. If he thinks it'll work, then she'll give her blessing. He'll have the men he needs, and whatever happens will be his responsibility. Sinking this warship will be a massive loss for the Mongols here. It's not like Tsushima, where there are dozens of boats off the coast. The Eagle can't afford major losses like the one they're going to inflict. Tenzo, his men, and Jin all make for the coast immediately. Jin arrives well after them, and when he shows up, Tenzo is interrogating a Mongol. But something the invader says really makes him angry, enough so that Tenzo guts him. He doesn't disclose what the Mongols said. He would rather focus on the task at hand. The supply boat they need should be docking soon, so they need to get ready. When night falls, it's time to get moving. Tenzo asks Jin what the poison is like, and he says that he's experiencing memories and thoughts that he would like to forget. The raider asks what a spoiled samurai like himself would like to forget, and Jin honestly responds, it's the death of his father. Tenzo knows a bit more about Jin than the samurai realizes, courtesy of that Mongol he was interrogating, but he does express apology for Jin's loss. The guy has a good heart. The crew quickly and violently cut through the Mongols on shore, utilizing the fog and mists for cover. Complications begin when the mist starts to lift when the morning light breaks through. Their cover is gone, and Mongols on the supply ship start lobbing projectiles at them. To prove his usefulness and sincerity, Jin runs up the shoreline to handle the cannons and the Mongols himself. The damned voice of the eagle won't let up, though. It tells him that the raiders know who he is. They're going to kill him. He's helping people who spit on his family's name. But he still knows what reality is, and that the voice he's hearing is the poison, causing him to hallucinate things that he already thinks of himself. They're damned painful words to fight against, though. Once the boat is theirs, Tenzo busts his chops a bit, and Jin returns the sass. Though he asks why Tenzo is ready to fight by his side one moment, and then shit-stir the next. But the raider declines to comment on it. He would rather they focus on the task at hand. They wait until that evening before setting off with the supply ship, so they can approach the warship under the cover of night. They want to make things look as normal as possible, so they don't get fired upon in open waters. The raiders make it up to the massive ship, hide on the deck until the Mongols connect the bridge to it, and once enough of them are on the supply ship, before they can retaliate, the raiders are cutting. They make it onto the warship, kill every Mongol in sight, clear the cargo hold, set their black powder stores on fire, and abandon ship before the entire thing blows to high hell. By morning, they're back at the hideout with a loaded-up Mongol supply ship. This was a great victory for these people, and Jin congratulates Tenzo on it. But now that they're alone, Tenzo spills what's been bothering him. That Mongol he interrogated told Tenzo exactly who Jin was, the son of the butcher, a Sakai. One whisper of his name, he says, and everyone here will line up to split Jin wide open. And Fune is going to skin both of them alive for this. Jin promises that if Tenzo does that, he will defend himself. But this is what the eagle wants, to divide them from within. That Mongol who told Tenzo his name did so very intentionally. This was planned. Tenzo lays out that this is his home, where he once lived with his wife, where he almost had a family. These people are everything to him. The butcher of Iki was a monster. They will see his son as one too. He doesn't want to lose the trust of his people. So Jin offers that they'll keep it between them. Who he is won't change, and he wants to help these people, truly. They don't need to know that he's a Sakai. Tenzo agrees, at least for now. He'll go tell Fune that their plan worked, and they'll all meet up again later. Jin returns that evening, and everything seems calm, so Tenzo kept his identity secret. Fune actually tells him he did a good job, and because the waters are relatively clear now, he can freely hire boats to take him back to Tsushima if he wants. But if he wants to stay, she has news of the Eagle's movements. She left Fort Sakai a few hours ago with their main force. They have no idea where she went, because she's extremely difficult to track, but she's definitely planning something. There are still prisoners at Fort Sakai, and forces there will be weaker than before. Jin offers that they can move in and retake it for Iki. Fune can't afford to send help with Jin, but some of her best fighters are being held there. If Jin can breach the fort and start freeing men, he can recruit an on-site team. And if he can save enough of them, they'll have enough men to strike against the Eagle. The Ghost wastes no time. He rides hard for Fort Sakai, and in true samurai fashion, runs in head first. The scattered Mongols on the road are easy pickings, and there are prisoner pens all over the place. Jin frees Fune's men, and every single one of them offer to join Jin in the attack. What started as a one-man whirlwind snowballs into a gaggle of really pissed-off fighters. The more ground they cover, the more their numbers grow. By the time they're at the top of the fort, where the Mongol forces have fallen back to, where they keep and torture innocent people, he has a miniature army at his back. Hallucinations continue to plague him. He remembers a time when his father tied starving bandits to trees. But Jin is not his father. He's here to help and cast the horrible memory away. A Mongol named Kunbish is here, keeping the fort. He's the Eagle's lapdog. And to his credit, he speaks before he draws his blade. He encourages Jin to give in to the Eagle, to let her help him. He claims that he has been honored with a gift only bestowed upon princes and warriors. Jin didn't bow to the Khan. He resisted the Eagle. He's not going to give this man a chance either. Jin Sakai duels and obliterates Kunbish, delivers to him such a deep wound that the Mongol runs off the field. While the fighters of Iki wipe up the rest of his men, Jin chases down Kunbish, gives no adherence to his words, and drops his corpse in the courtyard below. Iki has retaken Fort Sakai. Jin burns the Eagle's tents and her banners. Refugees arrive for shelter and to rebuild. Raiders take up patrols to defend their new fort. They all seem happy that Jin is here, even if he is a samurai. They welcome him in, thank him for his help, even give him a few saddlebags for extra storage. The fighters that can be spared will report to Fune immediately, so they can move from defensive to offensive plays. Fune has been busy. She's ready to take the fight to the Eagle. Her men have intercepted orders from the Eagle to take a particular samurai alive. Why, she asks, does the Eagle want to take Jin alive? He discloses that she made him drink her sacred medicine. She wants to finish what she started, but Fune knows that Jin isn't telling her something. Lucky for him, Tenzo interrupts with an update from the field. The Eagle is aggressively hunting them, probably as retaliation. There are Mongols all over the cliffs searching for them. While they're greatly outnumbered, the people of Iki know the landscape better than the Mongols. Fune decides they'll lure them into an ambush at a nearby abandoned village. They don't have time to plan fine details, they have to go right now. The site she's chosen was once a battleground. The samurai slaughtered everyone in this village, even the women and children. They claimed they were protecting criminals, that they were enemies, that they deserved to die. But even when Jin was young, he felt that there was something deeply wrong with what they were doing here. They will put fighters at the most likely places the Mongols would attack from. Jin scouts spots with them, but each area just brings back a horrific memory. He keeps his mouth shut about it, but the last memory is the worst. He remembers his father's men running down innocent people in the fields, and he can't help but mutter words that Tenzo hears. Jin is barely able to hold it together. The visions are becoming worse. Soon it will reach its height within his system. He'll have to complete his mission before then and accept madness, or find a way to break through his own guilt and fear. Preparations are made throughout the day, with the expectation that when night falls, their scouts will lure the Eagle's Mongol patrols into their ambushes. Tenzo asks him about what he'd said during the scouting, and asks if Jin was here in this village when the massacre took place, if he participated in it. The samurai claimed that it wasn't a massacre, that they were hiding armed fighters. They were attacking the samurai. But what the hell did the samurai expect them to do? These were people protecting their families that were fighting invaders. Tenzo had a friend here who was caught up in the killings. It took him a week to find his friend's head in the mud. Jin knows that his excuses hold no weight. What happened here was a travesty. And his apologies to Tenzo for what he went through don't mean anything, because Jin hasn't denounced what they did. How much like his father is he? The butcher's son says that he wishes he could change it, but Tenzo reminds him that he could have, but he didn't. Others had to step in to end Kazumasa's cruelty for him. Jin watched him die, though. He tells Tenzo that he could have stepped out, perhaps saved his father, stopped the man who killed him, but he just didn't. He doesn't answer Tenzo when he asks why. They're out of time for talking. The ambush has begun. All the raiders and fighters of Iki descend upon the first fireworks site. This time, they have superior numbers, and they're charging in on horseback. They trample the squad of Mongols with minimal losses, and then the second set of signal fireworks go off, indicating where the next ambush will be. It's happening so fast they don't really have time to recover. At breakneck speed, the Iki fighters rush off to the site and launch off their horses to fight the Mongols on foot. This is a harder fight. There are more Mongols in this group, but the Iki fighters manage to take this round. The next set of fireworks go off almost immediately. It's too fast. They don't have time to recover. Those who are ready get on their horses and start riding for the next spot. But by the time they reach it, the fireworks have stopped. There's trouble inside the ruins. Jin sneaks in to scout what's happening. Their fighters have all been taken prisoner, tied up, or put into restraints. By now, the sun is rising. They don't have the benefit of night cover anymore, so Jin jumps in to kill as many as possible before they realize he's here. Fune, Tenzo, and their raiders join in once they see him engage. They mop up the Mongols, take minimal losses, and free their people. It hasn't been smooth, but at least they're still winning. Another set of fireworks start launching, but this time, the Mongols wisened up. They're moving in as a group, far too many of them to be handled like this. The Iki fighters are split. They need to sound for a retreat, gather back at the main tower before the Mongols completely divide them. Jin's group kills Mongol groups as they go, those stupid enough to break off from the main pack. By the time they've reached the main tower, the Mongols have almost flooded it. But the Iki fighters are still giving them hell, still holding ground. This is the bulk of what remains of the Eagle's army. Cutting this horde down means they'll be on the winning side of the fight. They do take losses, and it's one hell of a brawl, but they do it. The people of Iki Island repel the Mongols, force them into a retreat to run back into the fields and tree line. They've been broken and scattered. Now it's time to plan a death blow for the invaders. Jin and Tenzo clean up the field together, end the lives of any Mongols still breathing. Perhaps forgetting himself and the company he keeps, Tenzo speaks a prayer before ending one of them. May your death benefit all beings. 15 years ago, Tenzo was the man who finally ended Kazumasa Sakai. Jin's anger is immediate and the confrontation swift. He puts a blade to Tenzo's neck, repeats the prayer, and tells him that he heard those words from his father's killer. Tenzo tries to tell him that he's hearing things, that it's the eagle's poison, but it just makes the samurai more upset. So he accepts his fate. Tells Jin to just do it, kill him, on the same blood-soaked grounds his father created where he massacred hundreds of people. Jin tries to claim his father was saving lives, but Tenzo tells him he's just lying to himself. Kazumasa was his enemy, not Jin, neither then nor now. He tells Jin that it took dozens of them to bring down his father, that Tenzo killed him was just luck. He again challenges Jin to just kill him. But no, not yet at least. Kazumasa was killed after being lured into a gorge. Jin had told that to the eagle when he was hallucinating that she was Yuna. It makes an excellent confrontation spot, one that the eagle would probably see as a venue she could use to her own advantage against Jin. She still wants to make him one of her shaman, and that gorge is the epicenter of his pain. He tells Tenzo that they are going to kill her there. The two of them can't do it without Fune, though, so he tells Tenzo to go tell her everything, that he is the son of the butcher. He's certain that his actions have proved his sincerity, that he is different from his father. That he didn't kill Tenzo proves that. Jin takes a few hours to himself to calm down, to prepare. At midday, he seeks out Tenzo and Fune to see what judgment has been passed on him. She doesn't run him down on sight, which is a good sign. She admits that if they weren't deep into a war, she would have hunted him down. But they need him right now. They can all work out their differences later. Jin wants to defeat the rest of the Mongol army the same way the people of Iki defeated the samurai 15 years ago. They're going to lure them into that gorge, pick them apart, and then kill their leader on the beach once she is separated from her soldiers. They need to find her, though. She's always moving when she's in the field. It'll be hard to track her down. When they do, they'll have to act immediately. So Fune will prepare their men, get them set up in the gorge, Tenzo will go out and lead scouting parties, and Jin will get a bit of rest. That night, Tenzo returns with news of the eagle's location. Fune is ready, their men are in position. Now they just need to lure her in. While the two of them ride to Tenzo's scouts, Jin tells him a bit more of the eagle's intentions with him and is honest about still seeing visions, that they're actually getting worse. Despite the clashes these two have had, Tenzo is still concerned for him, is approachable and invested in his well-being. He knows what Jin is suffering through and he wants to help as much as possible. The scouts escort them to where they spotted the eagle's forces moving. There's a large group of them on the road and Jin spots the eagle amongst them, but Tenzo asks, Where's the eagle? He doesn't see her. They're spotted before they can spring an attack on them, and Jin runs in experiencing vivid auditory hallucinations, which then turns into a vision. Everything else fades away, it's only him and the eagle fighting one another in the field. The vision eventually breaks and fades. To Jin, it seems like the eagle got away from them, but Tenzo tells him that she wasn't here. She was never here. When it's over, he asks the samurai what happened to him there, but Jin focuses on the eagle not being here. They were meant to find this group. They're not luring the eagle, she's luring them. She's one step ahead of Jin. Fireworks go off at the gorge. Fune's men are being attacked. They ride hard back to their men, and Jin explains everything to Tenzo. When the eagle poisoned him, he told her everything about his father and his pain, and Tenzo pieces together that she used that information to lure them into a trap at the gorge, knowing that Jin would see the site of his father's death as a symbolic place. Tenzo, Jin, and the scouts are much-needed reinforcements. The Mongols may have turned the surprise back on them, but the Iki fighters are at least able to hold their own against them. They've lost about half their men already, but they won't get another chance like this. They have to rally and continue to fight through the gorge. The eagle will be on the shore at the other side. Jin continues to hallucinate, lose his hold on reality. The words that echo around him might sound like the eagle, but they're very much his own thoughts. The stress, the pain, guilt, anxiety, fear of where he's going is making it all so much worse. This is what the eagle's poison does. Tenzo continues to call to him, check on him, make sure that he's still with them. When the path splits in the gorge, it's time for Jin to go his own way, to the shore where he knows the eagle is waiting. Fune and her men will keep this ground, move up the other path, kill any Mongols they find. Tenzo decides that he will go with Jin. The samurai needs him, and Jin does not decline his aid. Tenzo isn't wrong. Jin very much needs his help. The two run up the path together, and Jin's suffering clearly continues to crescendo, to the point that Tenzo tells him he needs to turn back. But the butcher's son refuses. The poison, his heart, the future of Iki demands that he sees this through. This place, it's just as he remembers. As expected, the eagle is here waiting for them. She knew Jin would come here looking for her. She encourages him to face what's troubled him for so long, to let her help him through it, to let his spirit soar in the eternal blue sky. But he doesn't want to soar over his people. He serves them, even the people that killed his father. He's not here to listen to her babble. He's here to kill her. Khotun is every bit the combatant Khotun Khan was, and more. Her stances and tactics switch quickly. She's acrobatic, effectively uses a plethora of projectiles, and she knows when Jin is suffering through a hallucination. She capitalizes on it, to weaken his resolve, to greaten the fear that he feels, to push him deeper into guilt and self-loathing over his father's death. At the apex of his suffering, she commands that now he faces the judgment of his ancestors, and Jin Sakai drops. Trapped within his mind, within the poison, he sees his young self hiding as Kazumasa struggles towards him, begging for help. Tenzo approaches his father from behind and lifts his blade, but this time, Jin strikes him from behind and stops the assassination of his father. He helps Kazumasa up, to lean against the tree. It's time for Jin to receive judgment from his father. He tells his son that they should have died here together. Jin didn't just fail his father, he failed their clan by tarnishing their name. He says to his father that the people of Iki say they did terrible things, but Kazumasa responds that sometimes what is necessary is also terrible. Jin should know that well by now. He did terrible things as the ghost, terrorized men, killed hundreds, poisoned his own land, abandoned his family, because it was necessary. Jin confronts him about being a poor father. After his mother died, Kazumasa wasn't there, didn't raise him. And he admits that after they lost Lady Sakai, he was left with a child that he didn't know how to help. He chose to raise a samurai instead of a son. He gives Jin the family blade and tells him that it's time to rid the family name of shame and defeat. Avenge him. Kill the man who took his life. Tenzo. He does lift the blade over the fallen man in contemplation, but decides that no, he is not and will never be like his father. The things Kazumasa chose were no fault of Jin, and he will not follow in his footsteps or repeat his choices. He casts away the guilt of his father's death. It was not his fault, nor will he harbor shame for choosing life. Jin steps out of the vision. The poison will have no hold over him anymore. It's run its course. The cure for the sacred medicine. There's hope for its victims. The eagle is descending upon Tenzo, and he steps in to save the man who killed his father. The eagle is confused and enraged. She has failed to take the ghost, her army has been defeated, her ships destroyed. Jin Sakai bests and brings down Khotun. He ends it with a prayer. May your death benefit all beings. The raider and the son of the butcher finally settle matters between them. They put their weapons away and check on each other. Tenzo is cut, but he'll be all right, and Jin no longer hears voices. The two of them sincerely offer apologies. Neither of them are monsters. Neither of them are what the other imagined they would be. They are not each other's enemies. Actually, they're better off as friends. Tenzo is going to get back to Fune and their men. Sounds like there's a celebration beginning in the gorge. Jin would like to remain here for a while, though, to reflect on everything that's happened, to end this chapter of his life peacefully. His memories of this place may still hurt, but they won't haunt him, control him. He's finally able to let go of his father. So many samurai have called Jin, the ghost, dishonorable. Yet amongst the people of Tsushima, he's a protector, an honored warrior, a source of comfort and salvation. And now the Sakai name has been redeemed on Iki. The son of the butcher is a man who serves the people, even them. He is welcome to walk amongst them. Jin Sakai will continue his work here to truly drive the Mongols back into the sea. And back on Tsushima, the ghost will do the same. New samurai clans will soon arrive on the island to replace his own and all that were lost long ago at Komeda Beach. Khotun Khan vowed that others would come to conquer Japan. The Jito will see that his and the Shogun's samurai are trained for that inevitability. What's quite uncertain is will they too train to hunt the ghost? He is a traitor. The Shogun desires his death. How will the people of Tsushima respond to their legend being hunted like an enemy? Jin Sakai's life will be one of struggle, of hardship. He will continue on his warpath against the Mongols, perhaps try to encourage peace between those that follow him and the samurai that will rule them. He is Jin Sakai, flesh and blood, a man, a warrior. But in legend, he is the Ghost of Tsushima.